Chapter 1 Newbie Gift Pack. Amazon, Lily Island. Zhang Shan looked at the women around him who were staring at him curiously, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Please give me a dress to wear, and then stare at me, I will be embarrassed. Zhang Shan felt shy when the blonde beautiful girl Margaret handed him the lace-edged clothes. I think I am a dignified old man who wears this kind of clothes, but who made me come to the world of One Piece inexplicably, and floated directly from the calm belt to this daughter country. Zhang Shan looked at the beauties in front of him who were in explosive shape, with a strange smile on his face. The women onlookers made curious voices. What kind of creature are you? Why is Hungarian flat? There's a mushroom growing under you. Did you eat a poisonous mushroom by mistake? Do you need me to pull it out for you? You can float from the calm belt without being eaten by the sea kings, that's a big deal. Facing the chaotic voices, Zhang Shan pressed his hands with grace. Quiet everyone. Next, allow me to introduce myself. Those women were completely attracted by Zhang Shan, with peach blossoms in their eyes. He is so beautiful. Like my lady empress, I am completely fascinated by him. Zhang Shan almost fell to the ground when he heard this. Sorry, I have to interrupt, you can't describe me as beautiful, only handsome. Because I'm a man. When he finished saying this, all the women fell silent instantly. The next moment, the snakes wrapped around them instantly turned into bows and arrows, all shoulders pointed at Zhang Shan, and the air around them seemed to freeze in an instant. Lily Island never allows men to enter. Once a man invades, it must be wiped out. While the Empress has not come back, solve the problem completely. The guards on the island shouted and looked at Zhang Shan, causing sweat to ooze from his forehead. Women's heart, the needle at the bottom of the sea, it was fine one moment, and the next moment it turned upside down, Everyone has something to say, I just came here accidentally, not to offend your country. But the women on the island still don't believe it. Men are the best at rhetoric, don't believe it. Yes. Shoot him. Shoot him. I don't know who shoots the first arrow first, and the next moment, all the arrows fall to Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan could only sigh helplessly. Everyone can speak well, why do you want to take action? When he finished speaking, all the arrows were still 3 feet away from him, imprisoned in mid-air, and all fell to the ground after no breath. All the women were silent for a moment. Are men so powerful? Can we beat him? For the safety of the village, he must be killed. The guards in the crowd shouted again, waving their weapons and charging towards Zhang Shan. On the other hand, Zhang Shan turned the ring on his hand slightly, and a light curtain interface appeared immediately. Welcome to Super Convenience Store, please select the item you want to buy. Get an energy shield. Will it cost 10 membership points to pay? Yes. Zhang Shan paid without hesitation. Afterwards, a light blue energy shield appeared around his body, allowing the women around him to attack. Zhang Shan still stood there, graceful, like an immortal. After playing for a few minutes, these people were also tired. And they stopped because they knew that Zhang Shan could not be solved. Zhang Shan also wiped the sweat from his forehead. This energy shield can only last for 5 minutes. If they continue to attack, I am afraid that they will spend more member points. And I just got 50 points when I got the Super Convenience Store program at the beginning. You can't kill me, so maybe we can have a good talk. I just want to find a place to open a convenience store quietly and be a businessman. Zhang Shan speaks of ideals. Before he came to the world of pirates, he was a businessman. After coming to this world, the first task of the Super Convenience Store was to build a convenience store. If he couldn't do it within 3 days, he would be ruthlessly obliterated. In this world, although it was unrealistic for him to build a convenience store in his daughter's country by a man, this is the calm belt, and even if there is a boat, it is impossible to go to another place in 3 days. Simply, he can only break the jar here. But the women looked at each other. Businessmen? This is the world of pirates and marines. Ordinary merchants will only be killed by pirates and take away their goods. Men's brains should be sick. And what is that convenience store? How come I've never heard of it? Since we can't kill him, why don't we arrest him and wait for her Lady Empress? Yes, Lady Empress is the 7 warlords of the sea, the most powerful female pirate in the world. She must be able to obtain a lot of wealth from this merchant. Before these chattering women could finish speaking, a large net fell from the sky, completely covering Zhang Shan. Naturally, the net could not bind Zhang Shan, but thinking of being able to meet the Empress of this country, it would be better to wait for 2 days. If it really doesn't work, just grab a place and open a convenience store. Anyway, in this world, robbery is too normal. Only. Hey! Grab it if you catch it. Don't touch it. Little girl, where did your hand go? I'm going to get really angry if I touch it again. I'm going to let you know what a man's fear is. Asterisk. Chapter 2 Jianyang's Tea. In Lily Island Prison, Zhang Shan was served with delicious food and drink, and there was never a shortage of curious women watching him outside. It's a pity that most of them don't look very good, but there are also a few beautiful ones that are outrageous. They stare at him with big watery eyes, and his whole person is almost crisp. Especially here because of the hot weather, everyone wears so little. Zhang Shan, as a normal man, can't help but fantasize. But after thinking about it for a long time, it was inevitable that he was a little bored, so he directly opened the super convenience store system. This is a light blue ring, and the light curtain formed after it is triggered can only be seen by himself. Super convenience store, here you can buy everything in the world. This is the title of the super convenience store, amazing. After careful search, Zhang Feng found that there were not only devil fruit, but also the battleship pirate ship, as well as all kinds of strange props and some time limit cards. If you want to buy things in a super convenience store, you need membership points, but if you want to get membership points, you can only get the corresponding membership points after each transaction of the convenience store. However, now that Empress hasn't come back, she can't start a business yet. Zhang Shan thought boringly. Wait. What is this? When he opened the warehouse, he found a novice gift bag. I came too quickly, and I didn't find this thing. Turn it on. Following Zhang Shan's order, the red novice gift bag was quickly opened, and 2 prizes appeared soon. Ding! Congratulations to the host or the grown-up ship girl. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the rubber fruit experience card, with the ability to take rubber fruit within 3 minutes. Zhang Shan was dumbfounded when he saw the first one. This system is too awesome. Not only will it bring me a boat, but this boat can also become a cute girl. In addition, it's too awesome for a 2-dimensional creature like Jian Niang to appear here. But the next moment he thought that the world of One Piece was also a 2-dimensional world, and he was relieved. The ghost knows what other messes will appear in addition to the ship's mother. Extract the ship girl. Zhang Shan gave an order again, and a little girl who looked 17 or 18 appeared in front of him, with a blinking ponytail, black clothes, and black pants. She couldn't look cool. The big black eyes and the straight face are so cute that they explode. The height of 160 is much shorter than that of Zhang Shan, who is 182. In front of him, he is like a doll. Jian Niang Zioka has seen the owner of the store. Hearing the crisp and moving voice, Zhang Shan's whole body froze. Okay, let me check your body for you. Zhang Shan looked at Zioka with a smile, and kept frustrating. This is the ship girl. In this pirate world dominated by sailboats, this is simply an artifact. Driving such a warship is enough to traverse the entire sea. It's just that when he saw all the attributes of Zioka, he couldn't laugh anymore. Gah, it turns out to be a wooden sampan boat, and it's the size of a normal house. It's so small, it can't be any smaller. In addition, what if there are only 2 old-fashioned artillery guns? Resources, fuel, ammunition, steel, and aluminum are all empty. How do you ask Lao Zi to fight? Zioka lowered his head, saw through Zhang Shan's thoughts, and said, "Sir, you can upgrade Zioka by purchasing materials from the convenience store. Zioka is very strong." Yes, I can buy it through the convenience store." But when he opened the convenience store and saw the huge cost of upgrading the small T, the whole person was stunned. "It's special. If you want to simply upgrade to a normal battleship, you need more than 300,000 member points. This is not to mention the cost of future maintenance supplies. Lao Zi has only 50 member points so far. Why don't Lao Zi die?" Zhang Shan, whose head was hot, directly spent 10 membership points to change a tang knife. Judging from the exquisite blade, it is at least 1,000 forged steel. Absolutely great knife. In a convenience store, there is always nothing too bad. Just thinking of killing himself with this knife, Zhang Shan didn't have the courage, so he could only throw it to Zioka. "This knife is a gift for you. You can play with it." Zioka took the Tang Dao and waved a sword light, and the prison railings in front of him were all cut off. "Good weapon." Xiao Cha stared at Tang Dao with an eager expression. Zhang Shan's face turned red, but the ship's weapon was ammunition. But he actually gave a cold weapon. "This is really unreasonable. When I get rich in the future, I will let you eat the best fuel, use the best steel and ammunition. However, your tang knife is quite powerful. Those women outside seem to be afraid of you." Zhang Shan looked at the women outside who were bending bows and arrows again, and felt a little worried in his heart. It seems that he accidentally cut off the prison railings. These people thought he was going to escape. "My own membership points are not many." But Xiao Cha stood in front of him with a serious look. "Don't worry, my lord, I'm here. No one can hurt you." But Zhang Feng's brain was hot, and he directly stood in front of Zioka. "I'm a man, how can I use you to protect me?" In his hand, he had already squeezed the rubber fruit experience card. But at this moment, a very excited shout suddenly came from a distance. "The Empress is back!" Asterisk. Chapter 3: The Threatened Empress. In the stalemate, Zhang Shan finally looked forward to the return of the Empress of the daughter country. "Fortunately, I didn't wait too long, and it was less than a day." On the contrary, the female bodyguards in front of them went crazy, and every time they mentioned Lady Empress, their faces were filled with adoring eyes. Let her Lady Empress decide this man's life and death. Margaret finally made a decision. She envied Zioka standing behind Zhang Shan, and she also wanted someone to stand in front of her when facing danger. Zhang Shan is also glad that he didn't fight with these women, otherwise he would have to spend membership points. Soon, he and Zioka were tied up to meet the Emperor of the daughter country, the female Emperor Boa Hancock. She is the head of the 9 snake pirates and is considered to be the world's #1 peerless beauty. Before I could see her face, I heard the crazy screams of the girls around. "My Lady Empress! Ah! Lady Empress! My Lady Empress, you are finally back!" Some women even fainted with excitement. Soon Zhang Shan saw Empress Boya sitting on the high snake seat, looking down at Zhang Shan casually. "You are the man who dared to invade my 9 snakes." "No, I'm just a businessman who drifted here, just looking for a place to open a convenience store." "Hey? Merchant? Faced with such a beautiful concubine, don't you want to contribute all your wealth?" All the women went crazy when they saw the Empress. "For the Empress, we are willing to give everything. Even our lives." Empress Boya has the ability to fascinate all beings, but her beauty has no effect on Zhang Shan, who has seen too many beauties. "As an empress, you are my inalienable property. What the concubine does is right. Because the concubine is too beautiful. You will be punished for ignoring the beauty of your concubine, marrow mellow. Women will never be reasonable. For an extremely beautiful woman like the Empress, everything she does is reasonable. Sweat oozes from Zhang Shan's forehead. It's really a fight without a word. He instinctively protected his hands, but saw that the light of love passed directly through his and Zioka's bodies. But in the end, nothing happened to their bodies. Empress Boya was stunned. It doesn't work? Come again. Marrow mellow. Another ray of love fell upon them. Again. Zhang Shan couldn't help but defend himself again, but found that the light had passed through again and never petrified him and Zioka. It is rumored that everyone the Empress encounters will be petrified. It seems that it is nothing more than that. Zhang Shan was completely relieved. He knew that Zioka was a ship girl. It was made of wood and steel. How could it be petrified? Why am I not petrified? Zioka stood behind her and said with a look of admiration, Your Excellency is a man favored by God, how can you be afraid of this kind of trick? The person who heard this sentence almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. That's Boa, the Empress of the famous 7 warlords of the sea. How could the means being used be a trick? The Queen's forehead was already oozing with sweat. It was the first time she was immune to petrification. This made her extremely embarrassed. You're very good. Let Bakiala come to play with you. A huge black panther appeared directly on the scene, staring at Zhang Shan fiercely and coldly, dripping a lot of saliva from its huge mouth. The women onlookers were already exclaiming. The Lady Empress actually used Bakiala. This is the ferocious black panther raised by the emperors of our 9 snakes from generation to generation, a carnivorous beast specially used for execution. Any prisoner who is executed by Bakiala will not leave a bone behind. This businessman is dead, it's a pity the wealth he has. The members of the 9 snake pirates said a little reluctantly. Jian Niang Zioka had already held the tang knife in front of Zhang Shan. Lord, be careful. Such beasts, even with artillery, are extremely difficult to kill. But Zhang Shan calmly patted his shoulder. This daughter country worships the strong. If you help me block it, they will despise me even more. Today, let you see my strength. At this moment, all the light between heaven and earth seemed to converge on Zhang Shan, making him extremely dazzling. At the moment when the Black Panther Bakiala rushed, he directly activated the rubber fruit experience card in his hand. Rubber pistol. Zhang Shan's arm stretched out and smashed directly on Bakiala's chin. The huge black figure was directly knocked into the air, and fell heavily on the auditorium. One punch KO. Zhang Shan clapped his hands with satisfaction. All the women became dead silent at this moment, and then there was an uproar. The man is so powerful, that's Bakiala. My God! It's horrible. How on earth is he going to win? At this moment, the world view of the women of the daughter country began to collapse, and even the members of the 9 snake pirates were silent at this moment. We've never faced such a formidable opponent. Can the Empress be defeated? After Zhang Shan heard their words, he clapped his hands with satisfaction. This is what he wants. My Lady Empress, I'm a businessman and I just want to find a very convenient store. Don't force me to talk to you about this in the way you pirates do. You know, I have the ability to destroy this country. Chapter 4 The Dog System. In the stalemate, Zhang Shan finally looked forward to the return of the Empress of the daughter country. Fortunately, I didn't wait too long, and it was less than a day. On the contrary, the female bodyguards in front of them went crazy, and every time they mentioned Lady Empress, their faces were filled with adoring eyes. Let her Lady Empress decide this man's life and death. Margaret finally made a decision. She envied Zioka standing behind Zhang Shan, and she also wanted someone to stand in front of her when facing danger. Zhang Shan is also glad that he didn't fight with these women, otherwise he would have to spend membership points. Soon, he and Zioka were tied up to meet the Emperor of the daughter country, the female Emperor Boa Hancock. She is the head of the 9 snake pirates and is considered to be the world's #1 peerless beauty. Before I could see her face, I heard the crazy screams of the girls around. "My Lady Empress! Ah! Lady Empress! My Lady Empress, you are finally back!" Some women even fainted with excitement. Soon Zhongshan saw Empress Boya sitting on the high snake seat, looking down at Zhongshan casually. "You are the man who dared to invade my 9 snakes." "No, I'm just a businessman who drifted here, just looking for a place to open a convenience store." "Hey? Merchant? Faced with such a beautiful concubine, don't you want to contribute all your wealth?" All the women went crazy when they saw the Empress. "For the Empress, we are willing to give everything. Even our lives." Empress Boya has the ability to fascinate all beings, but her beauty has no effect on Zhongshan, who has seen too many beauties. "As an empress, you are my inalienable property. What the concubine does is right. Because the concubine is too beautiful. You will be punished for ignoring the beauty of your concubine, Mero Mero Mellow." Women will never be reasonable. For an extremely beautiful woman like the Empress, everything she does is reasonable. Sweat oozes from Zhongshan's forehead. It's really a fight without a word. He instinctively protected his hands, but saw that the light of love passed directly through his and Zyoka's bodies. But in the end, nothing happened to their bodies. Empress Boya was stunned. "It doesn't work? Come again." Mero Mero Mellow. Another ray of love fell upon them. Again. Zhongshan couldn't help but defend himself again, but found that the light had passed through again and never petrified him and Zyoka. It is rumored that everyone the Empress encounters will be petrified. It seems that it is nothing more than that. Zhongshan was completely relieved. He knew that Zyoka was a ship girl. It was made of wood and steel. How could it be petrified? "Why am I not petrified?" Zyoka stood behind her and said with a look of admiration, "Your Excellency is a man favored by God, how can you be afraid of this kind of trick?" The person who heard this sentence almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. That's Boa, the Empress of the famous 7 warlords of the sea. How could the means being used be a trick? The Queen's forehead was already oozing with sweat. It was the first time she was immune to petrification. This made her extremely embarrassed. "You're very good. Let Bakiola come to play with you." A huge black panther appeared directly on the scene, staring at Zhongshan fiercely and coldly, dripping a lot of saliva from its huge mouth. The women onlookers were already exclaiming. The Lady Empress actually used Bakiola. This is the ferocious black panther raised by the emperors of our 9 snakes from generation to generation, a carnivorous beast specially used for execution. Any prisoner who is executed by Bakiola will not leave a bone behind. This businessman is dead, it's a pity the wealth he has. The members of the 9 snake pirates said a little reluctantly. Jian Niang Zyoka had already held the tang knife in front of Zhongshan. "Lord, be careful. Such beasts, even with artillery, are extremely difficult to kill." But Zhongshan calmly patted his shoulder. "This daughter country worships the strong. If you help me block it, they will despise me even more. Today, let you see my strength." At this moment, all the light between heaven and earth seemed to converge on Zhongshan, making him extremely dazzling. At the moment when the Black Panther Bakiola rushed, he directly activated the rubber fruit experience card in his hand. Rubber pistol. Zhongshan's arm stretched out and smashed directly on Bakiola's chin. The huge black figure was directly knocked into the air, and fell heavily on the auditorium. One punch KO. Zhongshan clapped his hands with satisfaction. All the women became dead silent at this moment, and then there was an uproar. "The man is so powerful, that's Bakiola. My God! It's horrible. How on earth is he going to win?" At this moment, the world view of the women of the daughter country began to collapse, and even the members of the 9 snake pirates were silent at this moment. We've never faced such a formidable opponent. Can the Empress be defeated? After Zhongshan heard their words, he clapped his hands with satisfaction. This is what he wants. My Lady Empress, I'm a businessman and I just want to find a very convenient store. Don't force me to talk to you about this in the way you pirates do. You must know that I have the ability to destroy this country. Chapter 4. The Empress looked at Zhongshan condescendingly, and she finally realized that she could not understand this man. There seemed to be a mysterious halo on his body, which made her addicted to it, unable to extricate herself, and fell into a fantasy of him. After a long time, she blushed slightly and said, "Okay, my concubine allows you to walk freely in this country and become a businessman." Zhongshan finally waited for this sentence, bowed his hands and thanked him, then turned and left. "Little T, let's open a shop." The women around consciously gave way, and developed a strong interest in the man in front of him. He actually gave the Empress a privilege. Man is really amazing. He can still maintain his demeanor in Lady Empress, which is even more amazing. The Empress on the high platform looked at Zhongshan who was leaving, and her face turned red. Why is he full of his image in the concubine's mind? Does the concubine really like him? Zhongshan and Zioka didn't know what the Empress was thinking, but were choosing a location for their convenience store. Where exactly should the convenience store be chosen to ensure enough membership points? He began to grope. Zioka obediently followed behind him. "Sir, this is the daughter country of the Com Belt. Men can't come here. If you want to open a convenience store here, no one can buy the goods in it except women." "You're right, I don't want to end up selling S*X fun items, let's go to the beach now." Zhongshan finally came to the beach with Zioka, looking for a place with beautiful scenery, not too far from the daughter country. The land on Lily Island is vast. It would be good for me to be a neighbor with them here. He finally clicked on the convenience store system and received the free store presented by the system. Start building. With Zhongshan's order, countless wood and stones appeared out of thin air, paved the foundation, and built the house. It didn't take a while to build an antique 3-story Hyuxia-style attic. At the same time, the surrounding site has also undergone great changes. The vegetation, flowers, bamboo, and blue stone paths have become a beautiful and harmonious holy land in an instant. Every grass and every tree is a scenery. This is really a good thing. After entering the convenience store, I found that there are many wooden shelves on the first floor with some slightly precious things, such as sea stone. Sea stone is the crystal of the sea. Once the demon fruit power touches it, it will enter a state of weakness. Of course there are some rare treasures, but compared to the second floor, the things here are simply garbage. The first floor is the treasures owned by the pirate world, and the second floor is the goods that have never been owned. All come from the system. The Devil Fruit experience card is like a big row. It is divided into 3 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour, and so on. There is also the realization of buyer's wishes and the sale of intelligence, which is also considered a transaction. As for the third floor, it's where I live. The kitchen and bathroom are all available, and they're all modern equipment. It's really cool. Zhongshan never thought that he could get such enjoyment after coming to Pirate World. But since he is a businessman, of course businessmen are here to enjoy life. Just as he was lying on the big soft bed, the system sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully establishing a convenience store and qualifying for the lottery. Do you want to start the lottery? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a copy of Longwei. The release of Longwei can convince all beasts. Even the sea kings of the Com Belt will be afraid of Longwei. Zhongshan's mouth twitched. System, can we take dim sum? There is a lottery turntable or something in the lottery. You actually gave the reward directly. The system thinks it's unnecessary to go through this process and waste time. I'm going to tell you about this. The lottery is a very exciting process. With that waiting time, it can become more fun. You don't surprise me at all. System. Zhongshan didn't stop and said, "Are you saying what I said is right? Just treat it as my complaint, and you can optimize it next time. Even if it's not a turntable, let's flip through the Jugaga assembly. Can't open the box again? In short, we need to add some fun, so that we can catch the appetite of others. Only by understanding this can we become a successful businessman." The system may have been annoyed by Zhongshan's words, and said, "Play if you like it, and leave if you don't. The system will close the lottery function." Zhongshan broke into a cold sweat when he heard it. "Don't. I'm just joking with you, don't be angry." He never thought that this system even had such an IQ, it was a husky. Just when Zhongshan was thinking this way, a husky option suddenly appeared in the system commodity bar, and it only required 1 member point. Ding! The system has optimized the system according to the host's memory. The suggestion made by the host is effective for the system, and a husky will be rewarded. Go to the host and be happy in the future. Then, a husky really appeared beside Zhongshan, looking at him shaking his head. Zhongshan burst into tears when he saw this. FK. This is the world of pirates. You give me a husky, it's useful. PS It's really unkind to read books and not collect them. Asterisk. Chapter 5 The First Business, for Flowers. For collection. It's the first time I've seen such 2 wolves. Margaret, who came here, looked at Erha, who was chasing after her tail, with a solemn expression. Zhongshan is very worried that Erha will dismantle his convenience store in 2 days, but since the system has delivered it, it can only be accepted. Don't worry about him, you came to me, but what do you need? Margaret said, No, I just want to ask, why are you not afraid of Marrow Mellow of Lady Empress? Zhongshan listened to this with a solemn expression. After he came to this world, he was between reality and virtuality. In other words, his body can be digitized and virtualized. Of course, the Queen's moves can't make the virtual body petrify. Of course, his avatar is immune to not only the Queen's moves, but also more things, even physical attacks. You just need to think that this is one of my abilities. Since you are here, you can't go back empty-handed. Come and buy something so that my shop can open. Zhongshan rubbed his hands together and looked at Margaret with the face of a profiteer. Simple Margaret nodded. She had never seen such a novel convenience store, so she naturally had to take a good look around. It's just that when she saw the price of the product, her whole face turned green. It's so expensive. Why don't you go grab it? How is it possible? The prices of all the items in the store are so innocent. The cheapest one needs 100,000 Baileys. That's too much. And it's not what I need. Zhongshan said, all members of the 9 Snakes want to be a member of the 9 Snakes Pirates. Although you are a National Guard, you are still a long way from becoming a member of the 9 Snakes Pirates. In that case, how about I help you fulfill your dream? Margaret's eyes straightened. What are you saying is true? The women here are simply unable to resist this temptation. Of course it's true. There is a genetic optimization solution in my convenience store, which can triple your physical fitness. With your strength, you can become a member of the pirates after you triple your strength. He directly took out the genetic optimization solution in the convenience store, which showed that the origin was unknown, and it was worth 30 member points. It could only be used for sale. If the host used it by himself, 30 member points would be deducted. How much? I bought it. 50W Bailey. The exchange ratio between member points and Bailey is 1:10,000, and the extra 20W Bailey is the handling fee. Margaret fell silent for a moment. I don't have that much money. How much do you have? It's only about 18W, and it took me many years to save it. Zhongshan thought about it and said, "Well, I'll pay you in installments. You pay 30% first, and then pay off the remaining 35W within 5 years, and you have to pay 10W interest." In order to sell something, Zhongshan also worked hard and even paid out installments. Of course, this is also allowed by the system. Margaret hesitated. Think about how much you get paid as a guard for protecting the country, and how generously you get paid for being a pirate. Maybe you can pay off all your loans in less than a year. Margaret thought for a while, and finally nodded heavily. Wanted. Okay. I like your happiness. Come on, this is an installment contract. I owe it. If you can't do it, you will work for me in your next life until it's over. Without thinking, Margaret signed the agreement. The temptation to become a member of the 9 Snake Pirates is a huge temptation for any 9 snakes. After the agreement is signed, it is finally turned into a light blue light and stored in the system. If the contracting party dares to go back on it, then the price is not intended to be huge. After paying the money, Margaret couldn't wait to drink the genetic optimization solution. In just a few breaths, she felt a rapid breakthrough in her physical fitness. Every muscle in her body was shaking. Tripled. And is still growing slowly. You didn't lie to me, you are really kind. The simple Margaret gave Zhongshan a big hug, and he was almost out of breath when the 2 majestic rabbits overwhelmed him. Okay, hurry up and go back to work and try to pay back the money as soon as possible. Zhongshan lightly patted her elastic little butt, which made Margaret blushed, but she, who had never touched a man, didn't care about it, and disappeared happily in his sight. At this moment, the sound of the system interrupted Zhongshan's thoughts again. Congratulations to host for completing the first task, and successfully completing a deal, and getting a chance to draw. After Zhongshan heard the system's voice, he was in a good mood. After completing a transaction, you can still get a lottery, which is obviously a better thing. It's just that when the sound of the system sounded again, his whole face went black. Ding, the focus is on participation. Unfortunately, host didn't win any prizes. Special meow. What the hell is participation? At this time, the system sound is ringing again. Ding. Friendly reminder, host has bad luck today, be careful when you do things. I'm unlucky, you Melgub. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. He yelled at the system, and then heard a whistling from the sky, and then a small black spot smashed towards the convenience store at a high speed. If you hit the convenience store, the hard-built store will probably collapse. Asterisk. Chapter 6 The Fallen Straw Hat Boy, for collection. 4 flowers. Boom. Jian Niang Zioka waved her tang saber and flew into the air, slapped the person who fell and flew out, and fell obliquely into the sea. Fortunately I didn't hit the convenience store, otherwise I'd kill someone. Zhongshan felt that his luck was not so bad. But soon, he discovered that the person who flew down from the air actually sank into the sea and couldn't emerge. He has seen several huge sea kings swim towards the man's location. Damn! In front of me, you dare to be ruthless. You are lucky today, boy, you met me, otherwise you wouldn't know how to die. Zhongshan jumped directly into the sea and lifted the person in the water directly. The sea kings had already swam here quickly, but when they saw Zhongshan's cold, ruthless, and noble eyes, they quietly fled into the distance. This is Longwei. Longwei is invisible and invisible, but in the eyes of these sea kings, it is the most terrifying existence in the world, and they dare not provoke them. Zhongshan took the drowning man directly out of the water, only to realize that he was so familiar with this Straw Hat Boy that he couldn't be more familiar with it. Luffy. Zhongshan looked up and down the Straw Hat Boy, as if he had got some kind of treasure. At this time, Luffy should have been photographed by the violent Kun Bartholomew Kuma and photographed in the daughter country, and he was completely separated from his friends. Zhang Shan tried hard to recall the plot of One Piece. According to the following plot, it should be Luffy who met the Empress and finally helped him go to the deep-sea prison and participate in the Summit War. However, who brought me to this world? After all, things changed because of me. Zhang Shan shook Luffy awake with a smile. This will definitely be a big customer of his convenience store in the future. Soon, Luffy was awakened by Zhang Shan. Where is this? Where is my buddy? Luffy couldn't help asking. This is Lily Island, the country of the daughter. I'm Zhang Shan. I just saved you. Zhang Shan introduced casually. At this time, Luffy was a little sad, but when he saw that the note in his hand had left the meeting place, he finally turned into a hippie smile. Thank you, do you have a boat? I want to find my partner. At this point, his stomach suddenly growled. I'm hungry, is there anything to eat here? No, I'm afraid we need to hunt some game, there is sea here, we can fish sea kings to eat. Luffy collapsed directly, okay, that's it. But when he got to the beach, he frowned, I'm afraid of the sea. This is a side effect of taking devil fruit and cannot swim at all. Zhang Shan laughed. I was there. His body changed at this moment, between the virtual and the real, light and light without the slightest weight, walking directly on the sea water with both feet. Luffy's eyes almost popped out. Zhang Shan, it's really amazing that you can walk on water. The Straw Hat Boy made no secret of his admiration for Zhang Shan. Small idea. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth, but he was depressed when he saw the surrounding sea kings fleeing when they met him. This long way is so powerful. After going into the sea, not only did the sea kings run out, but not even a single crab was seen. Sure enough, as the system said, it's going to be bad luck today. At this moment, Luffy grabbed Urha and shouted happily. Zhang Shan, I caught a wolf. We ate some. When Zhang Shan saw Urha being rubbed constantly by him, he was shocked and hurriedly rescued Urha. This is my pet, and I can't eat it yet. I am afraid that this world is the only one. Although he always commits to, he is also a very funny dog. Luffy is very sorry, I have never seen this thing, otherwise I can taste what it tastes like. Urha, who was hiding behind Zhang Shan, was ruthless and sneakily bit Luffy's hand, but Luffy was a rubber man, so he couldn't bite no matter how hard he bit, but he pulled Luffy's arm far away. Luffy flicked his arm lightly, and Urha was directly smashed into the tree. What a stupid dog! Nonsense, he's not stupid, can he be called Urha? In the end, the food problem was solved by Jian Niang Zioka. The two had enough to eat and drink, and burped with satisfaction before Zhang Feng really went to talk business with Luffy. I know you need a boat to find friends. It just so happens that in my convenience store, there are many boats, even warships, you can pay for them. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he handed the already printed photo of the ship to Luffy to watch. Luffy looked at the huge battleship, and saliva almost came out. You have a big ship here. Bigger than a marine warship. You're only looking at destroyers. I have bigger cruisers and more battleships here. It's all made of iron. It must be made of iron. Whoever is not pleasing to the eye, as long as you hit it lightly, it is guaranteed to sink in an instant. This boat is so handsome. I want it. How much? Zhang Shan looked at the Straw Hat Boy who was drooling at the photo, with a sly smile on the corner of his mouth. Small children are so deceiving. Asterisk. Chapter 7 The Straw Hat Girl, for collection. 4 flowers. No pirate in this world, even the mighty marine, can resist the temptation of the ships in the convenience store. As for the price, this lowest level Muramame class destroyer is twice the size of the marine battleship, and I won't charge you more. It's only 2 billion Baileys. As for this most advanced cruiser, it is 20 times larger than the marine battleship. It is a fortress wandering on the sea, and the price is only 200 billion baileys. Zhang Shan quoted the prices one by one. Although it is a bit premium based on the price of the system, who made this world without such ships? Now he is a complete monopoly. In the monopoly state, he only received 20% of the commission, which is already very conscientious. But Luffy was about to faint. So expensive? Thousand Sunny only used 200 million baileys. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth. I know that your Thousand Sunny has just finished coding and is going to New World, but wouldn't it be more hacky to drive over any ship here? Let's do it. You can replace any ship here with your Thousand Sunny, and I will give you 200 million bailey for your Thousand Sunny. Luffy was heartbroken. As a pirate, who doesn't want to own a big pirate ship? Besides, even if the Wan Liang was compared with the lowest Murasame class, it was slag in seconds. The Murasame class destroyer does not need sails, and its speed is at least 5 times that of the Jinwan. You need to discuss with my partner. Can you send me to find my partner? In Zhang Shan's mind, the first reaction was that this trip would cost a lot, but if he thought about it again, if he made a business, all the money would come back. I can indeed send you there, but I think you should have more important things right now. Zhang Shan said here, his expression became obviously serious. Luffy wondered, is there anything more important than finding my partner? As far as I know, the Fire Fist Porghast Ace has been defeated by Blackbeard and is now locked in marine prison Impel Down. The Whitebeard pirates have assembled all the pirates and are ready to fight Marine. Rescue Fire Fist Ace. Although Zhang Shan didn't see any newspapers about Ace's imprisonment, he knew that the biggest role of Luffy's coming to the daughter country was to go to Impel Down with the help of the Queen to rescue Ace. When Luffy heard Zhang Shan's words, his eyes instantly turned red. You. What you said is true. Of course it's true. Ace he's my brother. Luffy roared frantically. Can you lend me a boat? I'm going to Impel Down. But Zhang Shan suddenly fell silent. After he found out that he came to the world of pirates, the time has changed. Originally, the Empress did not come back until a few days after Luffy came to the daughter country. But now, after the Empress came back, Luffy was photographed here. I can indeed send you to Impel Down as soon as possible, but I don't know when Ace will be executed. Luffy grabbed Zhang Shan's arm and said eagerly, can't we go now? If the time is not right, accidents are likely to occur. Now the newspaper that records the execution time should be in Granny New's hands. We should hurry to find her. Zhang Shan suggested, and at this time Luffy took out a corner of paper that was about to burn out from his straw hat, his expression extremely solemn. This is your brother's life paper. It seems that things are really urgent. Let's hurry. Luffy pulled Zhang Shan's arm and was about to run out, but was stopped by Zhang Shan. Wait, this is the daughter country, if you go, they will kill you, you need to become a woman. What? Become a woman? I don't want it. Just fool around, it won't take too long, but you need to pay me 120,000 bailey. I don't have that much on me, only 40,000. Sign an installment agreement with me and pay me back. Zhang Shan did not hesitate to resort to installment payment again. He knew that Luffy was never short of money, and the wealth left to him by others was already counting in billions. Luffy signed without thinking. Zhang Shan spent 10 membership points directly from the convenience store to redeem the Seduction Experience card. Hokage Naruto creates his own ninjutsu and can transform into a stunning beauty or a handsome man. It lasts for 6 hours. When he took out the experience card, he realized that his membership point had risen by 6 points. System, why has my membership point increased? If the host does not sell a product, the system will give the host a tenth of the rebate. Zhang Shan's heart was about to fly when he heard this. If he really sold a battleship, how much would he be refunded? Of course, the most important thing at the moment is Luffy. He suddenly slapped the experience card on Luffy, and before Luffy could react, his body changed dramatically. The Straw Hat Boy has become a Straw Hat Girl. Front and back, warped. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Luffy's Request. Luffy touched his hungry and was shocked when he saw Eggy that had disappeared. What did you do to me? Don't worry, it only takes 6 hours to transform, and then you will recover. Zhang Shan instinctively patted Luffy's shoulder, only to find that his skin was slippery. No, I can't watch it anymore. Zyoka quickly finds him something to wear. It's okay to be naked like this. When Luffy got dressed, his whole face turned green. Lace edge. Can you change it for me? Zhang Shan patted his shoulder enthusiastically. It's okay, I wore this when I first came here. In his hands, Luffy had no right to struggle at all. At this time, Luffy has automatically classified Zhang Shan as the most dangerous person. Even if you offend the 7 warlords of the sea, even if you offend the 4 emperors, you must not offend Zhang Shan. Who knows when he will suddenly turn you into a woman? In that case, it's better to die. For some enthusiastic Luffy, it is still difficult to accept the matter of becoming a Straw Hat Girl. Especially after entering the city, the girls in the daughter country looked at her obsessed eyes, and even wanted him to find a hole to drill down. God! Are they trying to eat me? The beauty transformed by seduction is indeed very attractive to anyone. Zhang Shan said, don't worry. You are the man who wants to become the Pirate King. How can you be afraid of the sight of these people? But I'm a woman now. Besides, how can you walk here in a grand manner? Don't you let men come. I'm privileged in this country. In fact, originally Luffy should have this privilege, but now it has become Zhang Shan's. It didn't take long for the two to come to Granny Nu and see Granny Nu reading the newspaper there. Mr. Nu, I want to know how long it will be until Ace's execution. When Granny Nu saw Zhang Shan, there was more respect in her eyes. Lord Zhang Shan, I didn't expect you to know about this too. Ace will be publicly executed at Marineford at Naval Headquarters, probably just over 6 days away. Luffy hurriedly said, how long does it take to get to Sabayati Archipelago from here? About a week or so. How about going to Impel Down? It will also take a week, but if it is a marine warship, 4 days will suffice. Why are marines so fast? With a smile on the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth, he explained to Luffy, that is the ocean current dedicated to world government by Marine Master. An ice lobby, Impel Down, and Marine Headquarters are connected by the huge Uzumaki. By becoming the Gate of Justice, the huge gate, you can enter it. If the door is not opened, it can only circulate in the Uzumaki, and the pirate ship can't get in, so naturally it can only take a detour. Granny Nu's gaze towards Zhang Shan became more respectful. Mr. Zhang Shan is very knowledgeable. She wants to go to Impel Down, and I'm afraid she needs the help of Lord Shirji to do it. Right now, Marine is summoning the 7 warlords of the sea, and there is a marine warship waiting for Lord Snake. Zhang Shan shook his head and said, it's a pity that Lord Shirji is not willing to go. Besides, as my ship, even if it takes a detour, it will only take 3 days to reach Impel Down. Granny Nu was completely shocked. How can there be such a fast boat? Zhang Shan smiled, his boat was indeed so fast. You must know that even the ship's hull is still made of wood. But she is a battleship with a steam turbine after all. This is more than twice as fast as those pirate ships that rely on sails. This is the technical advantage. After listening to Zhang Shan's words, Luffy looked excited and knelt down directly at Zhang Shan, please help me. Zhang Shan touched his chin and said, I can indeed help you, but we need to wait here for a day before setting off. He did this because he had his own plans. He knew very well that Ace ended up dead in the end. And he thinks that saving Ace might be a good business, but he doesn't have enough membership points right now. If you go to participate in that war, you can only guarantee that you will not die. After waiting for a day, I just want to get a membership point from my daughter's country, and then go there. In the daughter country, the richest person is undoubtedly the female Emperor Boya. But at this point Luffy interrupted his thoughts. I beg you, set off as soon as possible, you help me, I will definitely thank you well. Zhang Shan helped Luffy up and said seriously, before we save your brother, we should make preparations. Besides, the best way is to take a warship. Only in this way can you deceive Marine and open the door of justice. No matter what, we need to find Empress Boya first. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Getting Rich, 4 Flowers. 4 Collections. Luffy was eventually left in the convenience store by Zhang Shan. I want to go with you to see the Empress. He will kill you when he sees you. I'm a woman now. You are too beautiful now, and because of her jealousy, she will still kill you. Although Empress Boya is considered the #1 beauty, Naruto's seduction technique is also unusually hacky. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhang Shan didn't want Luffy to meet the Empress. After all, the Empress fell in love with Luffy in the end. But right now, the Empress should focus more on herself. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth. Just as he was about to meet the Empress, the entire 9 snakes went crazy in an instant. Margaret passed the strength test of the 9 snake pirates and became a member of the 9 snake pirates. From now on, we will call her Lord Margaret. And Margaret, who was surrounded at this time, looked shy. Mr. Zhang Shan's convenience store is really good. I only bought a bottle of genetic optimization solution, and my strength has tripled. And I think the power of the medicine has not stopped, and my strength will continue to grow. When she finished saying this, all the women in the daughter country went crazy. Becoming a member of the 9 snake pirates is the dream of all of them. For a time, they swarmed to the convenience store outside the city. Before Zhang Shan could go out, he was surrounded by a large number of women. Lord Zhang Shan, we need that potion from Margaret. We want to become members of the 9 snake pirates. Hurry up and sell it to me, Lord Zhang Shan. These women are crazy at this time. Zhang Shan looked at the blocked door, full of helplessness. It seems that I will be able to see the Empress later. He is a businessman. Of course, the most important thing is to make money. Moreover, if he earns enough membership points, he can exchange for more useful things. Women, sure enough, go crazy for shopping. In just 3 hours, Zhang Shan was returned to more than 800 member points by the system. Until the genetic optimization liquid in the convenience store was sold out for the time being, his member store had accumulated 866 points. Best of all, these women paid all in cash. Women are indeed the richest creatures. Zhang Shan is extremely satisfied with this business, and with the extra profit, he has accumulated a lot of wealth in his hands. Roughly cooked, there are more than 30 million Baileys. Although it is still much worse than the pirates' plunder, it is also quite an amazing wealth. These more than 30 million are enough for me to exchange more than 3,000 membership points. I hope they will not call me a profiteer. After dealing with the convenience store, he went to the palace where Snake G was alone. At this time, it was the dead of night, but Empress Boya still chose to summon her. You've got personal attention for selling a lot of junk in my country. I just want to help Lady Empress increase the strength of the 9 snakes. Having a concubine in the 9 snakes is enough. The strength of the team is even more important. Empress Boya leaned over and stared at Zhang Shan seriously. The meaning of concubine is that you should pay 10% of the tax. There was a sneer at the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth. Even celestial dragons will never take a copper from me. Empress Boya's pupils tightened suddenly, as if recalling some kind of terrifying event. Arrogant. Celestial dragons are nobles in the world, no one can go against the will of celestial dragons. Zhang Shan smiled lightly. In my eyes, they are just a group of self-proclaimed greatness, but in fact they are the biggest garbage in the world. If they dare to stop me from making a fortune, I don't mind sweeping away this rubbish." Empress Boya's expression became solemn. She knew better how powerful celestial dragons really was, and she only thought that Zhang Shan had no idea what the sky was. "If you're here just to brag with your concubine, leave as soon as possible." Zhang Shan took a step forward. "I'm here to do business with Lady Empress and help her to get rid of the curse." The Empress' pupils shrank and her expression was sharp. "What do you know?" Her eyes were already burning with anger. She would rather die than let others know what her back is, and they have always called it a curse to the people. Whoever sees it will be petrified. In fact, on their backs are the shameful marks they will remember all their lives. Zhang Shan took another step forward. "It may be difficult for anyone to remove the celestial dragon's slave mark, the hoof of the sky serpent. But for me, there is no problem at all. P.S. Guaranteed 3 shifts every day. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Doing Business with Snake Princess. I can help Lady Empress to remove the mark behind you, so that you can completely get rid of the shadow of celestial dragons." Zhang Shan told the truth calmly, but the face of Empress Boya changed dramatically. "Shut up! I don't need you to take care of the concubine's affairs. Besides, why should the concubine believe you?" Zhang Shan knew that he was stinging the Empress' wound, but so what? Facts will come to an end. I can guarantee that no one will know about this after you remove the mark. His eyes were sincere, staring at Empress Boya's eyes. Even though she was full of anger, he still stubbornly refused to retreat. Empress Boya finally loosened up and sighed, her expression decadent. "Do you want to use the sun mark to completely cover this Tian Xianglong's hoof like the sun pirates?" Zhang Shan said directly, "My convenience store sells super strength skin repairing liquid. Even if the scar is large in size, it can be restored to its original state after use. My concubine is all over the world. Why have I never heard of this kind of thing? In the convenience store I run, there are countless rare treasures, and most of the empresses don't know them. For example, the gene optimizer, the empresses have never heard of it." When Zhang Shan said this, he also thought to himself, "Don't say you don't know the things in the convenience store, I don't even know where they come from." Empress Boya thought of Margaret's change, and finally believed Zhang Shan's words. "Okay. The concubine believes you once." Zhang Shan took out the super skin repairing liquid directly from the convenience store system, which is contained in a wooden box, and the liquid, body, is packed in a delicate porcelain bottle, which is extremely beautiful. This super strong skin repair liquid is enough for Lady Empress to repair, but Lady Empress, you need to pay me 3 million baileys. Empress Boya was furious. "You actually talked about money with your concubine. I also asked the Empress to forgive me, I am a businessman after all. If it really has the effect you said, you will naturally be indispensable. Sorry, I never take credit here. This bottle of gene repair solution requires a full 200 membership points. This is not a small amount for him now." Empress Boya gritted her teeth and recognized it, and ordered someone to hand over the money to Zhang Shan, only to find that Zhang Shan waved it, and the pile of bailey disappeared instantly. But this hand made Empress Boya face it. "You took all that money. It's natural. I'm a businessman, and naturally I have a way to carry money with me, let alone the 3 million. Even if you give me 30 billion, I will accept it." Listening to Zhang Shan's boast, the Empress waved her hand impatiently. "Hurry up and repair your concubine body. If you don't achieve the effect you said, your concubine body will not spare you." When Empress Boya said this, she gently untied her belt and took off her clothes. Her skin is more delicate and beautiful than white porcelain, and her arrogant double peaks are even more tempting and criminal. It's not bad that she is the #1 beauty in the pirate world. At this close distance, I can't help this temptation. Zhang Shan was inevitably a little distracted, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and lifted the hair on the Empress's back. "It's still me who gave the medicine for her Lady Empress. The effect is the best. Empress Boya gritted her teeth and finally nodded. She never allowed other men to touch her, but facing Zhang Shan behind her, she always had an inexplicable feeling. Maybe it's a good feeling. She had never seen a man who dared to despise celestial dragons, nor a man who could keep his manners in front of her. Zhang Shan's palm, which was smeared with the skin-repairing liquid, finally landed on the mark of the Tianxiang dragon's hoof. Unlike the tender touch around it, the scar on the imprint is extremely rough and uneven. What kind of humiliation did you suffer when you were a child? The palm that had been smeared with the repairing liquid was gently smeared on the mark, as if stroking, causing Empress Boya's body to tremble slightly. A strange feeling flowed from the bottom of her heart to her whole body, making her skin a little hot, and she knew if it was because of the real effect of the skin-repairing liquid, the skin there was even warmer. When Zhang Shan took his hand away, the crispy, numb feeling from her back made her feel comfortable, and she couldn't help groaning, but finally lowered her head coquettishly, shyly. At this time, the two imperial sisters who were also standing behind her had already completely exclaimed. "Sister! That mark, actually disappeared." Both Sandersonia and Marigold were so frightened that their jaws dropped. Asterisk. Chapter 11. Let's go. Go to Impel Down. The three sisters of the Empress all became the slave toys of celestial dragons when they were young. Celestial dragons even gave them sweet fruit and snake fruit for the joy of playing. But even if they are capable, they still can't get rid of the nightmare from celestial dragons, and the slave mark on their backs makes them unable to let go for the rest of their lives. But now, Zhang Shan has helped her to remove the mark, which is equivalent to helping her remove the bloody scar in her heart. Really good. Really good. The excited Snake Ji couldn't help giving Zhang Shan a big hug, even she forgot that she hadn't put on clothes yet. "Zhang Shan, concubine. I like you." Zhang Shan couldn't keep his restraint any longer. Her Lady Empress's beauty was, of course, too great. He lightly patted the Empress on the shoulder. The touch without the imprint is naturally incomparable. But fortunately, he still kept his composure. Apart from helping the three sisters to remove the imprint, he still had important things to do here. "Lord Empress, if your two younger sisters want to remove the imprint, they only need to continue to buy 2 copies from me, but right now I have something I want to ask Empress. If you have any needs, just say, the concubine will definitely satisfy you." Having said this, the Empress lowered her head blushing. "I think Lady Empress will take me on a marine warship to Impel Down." "What? My sister will never go to participate in the marine war." "No. It's still dangerous there." Before Hancock could speak, her 2 younger sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, denied it. But Boa Hancock's eyes glowed with spring. "Mr. Zhang Shan wants to do it, and the concubine will naturally give her all to help, so I will inform Marine." "Sister. You." Her 2 younger sisters wanted to stop, but were interrupted directly by the Empress Hancock. "I'm willing to do everything for Lord Zhang Shan." Zhang Shan knew in his heart that at this time, he might have replaced Luffy as Hancock's sweetheart. This is really good. Thinking about the dignified pirate world's #1 beauty who has a crush on herself, how cool is this? But right now, helping Luffy get to prison is the most important thing. Soon, Hancock called the Marine Vice Admiral Weasel, and the Weasel parked in the comm belt finally saw new hope. After a phone call with Marine headquarters, the Marine Vice Admiral Weasel on the other end finally determined that the Empress Snake had the right to visit Impel Down Prison and visit Ace. When Hancock told Zhang Shan about this, Zhang Shan remained calm. "Lord Zhang Shan already knew that the Weasel would agree to me. Marine is facing the most powerful pirate group Whitebeard, and you are undoubtedly a huge fighting force for Marine, and they have to come to win over." After Hancock heard Zhang Shan's words, he became even more adoring. "Then when do we leave?" "I'm going to bring a friend of mine." Zhang Shan and Hancock agreed on the departure time and went back to the convenience store. "Luffy, I've already talked to Lady Empress and I'm going to set off for Impel Down. Really? That's great. But before you go, you need to be wronged. Zhang Shan spent 300 member points in a heartache to buy a mini space bag in the convenience store. Although the bag is only the size of a palm, it has a room the size of a room, allowing Luffy and Zhang Shan to hide in it for the time being. 300 membership points is really heart-wrenching, but I will definitely earn more membership points this trip to Impel Down. In this regard, Zhang Shan is very confident. At the same time, Zhang Shan also exchanged a large number of Baileys for membership points. In the end, he redeemed a full 4,000 membership points. And there are more than 2 million Baileys left. Zyoka, bring Urha into the space bag, this place is going to be closed for a while. Although Zhang Shan was a little reluctant, but after thinking that he would definitely gain more from participating in this war, he decisively clicked the shutdown status on the system. When they went out, the entire convenience store was covered with a transparent mask and entered a state of protection. Afterwards, Zhang Shan took Urha and brought Zyoka and Luffy to the port. At this point, Hancock was waiting for them on the boat. When these women saw Luffy, they were hostile, but because Zhang Shan was here, they were very helpless. "It's him that you want to help?" Hancock asked with a frown. "Well, this time, I have to go. Have you figured out how to get into the warship?" Zhang Shan secretly took out the space bag and put Luffy Zyoka Urha directly in it. "I'll hide here when I get on the boat, you just have to take it with you." Hancock looked adored. There will always be many magical things around Lord Zhang Shan, which will surprise the concubine. Asterisk. Chapter 12. Of course you need money for meals, for flowers, for collections. With the warm farewell from the women of the Nine Snakes, Hancock and Zhang Shan finally got on the boat. It didn't take long for Zhang Shan and Hancock to see the marine warship that had been petrified except for the Vice Admiral Weasel. The Weasel can avoid your petrification, and it is indeed a character. Hancock smiled charmingly and said, "It's because my concubine didn't want to petrify him, it's not because I can't. It's time for us to get on the warship. You have to hide." "Of course it's fine." Zhang Shan went directly into the space bag, and at this moment Luffy inside was munching on the food that Zhang Shan was carrying. "It's so refreshing, I like eating something so enjoyable the most," Luffy exclaimed, but Zhang Shan just sat by the side and sipped tea quietly. "Luffy, you really are always this optimistic, but there's something to tell you. I can help you save people, but everything I do is business. You pay me. As for me sending you to Impel Down, it's like I kindly help you and don't charge you any money, but if you want to break through the hell of Impel Down, I have to charge an appropriate fee for each floor, otherwise I'll be at a loss. I can even help you save Ace in the end. As for the cost, you have to be mentally prepared." Zhang Shan always felt that Luffy would eventually do this business with him. Otherwise, even if Whitebeard attacked Marine himself, Ace would end up dead. "Haha. If I need it, I will find you as soon as possible, but why do you choose to be a businessman? Why don't you become our partner? Being a pirate is cool and unrestrained, how happy it is." Zhang Shan said, "I don't like fighting and killing. Besides, after you have opened up a new route, the best way to use it is to do business. It is not to plunder and oppress. Only when everyone trades freely can they benefit from each other and finally usher in peace." Luffy was confused. "I don't understand what you mean, I only know that businessmen in this world will only be plundered by pirates and squeezed by the world government." "But you are already my friend of Luffy, who dares to do anything, I'll find an answer for you." There was also a smile on Zhang Shan's face. "In this world, whoever dares to attack me is really courting death. If I get serious, even myself, I don't know how terrible I will become." He is not just talking big words, there are too many great things in the convenience store. Although the time of many devil fruit experience cards is very short, the battle between the masters is enough to decide the winner in a short moment. Of course, the most important thing is to have enough membership points, but the current 4,000 membership points are enough for him to spend a while. Luffy rubbed his head and laughed. You will use me sooner or later, because I will definitely be the Pirate King. Zhang Shan smiled. I'll wait for you. How did he not know that Luffy would become the Pirate King? But he wants to transform this pirate world. Why should the merchants here be plundered and oppressed? Why has the businessman here never paid attention to it and considered it to be the most despicable business? Why can't he become the best businessman, stand above the pirates and the world government, and completely change the world? I will do it too. Zhang Shan smiled, still sipping the tea in his hand calmly. Only Zioka saw through his thoughts and became more in awe of his gaze. Many people think it's too vain to talk about dreams, but they never do anything for them. Whether it's an adult or Luffy, they will burn everything for their dreams. Zioka respectfully said, while Luffy was there to feast. Zhang Shan felt that if Luffy continued to eat like this, he would be poor, so he took him directly to the room where Snake G was. Hurry up and get these marines some more food. Snake G did it without thinking, and a large amount of food was sent into the room. The marines were overwhelmed. Can Lord Snake G eat so much? If we continue to deliver, we will have nothing to eat. But they were glanced at by the Empress. If you don't have anything to eat, then go and starve to death. A sentence that seemed extremely vicious, but it drove these marines completely crazy. For Lord Snake Princess, we would rather die. How much food is left? Bring it up. Zhang Shan looked at Snake G who came in, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. It is not easy for Snake Princess to obtain these foods. Finally, he turned his eyes to Luffy, who was eating his food. Is it tasty? Good to eat. Then eat more, and sign this IOU by the way. When Luffy saw the IOU, he was completely dumbfounded. You have to pay for something to eat. This thing didn't come from the strong wind, of course it has to be paid, but I allow you to owe it first. Snake G on the side listened to this and admired Zhang Shan even more. It's okay, it's Mr. Zhang Shan that I like. Even if you ask for money, you have to be so graceful. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Infiltrate the Great Prison. 4 flowers. 4 collections. Luffy finally signed this IOU, and for him, it was only tens of thousands of Baileys. Zhang Shan accepted the IOU with satisfaction. If this continues, I'm afraid I will become Luffy's biggest creditor. Even if he becomes the Pirate King, he still owes me money. Zhang Shan is in a very good mood, while Hancock is very dissatisfied with Luffy who has been eating. Even if Zhang Shan receives an IOU, she has no good feelings for Luffy. To her, tens of thousands of Baileys are simply too small a number. I really don't understand why Zhang Shan is so happy. Afterwards, she started feeding Zhang Shan fruit in the room, which Zhang Shan readily accepted. This made Empress Hancock very happy. As for Luffy, who only knew how to eat, he didn't know that Zhang Shan had completely dug his corner. Maybe even if he knew, he wouldn't care, his mind was always on his brother Ace. After 4 days of wandering, the Marine Vice Admiral Weasel finally drove the warship to Impel Down. After passing through the door of justice, the hippie smiling Luffy finally became dignified. Let's go to the space bag to avoid it. After a few people hid, they were entered by the Empress Hancock into Impel Down. Deputy Warden Han Yabao and Warden Domino came to meet him. Everyone who comes to the big prison has to go through inspection, and the prisoners have to undergo 100-degree boiling water baptism, but Mr. Hancock is a guest, and there will be a special inspection room for inspection. Domino took Hancock directly into the examination room. Han Yabao watched from outside the door. I really don't know what Mr. Hancock looks like when he is examined. When I become the warden, Mr. Hancock will definitely marry me. Oops. I accidentally exposed my ambitions. At this time, Hancock, who took off his cape to check, stared at the video phone bug. On the other end, Marine looked expectant. "Master Hancock, please cooperate with the inspection," Domino reminded again, but the next moment, the Empress cast Marrow Mellow, directly petrifying Domino, and all the video phone bugs were also eliminated. Zhongshan and Luffy Zyoka walked out of it, while Urha was left inside. Urha is too stupid to break into this prison after all. Empress Hancock looked at Zhongshan solemnly. "My concubine can only send Lord Zhongshan here, and I hope Lord Zhongshan is careful in everything." Zhongshan took Hancock's palm easily. "Trust me. I will get out of here safely. Yet, my concubine believes in Lord Zhongshan." At this time, Zhongshan was also slightly excited. He is going to be the first intruder in the Impel Down prison. Then, he handed the space bag solemnly to Luffy. "You will take him out from the top in a while, and we will come out when you are in danger." Luffy solemnly took the space bag and climbed to the roof. Hancock quickly released Domino's petrified state, but the confused Domino thought that the inspection had been completed, and led Hancock out of the inspection room. Luffy took the space bag and went down the roof into the prison. After waiting for a relatively safe position, Zhongshan and Zyoka walked out of the space bag. "It won't be long before the guards in the prison find us, and the Empress will attract the managers of Impel Down, so that they have no time to react," Zhongshan said to Luffy seriously. "Do you know how we get down?" Luffy couldn't help asking Zhongshan. How to go faster is what he cares most about. At this moment, a sharp shout suddenly came from the prison. "Help!" Zhongshan's eyes lit up when he heard this. It's the voice of the clown Buggy. At this time, he is escaping from prison, and he will take us to find the location of the next layer of hell. Zhongshan, who has long been familiar with the pirate plot, naturally knows what to do next. Soon, he and Luffy meet the clown Buggy, who is being hunted by the jailer Blue Orangutan. When Buggy saw Luffy, he was shocked. "BD Straw Hat Boy, why are you here?" Then he looked at Zhongshan again. "Who is he? How can he be with you?" In the end, she turned her attention to Zyoka. "Beauty. It's too outrageous to be with the Straw Hat, so come with me." The next moment, he was directly grabbed by Zhongshan's neck and lifted the clown Buggy directly. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will sew your mouth." The clown Buggy turned pale when he saw Zhongshan and Luffy stop. "BD. Run away. There are blue orangutans. I don't want to die yet." Zhongshan glanced at the 5 blue orangutans chasing after him, his eyes full of contempt. "Little T. Kill them." "Yes. Your lord." The sword light came out of its sheath, and then the 5 orangutans were torn apart instantly. Seeing this, Zhongshan nodded with satisfaction. The strength of the ship's mother is really good. And the clown Buggy, who has been swallowing saliva in fright. Oops, falling into their hands seems more terrifying than entering this prison. Asterisk. Chapter 14 The Humiliated Clown Buggy, for collection. 4 flowers. The clown Buggy is a clown himself. Right now, he hasn't been ignited by Luffy's courage. The blue orangutan is indeed the most terrifying existence in this layer of prison. Zyoka easily eliminated the 5 blue orangutan, which has already made the clown Buggy feel great fear. "Straw Hat Boy. Get your partner to let me down. Let's work together to escape from here." Although the clown Buggy is afraid of Zhongshan, he is not afraid of Luffy, and even yells at Luffy at this time. Luffy touched his head with a smile, and said, "Just let him go." Zhongshan chuckled lightly and put the clown Buggy directly on the ground. "You are too timid. In fact, now I am just an ordinary person, and I have no ability to deal with capable people," Zhongshan said softly. It was only then that the clown Buggy noticed that Zhongshan had no ability at all. He could lift him up entirely by his aura and his own strength. He was not too heavy. It was precisely because Zioka brought him great fear that he was naturally afraid of Zhongshan. After seeing that Zhongshan was just an ordinary person, he felt greatly humiliated. "BD, how dare you humiliate me?" The face deformed by anger was extremely hideous, but after seeing Zioka behind Zhongshan take a step forward, he instinctively retreated. "It's all right, I'm joking. Let's figure out how to leave quickly." Luffy said, "We're not going up, we're going down." When Zhongshan said this, the clown buggy jumped up. "Nani? What?" Luffy said very firmly, "My brother Ace is locked in the 6th floor, I asked to save him." "What? Ace is your brother?" Zhongshan slapped the clown buggy on the head and interrupted him to continue, "I know you and Ace are drinking buddies, so go save him." The clown buggy was struggling, No. The 6 underground floors are all big murderers with a bounty of over 100 million. I will never go to death, I will escape. I have a clue to John's treasure here. If you go, I'll give you the clue, how about it?" Zhongshan took the pair of eyes that Nami gave him directly from Luffy's arm. After Luffy looked at the glasses, he smiled and scratched his head, "If you like it, I will give it to you." This sentence is said to Zhongshan. The clown buggy knew that this was true, and the whole person was bad. "Send me. Straw Hat. Straw Hat. As long as you send me, our previous grievance will be completely gone." Zhongshan waved his hand and said, "If you want, just go." In order to pursue the treasure for a long time, the clown buggy finally succumbed to Zhongshan's lewd power. "Okay. I'll take you there." Led by the clown buggy, they soon came to the entrance of Crimson Hell, a bottomless abyss. "Okay, I have brought you to the entrance of the next level of hell, can you give it to me?" But Zhongshan looked at the clown buggy's feet in Luffy's hands and smiled awkwardly. The clown buggy instinctively felt a hint of danger, and said, You, what do you want to do?" "Luffy, throw his feet down and hug his body." Luffy smiled and said, "Is this okay? In order to save your brother, cherish every second of time, execute." "No." Clown buggy felt that the man in front of him was a devil. And the Straw Hat Boy has thrown his feet down, and the two fell directly into the boundless hell. At this time, Zhongshan and Zioka looked at the jailers who were approaching here with a slight smile on their lips. "You guys are coming too slowly." The jailers shouted, "Surrender! Surrender now!" More prison guards reported through the phone bug. Report! Found intruder, identity unknown." Zhongshan didn't bother to look at them, but directly picked up Zioka, jumped into the entrance of the black hole, and fell at a rapid speed. "Let's go!" After seeing Crimson Hell, the clown's buggy and Luffy, who had fallen below, could not help but become very serious. "What's up with these sword-like trees and needle-like grass that can pierce your body?" "This is the first basement. Crimson Hell. With poisonous spiders crawling at their feet, prisoners driven by jailers, cut by sword tree leaves, pierced by needle worts, covered in blood, wounded by heart-piercing pain. It's so frustrating." "Then aren't we going to be stabbed?" "Shut up. We absolutely won't. Lord Buggy, I am a person who is torn apart." After the words fell, Buggy's feet had already landed on the ground, while Buggy's body was suspended in the air with Luffy on his back. But the next moment, the clown buggy let out a miserable howl and jumped up with his feet. "That BD! He threw my foot on the needle grass. It hurts to death. I want to see it. How can that BD face this crimson hell without Lord Buggy? Ha 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 ha. Thinking of that BD in pain. Lord Buggy is so happy. Ha ha ha. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Buggy Who Doubts Life. Zhongshan hugged Zioka and fell towards Crimson Hell at a high speed. The face of Zioka in his arms changed even more. "Sir, if you fall from such a high place, you will fall to your death." But Zhongshan is unusually peaceful. It doesn't matter. As long as I dare to jump, I have a way to deal with it. He said that. He has opened the convenience store system and clicked on the Chop Chop Fruit Experience card option. The 10-minute split fruit experience card actually requires 100 membership points. 10 minutes should be enough for me to reach the next level of hell. Use. At the moment, Zhongshan used the fragmented fruit experience card without thinking, and separated his feet from his legs and landed smoothly on the ground. On the other hand, Zhongshan was holding a small tea, suspended in mid-air, and never fell. This is the ability to split the fruit, and he is not afraid of the sword tree and the needle grass on the ground. Clown Hacky's eyes are bulging out. What the hell? Isn't every devil fruit unique? How could you be torn apart? Zhongshan glanced at the clown buggy lightly. That's because you ate fake ones. How is that possible? My feeling is not fake. I think yours is fake. What the hell are you? You were just an ordinary person. Luffy smiled and said, he was never an ordinary person, even the Sea Kings were afraid of him. Zhongshan said with a serious look, let's lead the way, we have to get out of here quickly. He took the split fruit, which is equivalent to spending money to buy ability. 100 member points is 100 W Bailey. It costs 100,000 Baileys in 1 minute. He didn't want to waste too much money talking shit to Buggy the Clown. However, he is also figuring out whether he is going to blackmail the clown Buggy with the glasses in his hands, and he can't lose money. However, the clown Buggy is very greedy for money, and it may not be easy to seize the wealth from him. But on the way to the second level of hell, he already had a rough idea. In about 5 minutes, they came to the entrance to the second floor Wild Beast Hell, and Luffy couldn't wait to jump down. Hey! Don't be in such a hurry, kid. But in the next moment, Buggy saw Zhongshan walk behind him, kicked him down with a kick. With me here, don't think about running away, it's useless. BD. Zhongshan. I remember you. You're more damn it than a straw hat. UBD. Zhongshan still had a smile on his mouth, and continued to jump down with Zyoka in his arms. How can you let you go so easily? When everyone fell on the second layer of hell, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Luffy took a lot of left and right, and said, it seems to be about safety here. The clown Buggy roared, what nonsense! This second layer of beast hell is full of ferocious beasts from the demon world. Eat people without spitting bones. Look, what is that? It's so cute. This is the little T, but suddenly turned around and looked at the little hippo on the ground. This hippo is too small, and it is a little bigger than a cat. It blinks with big eyes, and it is not cute. Luffy scratched his head and said, is this the beast of the demon world? But the next moment, the little wild horse suddenly opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow several people in one bite. Xiao Cha was frightened, and instinctively punched out, directly hitting the hippo's teeth. It's terrifying. Lord, help! But in a moment, the white fang of the hippo who was going to kill was completely broken, and the little hippo closed his mouth tiredly and ran away with tears. Clown Buggy swallowed. Is this a woman? It's a female Tyrannosaurus. From now on, you must not provoke him. But Zhongshan ignored it. Let's go quickly, hurry up to the next floor. But before he took a few steps, he encountered the demon beast, the double knife mantis. The mantis's double knives looked extremely sharp, and they stabbed directly into the ground in front of several people after dancing. But the next moment, the double knife mantis trembled. Haha, can't you pull it out? If you won't be handsome in the future, don't pretend to be B. Zhongshan led Luffy and left completely. But before he could walk a few steps, he encountered a rare beast that was always like a big chicken. The clown Buggy is shocked. This is a snake born from a chicken. The rare beast among the upgraded rare beasts, Buggy Risk. I didn't want to come to the second floor. I'm afraid I'm going to be eaten. Hurry up and escape. The clown buggy ran away unkindly, but he saw the other three standing still. Hey, Straw Hat, hurry up and run. But Luffy glanced at Zhang Shan. Compared to you, I trust him more. What are you afraid of? A smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth. It's not Luffy, we really don't need to run. He took a slight step forward and glanced at Buggy Risk at random, an invisible prestige that instantly spread out along his body. That is long way. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Fudge Mr. 3. The beast from the demon world is undoubtedly the most terrifying existence in this wild beast hell. This upgraded rare beast, Buggy, is undoubtedly a very terrifying existence. Otherwise, the clown Buggy wouldn't have run away at all. But for Zhang Shan, it was so simple. Get out of here. When Longwei was released, the terrifying chicken snake beast Buggy Risk backed away with a low moan, and then ran madly into the distance, as if seeing something terrifying. The clown Buggy's jaw has completely dropped to the ground. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, there is no way that even Buggy Risk is so afraid of him. Master Buggy also has the ability to be torn apart. Why isn't this monster afraid of Master Buggy? Countless questions arose in the bottom of the clown Buggy's heart. Zhang Shan urged Buggy, no beast dares to approach us here. Hurry up and lead the way and find the Sphinx. Oh. Let's hurry down. Luffy urged, dragging the clown Buggy to a speedy run. But at this moment, Zhang Shan remembered something and stopped suddenly. Etc. What's wrong? Luffy and Buggy were puzzled. And Buggy is full of anger. You are the one who let go, and you are the one who won't let go. What are you trying to do? Mr. 3 is on this floor. He will help us a lot. Luffy also stopped. What did you say? Mr. 3 is here. At this moment, a candle light suddenly ignited in the dimly lit space. Who is calling me? In a nearby prison, Canned Lemon Mr. 3, possessed by melting fruit, walked out slowly. When he saw the Straw Hat, the whole person burst into tears. Straw Hat boy! I didn't expect to see you here. For a time, Luffy and the Canned Lemon fell into the process of reminiscing. On the other hand, Zhang Shan hugged the clown Buggy, and the clown Buggy was so frightened that his body trembled. You, what do you want to do? Want this clue? Zhang Shan shook Luffy's glasses and said to Buggy. Buggy's eyes became hot. Think about it. Give it to me. Give it to me. But Zhang Shan put it away. You know I'm a businessman, pay enough price. I'll give it to you. You let me buy it. Of course. But I don't have any money right now. You can make an IOU. How about I want you 50 million Bailey? Do it or not? When the clown Buggy heard that he could get an IOU, the corner of his mouth evoked a gloomy sneer. 50 million? After I get the clues, I will default on the debt, so what can I do with me? And with it, I can abandon them and escape alone. Done. Soon, he signed an IOU with Zhang Shan. After signing the contract, the clown Buggy felt as if he was being controlled by Zhang Shan, and had an indescribable uncomfortable feeling. With a smile on the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth, he handed him the glasses. How could he not know the mind of the clown Buggy, but this IOU is the IOU of the system. With this IOU, if you dare to default, I can find you no matter where you go, and you can only be my slave in your next life. Zhang Shan said to the clown Buggy with a smile. At this moment, the clown Buggy feels that he is signing a contract with a terrifying demon at this time, and he will never be able to get rid of it from now on. At this point, Luffy and the Canned Lemon had finished their reminiscences. Go. Let's go to the third hell. Under the leadership of Canned Lemon Mr. 3, Zhang Shan and others soon found the Sphinx. The Sphinx is the boss of this second hell. A huge lion with a human face. Terrifying. Mr. 3 was so frightened that his nose flowed out. Straw Hat. Are you crazy? Come to it to find death. Did you not find that all the beasts that encountered us fled in a hurry on the way? If you think about it carefully, it seems like this: those beasts seem to have encountered some terrifying existence. That's because Zhongshan is there. Mr. 3 glanced at Zhongshan and said, he looks more like an ordinary person. Soon, his words were despised by the clown buggy, who would be torn apart and feared by these beasts. Could they be ordinary people? What a joke! Zhongshan took advantage of the situation and hugged Mr. 3's shoulder. Do you want to leave this hell? I dream of it. Give me 300,000 Baileys, and I promise you to go out. I have no money on me. You can owe. Soon, Zhongshan fooled Mr. 3 into signing an IOU. The clown buggy has a look of contempt. Although he admits that Zhongshan is terrifying like a demon, he believes that he can get out of here. In fact, Zhongshan knew that Buggy was a lucky pirate, and many prisoners here would go out. This 30W is equal to nothing. As for whether to admit it or not, the system's ES dare to deny. That is courting death. And after Mr. 3 was signed, he found out that something was wrong. He wanted to leave this place so much that Zhongshan said that if he let him leave safely, he owed 300,000. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but regret it. What happened just now? Why did you sign it out of nowhere? But while staying here, the sleeping human-faced lion was slapped by Zhongshan, and his expression gradually became angry. Asterisk. Chapter 17. Everything is in the plan. 4 flowers. 4 collections. Just when Zhongshan and others woke up the Sphinx, the video phone bug had completely captured Zhongshan and others. Report. Report. Found 3 intruders, and jailbreaker buggy. The identity of the intruder has been confirmed. It is Luffy with a reward of 300 million. The remaining 1 man and 1 woman, until the identity. Ask the warden for instructions. The warden Magellan, who was receiving the Empress Hancock, looked serious. When the queen on the side heard the report, she asked Magellan, Master prisoner, concubine wants to see the ace who put concubine into war sooner. Magellan is the strongest man in hell, but he can't resist Hancock's charm. Okay. Let's go now. For a time, there was no hell administrator to understand the intruders in hell. But the wardens of each level of hell were completely alert at this time, and were quietly deploying shocking force. Zhongshan woke up the Sphinx with a slap, and the clown buggy jumped up. What are you doing? Only it can take us to the next level. At this moment, the human-faced lion was completely angry. Zhejiang noodles. It waved its claws and slammed it down, and the whole prison shook. But Zyoka easily escaped with Zhongshan. The clown buggy was shocked when he saw this. Isn't he afraid of you? A smile appeared on the corner of Zhongshan's mouth. I want to play with it, but I don't want to scare it away. What? Playing with this big monster? You are crazy. The clown buggy couldn't understand Zhongshan's thoughts at all. On the other hand, Luffy stood by and geared up. I want to play too. But at this moment, Zhongshan shouted directly, Mr. 3, release the Waxman clone. Mr. 3 is still unknown. Why should I listen to you? But the next moment, he was kicked by Zhongshan to the ground of Sphinx's claws. Boy, I'm going to kill you. Mr. 3 shouted to use the Waxman clone to avoid the attack, and then used a large number of Waxmen to surround the Sphinx. Since you want to play, let's have fun. Cold noodles. Wonton noodles. Boom, boom. Every time the Sphinx called out a face name, it would be accompanied by a terrifying claw. At this time, Zhongshan had already caught Luffy. He knew that the ground would be smashed by the Sphinx in the next moment, and he, who had experienced failure at the moment, would only fall to his death if he fell. So standing beside the straw hat with Zyoka behind him would be very safe indeed. Sure enough, after the Sphinx bombarded for a while, a huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground, followed by a rapid collapse, and everyone fell down with the Sphinx. I don't know how long before there was a roar from below, and Sphinx stuck his tongue out and fell to the ground. Boom! Immediately following, Luffy was ready to land gracefully because of Zhang Shan, and the clown buggy stood directly on Mr. 3, apparently not hurting. But the next moment, Zhang Shan and Zioka stepped on the clown buggy and landed safely. After 3 buffers and Zioka's protection, even if he was an ordinary person, there would be no problem. Only... hot, hot. It's so hot. Why is it so hot here? It's all desert. This is the 3rd underground floor, starvation hell. While enduring hunger, it also endures this boundless scorching heat. Clown Buggy stuck out his tongue weakly. Oh my god! Why am I here? I want to escape from prison. The Clown Buggy is going crazy. However, Zhang Shan remained calm, quickly opened the convenience store system, and directly spent 10 member points to buy a big black umbrella. This umbrella is called the Big Black Umbrella. The origin is unknown. It is only known that it comes from a certain sci-fi world. It has the effect of blocking rain and sunlight, and being cold and hot. When Zioka held an umbrella for Zhang Shan instantly felt that the temperature dropped immediately, which was comfortable and pleasant. Haha! Is this the 3rd floor starvation hell? It's nothing. He and Zioka held umbrellas in this 3rd hell, like a walk in a garden. Mr. 3, who was about to melt into a hot dog, looked like he had seen a ghost. This is the 3rd hell of Impel Down. Why is he so calm? He's just an ordinary person. My god! What the hell is going on in this world? Mr. 3 felt that his worldview was completely subverted. And then Buggy tapped him on the shoulder. He's terrible, I think so too, he's just a devil. As for Luffy, that's a lunatic, only they can come together, The Clown Buggy and Mr. 3 glanced at each other, and finally said in unison, let's escape. Finally found an alliance. Let's get out of here quickly. I'm sorry, Straw Hat. I want to leave alive. The two instantly became allies. Zhang Shan, on the other hand, glanced at them lightly, smiled slightly, and saw through their minds. This made the two feel enormous pressure again. At this time, Luffy hid under the umbrella with a refreshing look on his face. Wow! It's so cool! It's a good thing. 200,000 Bailey, I'll sell you. Even at this time, Zhang Shan still did not forget to sell the goods. After all, he is the manager of a convenience store. Only by earning money can he become more powerful. Luffy said without thinking, okay. I'll buy it for you when I go out. Zhang Shan was quite happy to hear this. Although this trip to hell costs a lot, Luffy is on the way. In addition, I made a lot of money from the clown buggy, which is not a loss at all. At this moment, they suddenly heard a strange song, asterisk. Chapter 18 come out. Jinjiao Scissors, 4 flowers. 4 collection. Se. Hearing this bizarre lyrics, the corners of Zhang Shan's mouth twitched. Luffy, here, you're going to meet your old friend. Luffy looked confused. Old friend. Mr. 2. Se Bentham, owner of Clone Fruit. Luffy pondered for a while, then suddenly became surprised. You mean, Xiao Feng? Xiao Feng. He rushed out excitedly, but instantly burst into sweat. Hot, it's so hot. He quickly retreated into the umbrella and let out a sigh of relief just now. It's still the most comfortable here. At this time, the clown buggy and Mr. 2 realized the strangeness of the big black umbrella in Zhang Shan's hands, and they both hid in it. However, the location of the umbrella is limited, and they can only have the feeling of half heaven and half hell. Zhang Shan put his arms around Zioka's waist, avoiding physical contact with the two perverts, and walked towards the cell where the singing came from. Being able to maintain such enthusiasm in such a hot and hungry place, this lady boy Xiao Feng is indeed not an ordinary person. Zhang Shan said so. At the same time, he also noticed that some prison guards were quietly hiding in the dark, apparently they had been monitored. Not surprisingly, next, they will be obviously surrounded. But he doesn't care about it. Soon, they arrived at the cell where the Se Feng was. The ability of Mr. 3 was enough to imitate the key, and they could directly release the Se Feng. When Se Feng saw Luffy, he was so excited that he ran and hugged Luffy. Zhang Shan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Although she-males are good people in the pirate world, he doesn't like creatures like she-males. Laozi likes women more. However, with the addition of the demon Xiao Feng, the team is getting bigger and bigger. The most important thing is that Xiao Feng knows the entrance to the fourth hell. Well, actually the entrance to the fourth floor is very simple, Zhang Shan also knows it, but the Se Feng still plays a great role in the team. It is better to bring it than not to bring it. Although he can solve all problems, the problem is that it always costs money. With Xiao Feng, it will undoubtedly save a lot of money. I don't want to be a prodigal. Zhang Shan thought so. But when they were about to go to the entrance of the fourth floor, they found that they had finally returned to the place where they first fell into hell. These jailers are not slow to respond. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth. Because of me joining in this invasion, the efficiency has been greatly improved, saving Luffy nearly 1/3 of his time. However, this still hasn't changed the course of the world. The people in hell react faster, and they have already set up a battle. Zhang Shan hasn't finished thinking about it yet. A large net was lifted from the ground, trying to catch Zhang Shan and his party. Zhang Shan looked solemn when he saw this. Although he knew that this net couldn't bind them for too long, right now he was just a mortal. In the distance, the diminutive jailer chief Sarades, who had planned all this, gave a subtle smile. Sea stone is added to this net, which can make all those with abilities useless. This time I see how they can escape. At this time, whether it was Luffy, Buggy, or Xiao Feng and Mr. 3, they all looked solemn. Only Zhang Shan sighed. Looks like it's going to cost money again. Since devil fruit can't be used, it can only use other artifacts. Come out. Jinjiao scissors. Zhang Shan used the convenience store again. Jinjiao scissors is a god-level weapon in convenience stores. The origin is Fengshen romance. This scissors is the master of Tongtian who killed 2 ancient yin and yang dragons. Rising in the air, going up and down, auspicious clouds protect the body, the head is like a pair of scissors, and the tail mates like a strand. One cut in two, irresistible. The above introduction is very convoluted. In short, there is nothing that it cuts constantly. Plus it's an artifact. It stands to reason that it can only be sold. Fortunately, Zhang Shan is the manager of the convenience store, and he can take advantage of special rights for short-term rental. It's as high as 100 membership points for just 1 minute of renting. It's really heartbreaking. However, the heartache can only last for those 3 or 5 seconds. He was afraid that after the pain, the golden Jiaojian would completely disappear. This net mixed with sea stone could not resist the artifact from Fengshen romance after all. The golden dragon cut into 2 dragons and flew into the air. Once cut, the net instantly turned into 2 halves. The originally confident jailer chief Sarades saw this behind the scenes, and his whole person was not well. What the hell are the 2 flying dragons? The trap actually failed. That person. Who is that person? It's so powerful. Salute's pupil shrank. It seems this is destined to be a fierce battle. Go ahead. Asterisk. Chapter 19 The Sad Cow Beast. The invasion of Zhang Shan and others has already alarmed the jailers in hell. Fortunately, the jailer Magellan and the deputy jailer Han Yabao have been attracted by the Empress Hancock, so the encirclement is only by the jailer. Chief Sarades is in charge. However, this net is too fragile. Come on, Luffy. Zhang Shan stood there calmly, took out a glass of red wine from the convenience store, and Zioka stood beside him, holding an umbrella for him. As for Luffy, Xiao Feng, Buggy, and Mr. 3 have joined the battle with the blue orangutan. Mr. Store Manager, can't we do it? Xiao Cha couldn't help asking behind him. Luffy is the guy Marine offered a reward of 300 million, and these blue gorillas can't stop him. It's just that the clown Buggy and the canned lemon have left the warband. It seems that they want to escape. They, Ishin, want to escape from prison, and when they have the opportunity, they naturally want to escape, but they can't escape after all. Everything, Zhang Shan is confident. Although his joining made a lot of changes in the event, the trend has not changed. Buggy and Canned Lemon will eventually meet at the ventilation tower and travel to the fourth hell together. The only change is that these people have to pay some money while going to hell, but it also saves them a lot of trouble. During the chat, Luffy had already kicked the little devil Salutes away. This little devil is too weak except for summoning the blue orangutan. Luffy said to Zhang Shan with a big laugh. My battle will become more intense next. Let's go to the fourth floor. Zhang Shan walked up with Luffy. Isn't the fourth floor below the third floor? How do we go up? Actually, it's easy to go down. Before Zhang Shan could finish speaking, he heard a roar, and the ground trembled. Finally, it's here. Luffy touched his head. What? Zhang Shan turned around, looked at the huge cow monster, and said, it's Minotaur, a jailer beast without blood and tears, and a monster that only treats humans as trash. However, the constant runny nose makes me feel sick. Luffy took a serious look and nodded seriously, really? The cow monster understood a few people's words, and fell into anger completely, waving his mace, directly slapped Luffy and the SE Fang flying, and then smashed at Zhang Shan. Don't. Zioka knew that Zhang Shan was not using the experience card at the moment, so he took out the tang knife and went up to meet him, but the next moment, he was shot and flew out. My lord, I'm running out of fuel. I can't deal with him. Xiao Cha felt frustrated. At this time, Zhang Shan was completely plunged into anger. My people, you dare to fight? Go to hell. He quickly consumed 100 membership points and used the rubber fruit second-level experience card from the convenience store. A large amount of steam swirled around his body. Luffy, who got up at this time, was scared and took a step back. What's the situation? He, how could I be able to do it? Xiao Feng was also frightened. Straw Hat. What does he have to do with you? The next moment, Zhang Shan directly displayed the jet rubber rocket launcher. With one punch, the cow monster Minotaur was knocked out. Zhang Shan also slowly calmed down. It's a pity that the experience card has 3 minutes, and it didn't resist even a second, which is really disappointing. Xiao Feng looked at Zhang Shan, who was dissatisfied, and his nose almost came out of fright. Zhang Shan, on the other hand, helped Zioka and let her continue to hold the umbrella, and they all came to the vent on the ventilation tower together. Going down from this ventilation tower, you can reach the fourth hell of Impel Down, Blazing Hell. Luffy, who was not hiding under the umbrella at this time, kept jumping. Hot, hot. It's hot. Soon, he was hiding under the umbrella. Just as they were about to go down, they suddenly heard a shout. Help! My God! Where did this monster come from? It turned out that Buggy and Mr. 3 encountered the cow monster. Zhang Shan shook his head helplessly, and spent 10 membership points to get a baseball bat from the convenience store. The recovery ability of this monster is really powerful. It's a pity that you shouldn't keep coming to me. Go to hell. Rubber screw stick. Zhang Shan grabbed the baseball bat and flew out with his arms spinning, knocking the cow beast to the ground again. Let's see how you get up this time. Zhang Shan clapped his hands with satisfaction, and before waiting for Buggy to come to flatter him, he stomped his feet hard, and the ground they were stepping on collapsed directly, falling completely into the fourth layer of hell. Zhang Shan, it's bad luck to see me, Lord Buggy. I want to go up. Go up. No matter how Buggy shouted, it still couldn't change the result of the extreme speed fall. Asterisk. Chapter 20 The discriminated businessman Zhang Shan. Impelled down the fourth floor, blazing hell. The hot breath spread in the air, and the restless prisoners were whipped to carry firewood. After Zhang Shan Luffy landed on the bridge, Zhang Shan felt a scorching heat under his feet, but thanks to the protection of the big black umbrella, the heat was acceptable. As for the Se Feng, who was a little slow to respond, he didn't feel anything at first, but slowly he felt the heat, and finally his face was reddened. It's hot. Compared with this place, the third floor is like heaven. For a time, both Luffy and Buggy were too hot. Only Zhang Shan and Zioka can still maintain their demeanor. In the end, several people squeezed into the big black umbrella. Only the umbrella can have a relatively comfortable environment. If you people of ability are so lazy, ability is useless. Zhang Shan finally kicked them all out. After all, they can adapt to the environment here, and they have to face the battle next. At the same time, they have already smelled the fragrance from afar. There is a cooking room. Let's go over there. Luffy was so excited that he ran directly over, while the others just followed. Along the way, they naturally encountered many jailers, but for this group of people, they were simply vulnerable. They didn't know that at this time, the warden had sent away the Empress Hancock, who had visited Ace, and Magellan already knew the news of the intruder and was rushing to blazing hell. Even if Zhang Shan knew what was going to happen next, he didn't know when Magellan would come down. Before he could think too long, a foul-smelling mist drifted in this blazing hell. Zhang Shan couldn't help looking up at the sky. Finally come. Soon, he saw that Magellan was dripping with venom, blocking Luffy's way. Luffy. I know you're Ace's brother and you want to save him. But since you dare to break into this hell, you should be punished. No one can escape. Magellan's attention was completely on Luffy. As for Zhang Shan and Zioka, he ignored it. Sure enough, Luffy has the aura of the protagonist. He doesn't care about us. I will not tolerate him ignoring the store manager. But Zhang Shan stopped Zioka, who was about to shoot. It's not too late to wait. Are you going to stop me? Get out of the way. Luffy was ready to fight. Even though the most powerful man in hell is in front of him, he still has no fear. Give me back Ace. Rubber. Pistol. Luffy fired straight at Magellan. But the next moment, Xiao Feng stopped him. No. Don't wait to fight him. Even if we are contaminated with a little venom, we will be in pain and die in the end. By this time, Magellan had completely shot at Luffy. Poison Dragon. A large amount of blue venom deep within Magellan's body turned into a poisonous dragon and rushed towards Luffy with extreme speed. In desperation, Luffy and Xiao Feng did not dare to make a move, so they could only dodge passively. The battle instantly fell into a passive situation. This Magellan is indeed a very difficult character. Seeing this, Zhang Shan looked solemn. Does the store manager have any hope of victory? No. I can't defeat him completely. Zhang Shan finally shook his head helplessly. But even so, I still have to go, otherwise. Luffy can't stand it. Zhang Shan got out of the big black umbrella and clicked on the convenience store page. Soon, he found the poisonous fruit experience card. In 3 minutes, he needed 300 member points. Use. 300 member points disappeared, and Zhang Shan also obtained the ability of poisonous fruit. Because of the heat, blue venom flowed out of his body, which had no smell, but when the venom dripped to the ground, it would completely corrode the stone surface. Poison Dragon. He didn't hesitate to use the poison dragon to go head-to-head with the strongest man in hell. At this time, Magellan finally noticed Zhang Shan, and his pupils tightened. How is it possible? How could you? Xiao Feng was even more shocked. How could he do this? Luffy's expression was flat. Zhang Shan is still the best. Isn't it poisonous? Zhang Shan, let him see how powerful you are. Magellan's eyes were completely locked on Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan? Why have I never heard of it, you? Who the hell is it? A slight smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth. I'm the owner of a convenience store. I want to do business with that little straw hat and rescue Ace. Businessman? Arrogant guy. Looking for death? No. I don't think so. What happened to the merchant? In the near future, no one in this world will not know my name Zhang Shan. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Reckless Magellan. Zhang Shan, who used the poisonous fruit experience card, has the strength to compete with Magellan, the most powerful man in hell. Of course, the most important thing is that no one is afraid of the toxins carried by others. In essence, the toxins are all the same. However, for a while, neither of the two could do anything to the other. The entire blazing hell was filled with a large amount of poisonous mist, and ordinary people would suffer unbearably if they absorbed it. Although the effect of the experience card is powerful, compared with the real owner of the poisonous fruit, it can't be defeated after all. If the scene continues to stalemate, the time limit will be exhausted sooner or later. Zhang Shan secretly calculated in his heart. At this time, Buggy and Mr. 3 had already run far away, and they fantasized about escaping the passage guarded by the serious illness. Se Feng even invited Luffy to leave. The poison gas here is not something we can resist, so hurry up and leave here. No. Zhang Shan is here to help me. I want to fight side by side with him. If you touch the venom, you will die. I'm not afraid. Luffy looked stubbornly at the two in the decisive battle. He has already seen that he is as strong as Zhang Shan, and he can't do anything about Magellan in a short time. Se Feng had been tortured by the poison gas, and in the end he could only escape from here in tears. If I stay here, I will die. I swear, as long as you're still Luffy, or whatever, I'll come to your rescue. At this time, Zhang Shan's 3-minute time was about to end. The venom had begun to move away from his body, and the poisonous dragon and poisonous cloud he controlled were no longer stable at this moment, and were about to dissipate. Zhang Shan's face became a little ugly. It seems that next time, we must not use poison to fight poison again. Although Magellan can't solve me, I can't solve him either. Zhang Shan was quite helpless. Sir. Jian Niang Zioka is very worried about Zhang Shan's current state. However, she is a warship after all, and she is more interested in the ruthless bombardment of hot weapons. In this level of battle, her influence is not very big. Back off, don't get poisoned. Zhang Shan urged Zioka. Even if he lost, he would ignore it. The big deal was to virtualize his body, and Magellan still couldn't drink his milk. But at this time, Luffy didn't know what he was thinking. Zhang Shan, I'll help you. Luffy only knew that Zhang Shan had come to hell for him, and in his heart, he was already his partner. Don't go over. Zhang Shan urged hurriedly. But his words were too late. Luffy is still determined to be a lone star, and the power of rubber fruit is fully demonstrated. Second gear. Rubber rocket launcher. With one punch, Sheng Sheng dispelled the poisonous mist from Magellan's body, making him kneel on the ground. But, it can be just that. Under the erosion of venom, Luffy is miserable. In the end, Luffy was thrown to the jailers by Magellan using the poison dragon. After 24 hours, he will finally die in pain, and now, put him in the 5th layer of hell. Let him go. Zhang Shan took a step forward, but Magellan was blocking him, preventing him from depositing. Luffy has been resolved, now, only you are left, I admit, I underestimated you. And now, I'm serious. Magellan's belly has gradually swelled. Wait. Just then, Luffy called out to Magellan. Let's do a business. A sneer appeared on Magellan's mouth. Stupid businessman, do you think money can buy freedom? Don't forget, this is a deep-sea prison with iron walls. I will never allow you dangerous people to harm the outside world and cause riots. But Zhongshan shook his head and said, No. I didn't give you the money, but you gave me the money, and I promise not to release all the prisoners. No one can threaten me. Zhongshan smiled and said, We've already fought each other just now. You can solve Luffy in this prison, but you can't solve me. It's me, I have a way to solve you completely. Arrogant businessman. If you have one, then come and try. Magellan still stays in his cognition of this world, businessmen are weak, and he also believes that Zhongshan has only one ability. However, he still couldn't understand what kind of existence Zhongshan was. I'll give you one more chance, 100 million Bailey, in exchange for half of the prisoners in this prison to stay here. Do you do it? On my sight, you are not qualified to negotiate conditions. Okay. I'll let you have a good look, Zyoka, let's go. Zyoka held an umbrella for Zhongshan and gave Magellan a light glance. Do you really think you can leave? Stay with me. But when the poisonous dragon touched Zhongshan, he and Zyoka both turned into smoke and disappeared invisible. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Luffy is dying. When Zhongshan saw that Luffy was sent to freezing hell on the 5th floor, he had no intention of continuing to fight. He's a businessman after all, Magellan can't bring him any benefit, and if he continues to fight, even if he wins, it's a waste of money. Besides, he and Magellan will still have time to fight in the future. So he opened a convenience store without hesitation and spent 50 member stores to experience the body flicker technique in Hokage. In an instant, he came to the entrance of the 5th layer of hell, and saw that the warden of the great prison, Sati, was guarding here with 4 warden beasts. Zyoka, kill it. Yes. Your lord. Jian Niang Zyoka might be able to fight a jailer beast, but Zhongshan opened Zyoka's property page at this time, and turned on the overloaded state. It's the first time I've tried the state of Zyoka, and it's really fierce. In just a few breaths, Zhongshan saw Zyoka bring down the 4 jailer beasts. Maybe Sati was a little bit troublesome, but Jian Niang Zyoka had opened the door to the 5th layer of hell and led Zhongshan to grow up. And go. Close the overloaded state. Zhongshan was afraid that if this state continued for too long, it would cause damage to Zyoka, so he closed it down. He also found that Zyoka's expression was a little sluggish at this time. Sir, I need proper maintenance. Xiao Cha couldn't help suggesting. After Zhongshan briefly looked at the cost, his face was bitter. It actually takes 1,000 membership points. Zyoka. Let's just save money to upgrade and replace. Zhongshan had to propose to Zyoka. Well, I listened to the adults. Hearing the sweet voice, Zhongshan's whole body became numb. At the same time, he is also sure that he must make good money, otherwise he cannot afford to support this ship girl. A simple maintenance is so expensive. What if later? Prison this time. I have to make more money. He thought to himself. At this time, Zyoka asked Zhongshan, Sir, what should we do next? Find Luffy, and eventually he will ask me to rescue Ace. Luffy has now regarded the adult as a companion. Do you really want to charge him? Xiao Cha, I'm a businessman, and I can't do a business at a loss. The consumption of coming here is as high as nearly 20 million Baileys. However, this is just the beginning. It will definitely cost more in the future. Even Luffy's bounty is only 300 million. Zhongshan said seriously. The adults must earn from Luffy. Not necessarily, as long as rescuing Ace makes me famous, both pirates and marines will know about our convenience store in the future. This is the real plan of the adults. That's right. The two were chatting, and they had come to the entrance of freezing hell. After easily knocking down the guard at the door, the two walked in directly. Hey, this big black umbrella can not only isolate the scorching heat, but also the cold. Xiao Cha was deeply curious about the umbrella in her hand. Zhang Shan didn't care. After all, it's something from a convenience store. How can it be worthy of my membership points? 10 membership points is 100,000 Baileys. How can there be such an expensive umbrella in the world? Zhang Shan said to himself, and at the same time he found that many prisoners in the 5th layer of hell had been frozen into ice sculptures. The 5 layers of hell are too cold to be monitored by video phone bugs. But there are countless army wolves wandering around. It's just that these military wolves are afraid of my long way and don't dare to approach, but Luffy and the others, I'm afraid they won't have such good luck. How are you going to find Luffy, my lord? Go to that forest. It is said that the prisoners who approached there disappeared inexplicably. It is said that the prisoners were pulled closer to the demon world by demons, so they were called ghosts pulling sleeves. Xiao Cha looked solemn. Isn't that very dangerous? This danger is for the jailer, but for the prisoner, it's heaven, and Luffy will be taken there by his buddies. Zhang Shan knew that he could not change the direction of the pirate world, so he simply went to the forest and waited. To his surprise, when he arrived in the forest, he found that the ladyboy Xiao Feng had already come here with Luffy, who was seriously injured and dying. Facing the bite of the army wolf, the dying Luffy even stood up and showed Conqueror's haki, but soon fell down again. Conqueror's haki, we finally found them. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth. With him around, would Luffy die? Absolutely will not die. The poisonous fruit is indeed very powerful, but even so, it is not more powerful than my convenience store. Zhang Shan and Xiao Cha finally saw Xiao Feng, whose snot had been frozen out. Although I don't like to see creatures like she-males, I have to admit that you are very manly at this time. Zhang Shan gave Xiao Feng a thumbs up. In a sense, he saved Luffy. But his words have completely angered Feng. Luffy is going to die. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Drunk Luffy, 4 Flowers. Se Xiao Feng dragged Luffy's body that was about to freeze into a popsicle, and kept looking for the Se King Ivankov. According to legend, she is the queen of the Kamabaka kingdom. She has excellent medical skills and can save people who are dying. She has left the strongest Se King in this world with a relief legend. If Ivankov can be found, it will indeed be able to save Luffy. Zhang Shan knew that Luffy would never die, and the treatment was only a matter of time, but he couldn't bear to see Luffy's life as bad as death. At this time, Xiao Feng suddenly knelt down to Zhang Shan. Lord Zhang Shan, I know you can buy everything you want in your convenience store. Can you save Luffy? No matter what the price is. It's fine. After seeing the battle between Zhang Shan and Magellan, Xiao Feng already believed that Zhang Shan had the ability to detoxify, and he was even more curious about the mysterious convenience store that Luffy said. Seeing Xiao Feng's frozen nose and tears, Zhang Shan couldn't bear it, and finally lifted him up gently. I can really save him. But you know I'm a businessman and need a certain amount of money. Xiao Feng was stunned for a moment, but after thinking that even a doctor in the hospital needs to spend money to treat a disease, he knelt heavily on the ground. As long as I can go out, I will give you as much as you want. Zhang Shan took out an IOU directly from the system. When Xiao Feng saw the numbers above, he was stunned. This. It must be a little too little. Xiao Feng couldn't believe his eyes. 100,000 Baileys. For a pirate of their level, this is not much money at all. I like this kid Luffy very much, so I gave him the cost price. Next time, there will be no such good thing. Thank you, Mr. Zhang Shan. Xiao Feng hurriedly signed the IOU with trembling hands, and then the IOU turned into a light blue light and recorded in the system, and the IOU took effect. Only after the IOU takes effect can Zhongshan take out what he needs from it without spending member points. Of course, there is a certain amount each month. Originally, Zhongshan wanted to use the Hormone Fruit Experience card, but he was afraid that he would turn into a ladyboy after using it, so he simply changed it to another product. 5 Treasures Nectar Wine, from the world of Xiaoao Jianghu, created by the 5 Poison Religion. The wine is very clear, pure white like spring water. Brewed with 5 treasures, including green snake, centipede, spider sassary and little toads for detoxification. Zhongshan was a little surprised when he saw this 5 treasures nectar wine. After all, this is something from the low martial arts world, and it even requires 100 member points. Only after seeing the origin of the 5 treasures, Zhongshan was completely convinced. Green snake is the green snake spirit with 100 years of Taoism. The centipede is the 1,000-clawed snow jade centipede, a rare beast from otherworld. The spider, which was infected with radioactivity in Spider-Man, can bite a young Saunian directly into Spider-Man. Sassary is a creature called polar ice sassary, which is said to survive in the low temperature of -Beidou. Little toad, a month-old 3-eyed toad is used. If you live a day longer or less, the efficacy of the medicine will be attenuated. Just these rare poisons. I'm afraid there are more than 100 member points. However, if the system is produced once, it should be able to produce a lot of wine, and the cost will be very low if it is spread out. Thinking of this, Zhongshan was also relieved. This kind of treasure will definitely save Luffy. It's just that when he fed Luffy this small jar of 5 treasures nectar wine, the Se Feng looked puzzled. Do you want him to relieve the pain? This wine is an antidote. When Zhongshan finished speaking, Luffy stood up staggeringly. Good wine. As soon as he finished speaking, he spit it out, but it was not the drink, but the stench of venom. Little Straw Hat. You can finally go. Se Xiao Feng burst into tears with excitement. The drunk Luffy shook his head and looked at Xiao Feng with a puzzled look. Zoro, why are you here? Help me save my brother. Little Straw Hat, I'm Xiao Feng. Luffy was drunk and continued to spit out a lot of venom. Zoro, don't be kidding, you're not Xiao Feng. His figure staggered toward the depths of the woods. Zoro, help me go to the 6th floor together. I'm going to rescue Ace. He fell to the ground before he took a few steps, but quickly got up and continued to walk forward. Go save Ace. Xiao Feng looked at Zhongshan helplessly. How long will he be drunk? Zhongshan touched his head and said, I'm a bit too drunk. As for how long I'll be drunk, I don't know. Hopefully it won't affect the next actions. He had just finished speaking when he saw Luffy fall into the snow again. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Selling Devil Fruit Experience Cards, 4 Flowers. Wubeo Nectar Wine really good wine. Luffy stumbled forward while shouting good wine and sweating save Ace. Although he's drunk, his poison has been cured, and he has no life-threatening worries. Zhongshan said seriously. Se Xiao Feng had already supported Ace and turned his head to ask Zhongshan. Mr. Zhongshan, your convenience store must be very good. I must visit it when I get a chance. Where are we going now? Go and meet your idol, the Se King, Ivankov. Se Xiao Feng's excited whole body twirled. Is what you said true? So excited, so excited. Oi! Zhongshan still said indifferently, let's go, let's see this ghost, and see the so-called devil invitation. It's still the legendary prisoner's paradise. His words completely confused Xiao Feng, the ladyboy, and he didn't know what he was talking about, but out of trust, he still followed him into the jungle after all. Like the second layer of hell, no military wolf dared to show off his might in front of Zhongshan. Only at this time Zhongshan frowned slightly. It's time to come. At this moment, he finally saw someone from afar slowly approaching here. She has half orange and half white hair, wearing a sweater of the same color as her hair, holding a red wine glass in her hand, looking extremely elegant. Imazuna, you are finally here. Zhang Shan looked at the person who came, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Imazuna is the most important subordinate of the SE King Ivan. She was shocked that Zhang Shan recognized her. Who are you? Zhang Shan, the manager of the Lily Island convenience store in Combelt. I know that it is the daughter country of the Empress, and men are never allowed to enter. A strong man is an exception. You said that, if I have the chance, I really want to go to your convenience store and take a good look. Extremely honored. The two communicated and entered the 5.5th floor of the underground together. Here you need to enter from the large prison sewers to reach the prisoner's secret paradise, Nukama Land. Ivankov is indeed a powerful SE who can open up a paradise in hell. That is, that adult is naturally a very powerful existence. At this time, the ladyboys on the 5.5th floor warmly welcomed Zhang Shan's arrival. We saw your wonderful battle from the video phone bug, it's really amazing. Lord Zhang Shan, what kind of fruit are you taking? Why do you have the ability of rubber fruit and also the ability of poisonous fruit? A smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth. I'm just an ordinary person. To be precise, I'm just an ordinary businessman. How is that possible? You are at a tie with the most powerful Magellan in hell. Even Lord Ivan doesn't have the confidence to fight against Magellan. I can do this because my convenience store sells a special item. Devil Fruit Experience Card. As long as I have enough experience cards, I can master all Devil Fruit abilities. For a time, the entire Nukama land went crazy. An experience card that can make ordinary people become Devil Fruit owners. My God! This is too scary. If you have this experience card, wouldn't there be a large number of capable people? Isn't the world about to be turned upside down? My God, can you sell me a few experience cards now? Of course. As long as you have enough money. You can buy anything from me, whether it's power, prestige, or the whole world. Meanwhile, Zhang Shan also opened a convenience store. The light blue light curtain, only he can see it. Only when he clicked on Devil Fruit's instructions, he found that there were additional instructions at the bottom. Only for the host's own use. If you want to sell it to customers, please go to the mall. This kind of thing can't be sold. Surprised, Zhang Shan came to the mall and found that the experience cards here are much more expensive. The fragmentation experience card, with a 3-minute duration, requires 500 membership points. Rubber Fruit Experience Card, 3-minute validity, requires 800 points at member stores. All the experience cards are only valid for 3 minutes, unlike Zhang Shan's own use, some have 10 minutes or even half an hour. What kind of abilities do you need? Of course it's the ability of the hormonal fruit. I want rubber fruit. I want flower fruit. Of course, the validity period of the experience card is only 3 minutes, and each one requires millions or even more than 10 million Bailey's payment. Are you sure to buy it? Okay. Okay. We don't have Bailey, can we pay in gold? Sure. Soon, Zhang Shan ushered in a warm welcome from the she-males, selling Devil Fruit experience cards, and he was about to lose his hand when he took the gold. Of course, in terms of price, the highest price of the experience card is no more than 10 million, and some tasteless fruit abilities can be sold for only 2 or 3 million. In the end, he sold more than 50 copies. All of a sudden, he obtained more than 200 million Bailey's gold. After deducting the 150 million purchase membership points after the payment, he made a full 50 million Bailey all at once. And get feedback from more than 2,300 member points in the system. This time, he really made a fortune. Moreover, these she-males have this experience card, the next escape from prison will become easier. Asterisk. Chapter 25 5 Treasures Nectar Wine, full of stamina. Ask for flowers. The price of devil fruit on the black market starts at 100 million Bailey, but this is priceless. The most important thing is that the ability of each fruit is unique, that is, after having a rubber fruit, there will be no second rubber fruit. Although Zhang Shan's experience card is expensive and the experience time is short, it can satisfy the dream of most pirates to become capable people. It's a pity that this is Nukama land. The idols of all the monsters are the monster kings, but the hormone fruit experience card sells the best. As for buying flower fruit, I'm afraid it's to satisfy the bizarre hobbies of she-males. Thinking of this, Zhang Shan couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead. At the same time, he will exchange about 3,000 membership points, and the accumulated membership points in the convenience store have reached 8,000. Although it looks a lot, if you want to exchange rubber fruit experience cards, you can only exchange 10 half-hour experience cards. In other words, Zhang Shan's ability to continuously possess rubber fruit is only enough for 5 hours. This ability is really too extravagant for me. Also, even if you give Zioka the power to upgrade, it's not enough. Zhang Shan felt a deep sense of helplessness. However, with this transaction, he has already looted a large part of the property here, and it has also guaranteed the follow-up journey. At the end of the transaction, the lights of Nukama land were suddenly turned off, and then the lights gathered in one place. Ivankov stared at the purple exploding head and entered the stage, singing incomprehensible ladyboy songs and dancing inexplicable dances to express his gratitude to Zhang Shan and others. Welcome! After singing and dancing, the whole ladyboy paradise was filled with the warmest atmosphere. The SE King Ivankov walked to Zhang Shan's side, looking eager. Zhang Shan, you are really amazing, are you interested in joining us in Nukama land? Here, you can become a woman at any time, a man or ASE at any time. This is the most free paradise. Zhang Shan knew that Ivankov's ability could easily change genders, but when he heard this ability, he felt a chill. I still think it's best to be a man, thank you for your invitation. At this time, Xiao Feng knew that he had met the coveted SE Queen, and after shouting Master Ivan excitedly, he fainted completely. Oh! I smelled the breath of the new SE on him, but I wouldn't be so excited that I fainted. No, he was entangled by wolves in freezing hell, and his body was already exhausted. He was supported here by his firm mind. At this time, he breathed a sigh of relief, and naturally he fainted from exhaustion. Zhang Shan explained seriously. Anyway, this is a kind and righteous ladyboy, I like it very much. Let the little ladyboy take a rest first. Just as the two communicated, the drunk Luffy walked to the table and kept swallowing the food on the table. Just because he was so drunk, he even ate the plate. Seeing this, Zhang Shan covered his eyes in embarrassment. It doesn't matter if you are a foodie. How can you eat a plate indiscriminately? The SE King Ivankov stared at Luffy curiously. It's a miracle that he was poisoned by Magellan, and he was able to eat alive and alive. Just how was he drunk? I gave him an antidote. Although the poison has been cured, I'm afraid he will be drunk for a long time. Ivankov's jaw dropped in surprise. How is it possible? Even if I can detoxify him, it will take 10 years of his own life. And he only has a 2%-5% chance of survival. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth. In my convenience store, there are at least 10 ways to get rid of this poison. Your convenience store. It's a miracle in this world, but I can make this kid wake up early. Ivankov walked up to Luffy with some resignation. Boy, do you want to sober up? Yes. I have to save Ace. Luffy agreed without hesitation, his head was dizzy, too uncomfortable. Ivankov's palm suddenly turned into a needle and pierced Luffy's body. Emotional hormones. The surrounding she-males have exclaimed. Master Ivan's emotional hormones can make people forget the fatigue of the day, but the side effects can make people too energetic. When Ivankov finished the injection, Luffy not only did not sober up, but got even more drunk. My emotional hormones. It turned out to be ineffective. Even Zhang Shan didn't expect this result. This wine is too strong. Hormone stimulation of adrenaline not only didn't make Luffy sober, but it spread the wine. I hope he will not affect the next action. Just seeing Luffy, who was completely unsteady but still pouring wine into his mouth, Zhang Shan was really worried about his next actions. P.S. Do you feel that today's update is very early? That's because I made a big bottle of Coca-Cola, and I didn't fall asleep all night. For the sake of updating so early, can you bring some flowers? Asterisk. Chapter 26 Angry Zhang Shan. Although Luffy was about to die of drunkenness, but fortunately his willpower was really tenacious, he still gritted his teeth and shouted to save Ace. But now, apart from the wine being poured into the mouth, what is the matter with the chicken legs being fed into the nostrils? With my participation in this operation, the rescue speed has been greatly improved. It is still 4 o'clock in the afternoon the day before the execution. It stands to reason that Ace will be transferred tomorrow morning, and we still have some time to prepare. Zhang Shan thought about it seriously, and at the same time, he turned his eyes to Yvonne, the king of she-males. She played a big role in the subsequent escape process, but right now, Luffy was about to die of drunkenness, so naturally he couldn't say that Yvonne escaped. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, it's time for you to go out with the team. Zhang Shan suggested directly to Ivankov. But Ivankov kept shaking his head. No, no. It's still the world of the Whitebeard pirates, and the great spiritual leader of our revolutionary army has not yet appeared. The time has not come. Zhang Shan knew that Ivankov would be the answer. But the dragon is Daddy Luffy. Ivankov continued on his own. Only the appearance of a great dragon can lead us to overthrow the world government and establish a new order. Wait. What did you just say? Luffy is actually the son of a dragon. The shocked Ivankov jumped up excitedly, pushing the stone above his head into a big hole. Zhang Shan continued to say firmly, Luffy's father is a dragon. Ivankov couldn't help but ask, where is Luffy from? East Blue. East Blue. Ivankov was completely lost in the memory, and soon remembered that every time he set sail, the dragon always looked in the direction of East Blue. Dragon, is there someone important to you who is waiting for you to go back in East Blue? Long said angrily, Yvonne. Don't try to inquire about my background. The attitude of the dragon has clearly told Yvonne that the dragon has a very important person in East Blue. This Straw Hat boy can resist Magellan's poison at a young age, and he can still live as an invader of Impel Down. He really might be the son of a dragon. And Ace is his brother. Doesn't that mean that Ace is also the son of the dragon? Ah. No. Brothers, it's time to escape. Be sure to rescue Ace. Ivankov didn't know that he had misunderstood Ace's identity, but Zhang Shan didn't point it out. Big Ivan's attitude is very good, and all the she-males under her have Devil Fruit experience cards, which will be quite a powerful fighting force. At this time, Xiao Feng also woke up slowly, and the severe pain made him unable to move. I want to fight with Luffy to the end, Lord Yvonne, please give me a shot. There will be side effects. I'm not afraid. Okay, emotional hormones. As soon as the needle went down, the monster Feng completely stood up on the ground, full of energy. I really want to turn around like this. Okay. Everyone is ready to go. Ivankov gave an order, and Luffy, who was full, rushed out first. Save Ace. But the next moment, he slammed his head into the stone wall. Boom. The entire stone wall almost collapsed. Luffy shook his body even more, feeling for the entrance. Where's the door? Where's the door? Zhang Shan rubbed his forehead helplessly. For a period of time, Straw Hats can't be counted on. Fortunately, someone helped Luffy and kept rushing to the legendary 6th layer of Hell. Impel Down, the 6th layer of hell, is the only legendary eternal hell, and no one can come out of it or from it. Those who can enter here are also amazing people. They are either executed prisoners or imprisoned for life. The prisoners are too ferocious, so monster-level characters that have been erased from history. They have done extremely cruel things before their death. When the group entered the 6th layer of hell through the dark passage, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. But most importantly, they didn't find Ace. Zhang Shan came to Jinbei, the sea hero fishman, with a solemn expression. What about the Ace people? Are you his brother? Luffy is finally here. No, I'm Zhang Shan, the owner of a convenience store, Luffy's friend. You guys are here to save Ace? It's a pity you came a step late. Zhang Shan's heart sank suddenly. Marine was afraid of Whitebeard Rhythm Ace on the sea, so he moved Ace while it was dark. Zhang Shan's heart has sunk into his hometown. This trip to hell, although he fought for nearly 12 hours, in the end because of changes, the pirate plot returned to its original direction. This made him very angry. I'll take a look, it's you who are amazing. It's me who is amazing. Listen to all the prisoners of eternal hell, as long as you obey me, I will set you free. PS Chapter 2, The Power is Not Good. Where are the flowers? Asterisk. Chapter 27, Auto-generated chapter title. The second chapter 17 pairs from the perpetrators without mercy, seeking flowers. Impel Down time should be transferred Ace 8 o'clock, 1500 hours executioner. I even know this, just full of confidence. Who knows this world because of his appearance? There were adaptations, Marine afraid Blackbeard halfway run out, even taking advantage of the night transported to the Marine headquarters. This makes Zhang Shan feel very angry. Simply release all of the demons here, these impel down, stir upside down. All the world will be put out of chaos. I'm going to give you the pressure. Zhang Shan direct use of the wax fruit experience card, making a large number of keys, opened direct Seaman Jinbei shackles. Thank you, Ace and I are friends, and together you will save Ace. There is a labor. Next, Zhang Shan went to the owner of Sand Fruit, which is the immediate past 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. Zhang Shan walked directly in front of him. Crocker Jorda soul hint of a forgotten Zhang Shan. I can help you out of here, but I will not follow you. Never mind, I have mastered your secret, I do not mind you will still pirates rookie time made public the secret, you say it, Ivankov. Zhang Shan asked to Ivankov. Crocodile looks grim, heavy grabbed the railing. You idiot, how can you just tell people my secret? Ivankov forehead also leak a touch of cold sweat. I do not know how he knew. But he seems to know a lot of things, you know what, not surprising. After Ivankov think the ability to show the Shanzhong, also did not doubt that he clearly crocodile secret. In fact, Zhang Shan's secret of crocodile is only just a few guesses. Ivankov now just from the reaction of view, he has some understand. Crocodile at a young age, in women who have Ivankov crazy state. Finally, he just loves is clear after Simon, his life here has become a disgrace. Of course, this is no secret at all less important in the end. It is important Zhang Shan has been brought under control crocodile. At this point he is a look of frustration. I can only promise you that I will be out. Good. I let you out. After being held around the Legend of Pirates class really here Zhang Shan released 2 pirates, have been excited again. Boy! Let me out. As long as we go out, it will take you to ride the sea, travel freely, between this world nobody active you. Yes, boy, I'll take you have endless wealth, fame, or whether it is right, you will have. The face of chaos eternal hell, Zhang Shan brow slightly furrowed. Ivankov sighed of knowing, big face hideous. Gave me to shut up. Flirtatious death. After Simon Wang wounded several prisoners, really quiet a lot. And Zhongshan, in addition to the front of a prisoner. I used to be called the World Destroyer. Fruit Momo's ability burned the world, you want out of it. World came out from the shadows, he has broken a corner, abnormal embarrassed. I never thought there are still people remember me, kid, you do not really want to put me out of it. I am a businessman, as long as you pay me 100 million Bailey, I'll let you out, and you have to promise not allowed to go out killing innocent people. Boy! If you help me out, I owe you can be more than 100 million Pele. Sorry, I am a businessman, just like money. Without you, I escape from here, too. You will not. You do not sign a contract with me. I'll give you his cell coupled with an imprisonment, to ensure that you spend hundreds of years of time to escape. World face an unfortunate incident, boy, I tell you hard. Zhongshan contract directly to convenience store directly took out, and handed World. World glanced directly signed. Zhongshan smiled and opened his shackles. As long as you follow me in 3 days, as I used to, I'm sure you'll freed 3 days later. World looks grim, this guy before you did not say. Zhongshan took out the contract directly, but above this writing, but you do not see nothing more careful. For these prisoners, Zhongshan going to tell them what the agreement kun child. The effectiveness of the system if it is too strong, he can guarantee World will not admit out, in that case, why can not pit about it? Angry World slap shot directly to Zhongshan, but Zhongshan gently raised contract, a pale blue light born out of thin air, the World detention, severe pain made him look grim knees. Zhongshan slightly looked down at him, do not comply with the contract, you will die. Asterisk. Chapter 28, Auto-generated chapter title. 28 chapters exist beyond the 4 emperors, seeking flowers. No one can violate the contract signed with the convenience store. World even a strong kill Zhongshan, but cannot get involved, otherwise they will be punished. Even if you kill me again, I have endured. I will not kill you, you die, I cannot find people for money. In the world's eyes, Zhongshan have been more terrible than the devil figure. Including 5.5 layer come here from prisoners, they also realize once again to the terror from Zhongshan. Zhongshan ignored the world, under contract, he can only yield. He followed with a large cask and huge battleship Wolf and other prisoners, have also signed a contract. These prisoners will eventually be rescued Blackbeard, he became his men, now, it is all been dug Zhongshan corner. Bailey 100 million per person, I work 3 days to live, who less? Zhongshan did not choose to release too much, after all these prisoners are too ferocious, more will inevitably stir up trouble. But he still saw Shiryu reign, my mind hesitation. This time, the largest power Blackbeard future. You can put me. Shiryu come reign to Zhongshan Road. I let you go, you will cause the killing for the first time, this is not what I want. Moreover, before long, naturally someone will let you out. Zhongshan reign Shiryu do not understand the words, but to see the depths of the Zhongshan prison to continue to walk forward. Soon, he saw the most horrible existence. Rick Barlow, Redfield, with One Piece Roger, Whitebeard exist in the same era, like a man walking in the world, the only beaten Marine Marshal steel frame empty masterpiece strong. I call you aloof of the Red or Earl. A red Rick Barlow came out from the shadows. The world already nobody recognize me, but you know who I am, you are very powerful. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhongshan's mouth. Right now the present, may really be able to override ruthless people on the 4 emperors, and even piece Whitebeard with him, enough to equal footing. I'll let you out. I like the freedom, not like your contract. Zhongshan some frustration, if you can pull the Buddha statue to attend summit war, it definitely will be less invincible. This fellow loner used to, do not like this kind of thing. I am a businessman, can be in your body, but did not make any money. That's because I'm strong enough. No, I was too lenient. Zhang Shan eventually give him open cage. He knew the Buddha statue will escape, and simply better to sell her a favor at this time. You're free. Zhang Shan rode sincere to him. Even the Red Earl himself shocked, he did not think Zhang Shan has indeed put him out. Your courage is great. In this world, you cannot do much courage. Anyway, Zhang Shan, I remember your favor. Red Earl has gradually disappeared in the darkness. If the chance, I would go to the convenience store. You look good. Earl looked at the disappearance of the Red, standing behind their own terror combat power under Zhang Shan also saw. Well. We. Out of jail now. With the help of the crocodile, spiral wall into sand, upwards and all the ladder. As for the great battleship Wolf, they can barely crawl, blame his body is too large. When they came to the 5th floor of time, Magellan will have been thoroughly alarmed. 5 military wolf cannot stop this mighty army of prisoners, especially Zhang Shan standing in front. There is no wolf dared come close. Except Luffy still did not sober up, only to fall to the ground constantly wrestling, watching the crowd. That embarrassment. When they returned to the 4th floor blazing hell, but finally ushered in impel down in all the combat power build containment. Weapons stationed a large number of weapons, as well as Deputy Warden Han Yabao and City Chan has been with 4 prison guards keep the beast here. This is already impel down Magellan in addition to all the combat power. Simon Wong took the lead, rushed out, fly sweep barriers soldiers. Today. Let us enjoy fighting it. Facial hormones. Hell, flirtatious. Moment, Simon Wong Ivankov a face will occupy the entire channel. And those behind her Simon who is also the moment to use the fruits of experience hormonal card. Face hormones. Flirtatious hell. For a time, dozens of large head Simon in the air, throwing a flirtatious, this view really too horrible. The jailer came to stop, under these winks offensive, vulnerable, even jailer flying beast also winks completely hit fly out. As for this time of Zhang Shan, the calm behind a large force, the name of the small T for his big black umbrella, which constantly screaming in the battlefield, to walk. Asterisk. Chapter 29 Han Yabao's obstruction. Even though there are a large number of jailers, facing such a large group of capable people, it is impossible to stop them. Soon, the 4 jailer beasts rushed up with their mace. Every prisoner beast is extremely powerful, even stronger than those with ordinary abilities. However, they rushed up at the wrong time. Hell! Wink! After dozens of terrifying winks flew over, the 4 huge jailer beasts were embedded directly into the wall. The jailer chief, City Chan, was stunned. Hey! Why so many big faces? Why have so many hormone fruit owners? But even so, you can practice to get out of this hell. She stood directly in front of the door, waving the whip in her hand. I want to teach you a good lesson, moan under my red devil whip. With one whip, more than a dozen ordinary pirates were sent flying out, groaning in pain. But the next moment, the SE King Yvonne came to her. I'll deal with you. Zhang Shan, move on with Luffy. Be sure to rescue Ace. Female hormones. SE King Ivan's body quickly became slender, and finally turned into a beautiful woman with purple curly hair. Zhang Shan glanced at the ladyboy king in female state lightly, and shook his head helplessly. Ivankov, after all, I like to play tricks on others, so let them have a good time. He stretched out his hand and dragged Luffy, who had been walking, to his side. Your goal is to move forward, can you still do it? Luffy said with a big tongue, must do it. I want to save Ace. Not to mention, this time it went a lot straighter. But he was quickly dragged back by Zhang Shan again. You're going in the wrong direction, we're going out the other side. Oh. I see, go ahead. Drunk Luffy has no idea what fear is. Fortunately, the strength of this group of pirates is too strong. Although Luffy is rushing fiercely, he is dealing with shrimp soldiers and crab generals. As for Zhang Shan, he still walked with Zioka, as if he was enjoying the flowers and the moon. The big wine barrel and the huge battleship followed behind him to prevent the guards with short eyes from hurting them. The battle had already tilted in one direction. At this moment, Zhang Shan saw the deputy prison director Han Yabao grabbing the long knife and bloodsuck, and led a large number of prison guards here. Don't be afraid, as long as the warden comes here, none of them can escape. Han Yabao rushed over first. The most vicious prisoner, the big wine barrel, wanted to slap Han Yabao, but was stopped by Zhang Shan. Let me do it. The current Han Yabao is not strong at all, and it can even be said that he is very weak. Weak enough that Luffy can easily defeat without having to open the second gear, but when Luffy faced the jailer beast milk bowl monster, he had to open the second gear. But it was such a weak and ambitious guy who always wore a pharaoh's hat, and finally became the real warden of this big prison. Han Yabao held the long knife and looked at Zhang Shan solemnly. I will never allow you to take a step forward. Zhang Shan ignored Han Yabao's words at all. Let's do a business. I know you've always wanted to be the warden. How about I help you make it happen as soon as possible? But Han Yabao was unmoved. As long as I can stop you from rioting, I can become the warden of the big prison. But his words were met with ridicule from Zhang Shan. Do you think you are qualified to stop us from moving forward? Even if I die, I will never take a step back. Until Lord Magellan arrives. The firm words gave the jailers great courage, and their morale was high for a while. Lord Deputy Prisoner will lead us to pacify this riot. Let's not be afraid of them, there is a deputy warden. Come on. Let these prisoners know how powerful our jailers are. The prisoners who had already been beaten and collapsed once again assembled and fought desperately, but the battle became a stalemate for a while. The pirates also suffered great losses. I began to understand why he was able to become the warden in the end. This ability to unite people's hearts is not something that Magellan can possess. Zhang Shan looked solemn. I admire you very much, but you don't believe me, so it's doomed that we can't do business together. Then please get out of the way. Zhang Shan took a step forward. Han Yabao has already raised his bloodsuck. Hani Fiesta burning hell car. 2 scorching fireballs swirled towards Zhang Shan. But Zhang Shan's usual punch had already knocked Han Yabao to the ground. Rubber, pistol. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Achievements Han Yabao. Han Yabao is vulnerable. But just when Zhang Shan was about to step over him, he grabbed Zhang Shan's bare feet. You are all prisoners. I will never allow you to go out into the world of cholera. But the next moment, he was kicked out again. You can't stop us. At this time, Zhang Shan was still in a hurry. Zioka watched this scene, understood what Zhang Shan was thinking, and lowered her head slightly. The head of the store actually wants to pull this deputy head, but he is our enemy after all. At this time, Zhang Shan did this on purpose. Han Yabao has ambitions, but is limited to this big prison and becomes the warden. And Han Yabao, who grew up here since childhood, believes that prison is the most just. When he stops prisoners from rioting, he does justice. From Marine's point of view, he's a weak, but still a hero. Therefore, Zhang Shan personally taught him a lesson, preparing him to fully awaken the justice in his body. Completely gain the hearts and minds of all jailers. 1. As for the method, it's simple and rude, beat Han Yabao hard. Just take a breath. Han Yabao, who was kicked away, stood up again tired. Hell is justice. The next moment, he flew out again, but he blocked in front of Zhang Shan again. As long as I still have a breath, I will never let you pass. He was screaming with all his strength, but the next moment, he was kicked away by Zhang Shan again, and his body was covered in blood. But soon, he stood up stubbornly again. Lord Magellan, come here. At this moment, both the jailer and the pirates were moved by Hanyabal's never-say-die spirit. He clearly knew that this was a man's arm, and he knew that it was impossible, but he still tried to block it stupidly. Perhaps it is this kind of stupidity, this kind of ignorance, this kind of stubborn spirit, that has made this pirate world. Marine is stubborn, they speak justice to themselves, maintain world peace, and the hunt for pirates has continued to this day. Pirates are stubborn. For the legendary treasure, they become the pirate king, carrying hope with a sail and embarking on a dangerous journey. Dragon is stubborn, he delusionally overthrow the world government, start a revolution, and shape a new order. Luffy is stubborn, he has done things that many people can't do in order to save Ace. Ace is also stubborn. In order not to let Blackbeard find trouble with his younger brother Luffy, he is reluctant to take a step back in the battle, and eventually replaces Luffy and becomes Blackbeard's prisoner. It is precisely because of this stubbornness that the blood boils. Zhang Shan's emotions were also infected by Hanyabal's spirit, but he still lowered his heart and knocked Hanyabal out again. You are stubborn, and the pain you have suffered is not enough. Not enough to bear the praise of everyone. Zhang Shan looked down at Hanyabal and said only in a voice that he and Hanyabal could hear. Hanyabal didn't let him down, staggering to his feet again. But the next moment, continued to be knocked down. All the jailers were in tears. Lord Hanyabal, don't get up again, you will die. Hanyabal spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly propped up his body. No. No way. At this time, he can't say much. The next moment, he fell to the ground again, and the blood stained the ground red. He struggled to get up, but couldn't get up again. Because Zhang Shan feels that the effect has been achieved. He squatted on the ground lightly, lying beside Hanyabal's ear and said, if you want to get as much praise, you have to suffer as much pain. Today's you, I only charge you 30 million Bailey. I didn't sign a contract with you, but I believe that one day you will understand my hard work and send me the money in person. Zhang Shan stopped beating on Hanyabal. The jailers of the big prison have all become Hanyabal fans, and even these all-hearted pirates have more respect for Hanyabal. It's worth it to get such a high reputation after being beaten up. It's just that Hanyabal still didn't understand what Zhang Shan said, and the severe pain made him faint. In the pain, he had a dream that he had fulfilled his dream and became the warden of this big prison. He understood Zhang Shan's good intentions and personally offered 50 million Bailey with his hands. As for the extra 20 million, it is interest. If Zhang Shan could know what Hanyabal was thinking, he would be very pleased. If he can really do that, that's really great. If there are all such customers in the convenience store, wouldn't he be able to make a full profit? However, before they walked out of blazing hell, they saw a shadow in the distance that would brighten their face. Zhang Shan's expression became more solemn. Blackbeard, here we come. Asterisk. Chapter 31, Angry Luffy. Blackbeard is definitely one of the scariest beings in the pirate world. In him, there is no shining point of humanity, and he is full of boundless sins. Betray your friends, admire power, be vile and cunning. He is an existence that can only live in darkness forever, and there is a dark aura around him. And Zhang Shan's figure is shrouded under the big black umbrella, surrounded by tall big wine barrels and huge battleships. It is difficult to be found. Therefore, Blackbeard's eyes stayed on Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy. Didn't expect to see you here. At this time, the drunk Luffy had eased, and looked at Blackbeard seriously, and then his expression gradually became serious. Blackbeard. You sold my brother to Marine. Luffy was completely angry when he saw Blackbeard. Second gear. Rubber jet dual guns. His fists flew out, slamming into the dark water around Blackbeard's body. But the next moment, the steam from his body gradually dissipated, causing Luffy to be unable to use the power of Devil Fruit. Blackbeard laughed wildly when he saw this behind the scenes. Are you surprised, Luffy? You want to know how that idiot Ace got caught by me? Everything is because of you. Ace is very strong, but I am the power of the dark fruit, his power will fail in front of me, he instinctively escapes, but he does not. Because he knew that after I got the power of the dark fruit, he wanted to seize you and dedicate it to Marine so that he could become the King Shishibukai. It was he who was afraid that I would hurt you, so he fought with me with all his life, and was finally captured by me. I am today. So, you guys are lucky today, I won't kill you. Blackbeard laughed wildly, looking like he was in a low mood. But Luffy's eyes were completely red. I'm going to avenge Ace. Ah! Luffy charged up again, but was quickly beaten back. Zhongshan stepped forward and stopped Luffy. Luffy, you are his opponent. Zhongshan, don't stop me. I want to avenge Ace. Right now, you should go to the execution ground and save Ace before the execution. Zhongshan clasped his shoulders, hoping he could understand this. Luffy felt the power that disappeared temporarily in his body, closed his eyes in pain, and then went completely crazy. Zhongshan, you can buy everything in your convenience store. Yes. I bought his life. When the surrounding pirates heard Luffy's words, they couldn't believe that Luffy would say such a thing. That's Blackbeard. Can Zhongshan defeat Blackbeard? Absolutely impossible. After Blackbeard heard Luffy's words, he raised his head and laughed wildly. You can buy everything in your convenience store? How arrogant! Zhongshan turned his head slightly. Blackbeard is indeed a very powerful being, he is immune to the power of all fruits. But what if it wasn't for the power of the fruit of darkness? Zhongshan looked at other types of experience cards. Monkey King experience card, Harry Potter experience card, Iron Man experience card. These otherworld experience cards are enough to defeat Blackbeard. But membership points, at least 3,000. Just when he thought so, Luffy suddenly shouted, "Help me kill him, I'll pay you 300 million Bailey." Zhongshan frowned slightly. Luffy thought that the price was not enough. 500 million Baileys. Oh no. 1 billion Baileys. Luffy was already roaring frantically. As long as I can kill him, let me do anything. At this time, Zhongshan's eyes were completely red. 1 billion Baileys. That's a billion Baileys. If it wasn't for the membership points in my hand, the purchase of the Otherworld experience card would not last a few minutes, and I would have done this deal. His heart was bleeding. In the end, he could only helplessly shook his head. I can't kill him yet, but I can help you teach him a lesson. Zhongshan said to Luffy seriously. Luffy's eyes are dignified. Mutilate him. Looking at Luffy's frantic gaze, Zhongshan shook his head helplessly, finally turned around and looked at Blackbeard calmly. Looks like I'm going to teach you a lesson. Blackbeard laughed wildly. A boy who doesn't even have a name. How dare you be so arrogant? You really don't know how to write dead words. But the next moment he saw the dark power rising from Zhongshan's body, his eyes almost bulged out. Gah, how can you do it? Asterisk. Chapter 32 One-Hit Kills. Ask for flowers. After Blackbeard saw Zhongshan showing the ability of the dark fruit, the whole person was dumbfounded. Thinking that in order to get the dark fruit, I had to endure it for decades in the Whitebeard pirates before successfully robbing the dark fruit, and until now I have been hunted down by the Whitebeard pirates. But right now, Zhongshan has easily demonstrated the ability of the dark fruit. The most terrifying thing is that I don't know where this Zhongshan came from. At this moment, he finally no longer doubted Zhongshan's strength. There was a playful smile on Zhongshan's face. Are you surprised? Dark fruit, it's nothing special. The hand of darkness. At this time, the dark water behind him had condensed a huge dark palm, which quickly grabbed Blackbeard. The hand of darkness has never existed in the world of pirates, but Zhongshan has a lot of knowledge, but he used the ability of dark water to evolve the hand of darkness. Even if he is weak, he still has the convenience store system to help him correct his abilities. The system doesn't want the convenience store to smash the sign either. Blackbeard was even more dumbfounded when he saw this move. What kind of move is this? Why, I never knew. At this moment, he, who didn't know enough about the dark fruit, already had a sense of awe for Zhongshan. The battle also became passive because of awe. Zhongshan's dark hand directly passed through his dark energy, and slapped his face with a slap. It's just that the power of the dark fruit decreases when it passes through the dark water, and the damage to Blackbeard itself has become extremely weak. But even so, there was still a clear slap print on Blackbeard's face. Idiot! Zhongshan took a step forward, and another dark hand turned into a slap and slapped Blackbeard's face. In fact, even if Zhongshan used the dark fruit experience card, his strength was similar to Blackbeard after all. It was only the hand of darkness he suddenly showed that scared him, so he would take the lead. Then, countless hands of darkness clapped, and Blackbeard's face was instantly swollen. All the pirates have been scared silly at this moment. What a powerful existence Blackbeard is, and now he was brutally abused by Zhongshan. But no matter how you look at it, it's cool. This treacherous and cunning person should be taught a good lesson. Whitebeard treated him well, but he chose to betray, which is disgusting. Luffy even clenched his fists in the back. Kill him. It's just that Blackbeard, who was protecting his face at this time, has gradually understood Zhongshan's power, and his fear is no longer there, but he has become even more angry. So it is, and so are you. Dark Cave. In anger, Blackbeard touched the ground with his palm, and the darkness spread along the ground in all directions, turning into acupuncture points. There were already pirates and jailers nearby who were accidentally swallowed by the darkness and wanted to pull them into the acupoints. Zhongshan still looked calm. It's hard to wait for the elegance of the lobby, give it to me. Zhongshan also touched the ground with his palm, absorbing all the energy spreading from the ground into his body. However, with the confrontation between the two, Zhongshan also gradually faced an embarrassing period. The power of the dark fruit is really cool, but the problem is, the dark fruit is not aggressive at all. Although those slaps were very cool, Blackbeard was only beaten a few times. For a while, Zhongshan and Blackbeard, no one can do anything about the other. It seems that I wasted a lot of money again. I don't need to entangle with you here. Zhongshan's dark energy around his body gradually contracted into his body at this time. Blackbeard's expression was solemn, and he also contracted dark energy. Want a full blow? It's just that he didn't know at all that Zhongshan's 3-minute experience time had come. At this time, Zhongshan opened the convenience store system and clicked on the poisonous fruit experience card. Use. As Zhongshan clicked to use it, blue venom began to seep around his body. No, Lord Zhongshan is angry, hurry up and avoid this poisonous gas. For a time, the pirates could not move forward, and could only take a step back to prevent poisoning. Zhongshan, on the other hand, kept getting closer to Blackbeard. Blackbeard watched Zhongshan's body gradually become enveloped in venom, and was completely dumbfounded. The ability of 2 devil fruits? How is this possible? The next moment, the venom on Zhongshan's body approached and transformed into a dragon. It's time to end. Poison Dragon. The venom completely covered Blackbeard and his subordinates. After the dark energy absorbed the venom, it caused Blackbeard to suffer to the limit. What? Intense screams sounded in this hell. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Lose Money. Blackbeard, after all, no match for Zhongshan. Super convenience store system, in this world is simply a bug. A record Duran, Blackbeard would have been the easy kill. It's just a matter of mutual restraint. Fruit properties can absorb dark venom, it is simply in court death. Pirates around behind the scenes to see it, has been completely stunned. Really? Even beat Blackbeard? Zhongshan adults long live. From now on, Zhongshan adults is my idol. Pirates were furious, and even drunken Luffy are stupid. Does not mean it cannot kill. Luffy looking at is having a roll on the ground Blackbeard, he asked to look ignorant to force Zhongshan. Eventually someone will help him the solution of this toxin. Only Zhongshan you know, Blackbeard after Magellan is one hit kill, is Rain Shiryu as he untied the toxin. Zhongshan is no reason why the release Shiryu Rain, but also knowing that he is destined to become partners with Blackbeard. It is true that he cannot change. As for the big cask and huge battleship, well, this time has been thoroughly impressed by the strength of Zhongshan. After they saw Zhongshan easily overcome Blackbeard, and how to be able to draw them? Of course, the specific ways, you have to clear in the future. At this time, Luffy, it has been walked to Blackbeard. I promise you 1 billion Bailey, will go out to you, thank you. Luffy finished the sentence, he walked step by step Blackbeard. What situation? Zhongshan suddenly found that he seemed wrong. Himself defeated Blackbeard, in Luffy's eyes, that is, to give him the opportunity to personally hand blade enemy. So, he thinks reached a deal. Gee, this guy does not really give me a straw hat 1 billion Bailey it. Even Zhongshan themselves, they cannot believe made the deal. To my 1 billion Bailey, Blackbeard, you went to go die. Zhongshan could not help but go down Blackbeard who threw a bunch of poisonous puffer fish, so Tonghe Blackbeard's even more tragic. Anyway, Zhongshan simply wait to see this Blackbeard, he died at what time are the same. But, in Luffy hideous head was ready to kill Blackbeard's time, Blackbeard into darkness with the last effort, and his men eventually disappear completely. Luffy met Blackbeard life and escape in their own hands, painful, decadent kneeling on the ground. I'm all useless. Zhongshan him up from the ground, seriously said. They fled through the dark acupuncture points, but unfortunately right now I cannot use dark fruit. They will be venom poisoned it. Luffy still with a trace of expectations. Zhongshan think of in accordance with the urinary world development, although he was the stir-stick feces exist, but in the end will certainly be back on track. Should someone will save him. Here, he is also quite helpless. Luffy from the ground up. Anyway, I promise you 1 billion Bailey still give you. Zhongshan shook his head. Give 300 million it. Regarded as a deposit, if one day I really killed Blackbeard, you give me the next 700 million. Luffy looked mad and said, done. Only Zhongshan know the deal, Luffy turned a profit. According to the urine of the world development, Blackbeard is probably still would be the 4 emperors. 1 billion Bailey let him kill a 4 emperors, Luffy simply do not get to was great. It seems that I should do something, so that Blackbeard is unable to become 4 emperors. Zhongshan serious thought, while in command of all the pirates said, right now we have to stay here for too long, now no one can stop us, seize the hell out of here. Because of the presence of Zhongshan, all the pirates who fled speed, a little while, I have come to the 3rd level of hell. At this time, Magellan has caught up. Yvonne eventually stayed prevent Magellan's footsteps. Yvonne will be fine, move on. Zhongshan development of the story more clearly, and therefore continue to urge Luffy forward. Until the time of the 2nd layer, Magellan finally caught up. And Zhongshan, his face had a smile. Devil fruit, the attributes of grams. Poisonous fruit is indeed powerful, but extremely weak wax fruit, but enough restraint. The next moment, Zhongshan is already using the wax fruit experience card. This toxicity to experience fruit and dark fruit experience card then it is simply too cheap because of burning wax layers under and dissipate, but here, they would not. A wax appearance wall, but it is completely blocked the influx of Duran. At this time Luffy, finally sober up. Zhongshan, I live with candles wrapped, let me beat him. However, Zhongshan shook his head. You cannot beat him thoroughly, just a little stop I will be good, now we have to do, it is completely out of here. PS the house is let it last well, to start to accelerate update tomorrow. If a reward, more updated. Asterisk. Chapter 34, The Ticket to Freedom. With Zhang Shan there, this trip to Impel Down was a no-brainer. Zhang Shan stopped Magellan after the break, and the others had already turned with the clown buggy and other prisoners, opening the door of justice. The prisoners who did not see the sun finally breathed fresh air, saw the bright sky and the bright sunshine. But the next moment, the cheering stopped. Where's the boat? Damn it! Marine was afraid that we would take the ship and escape, and he has already let all the warships leave. All the sea kings around this big prison, we have no chance to defeat them at all. For a time, the pirates were mourning constantly. At this time, Zhang Shan was staying with Mr. Tu to block a lot of wax walls on the second floor channel to prevent Magellan from breaking through. Just when the passage was about to be completely blocked, Ivan rushed out with Magellan. Although Ivan was highly poisoned on the third floor, he was the best doctor himself, and detoxification was naturally easy. Come on, Magellan is angry. Ivan urged with lightning. Zhang Shan looked serious and nodded heavily. Mr. Tu, make a wax wall blockade every 100 meters back with me. Xiao Cha, the big prison may have already transferred the nearby warships. There is no ship around here. It's up to you to leave. Don't worry, the store manager, Zyoka understands. Zyoka rushed to the door very quickly. After all, her identity is the ship's mother, and in this world, she is unique. Everyone is quiet, the store manager has prepared a boat for everyone, but the ticket is charged. Zyoka said to these pirates with a sweet smile. As long as we can escape this prison, let's do whatever we want. We don't want to stay in this FG place anymore. Pay as you charge. No big deal. The smile on Xiao Cha's face was even stronger. Okay. One ticket is 30,000 Baileys, that's it. There was a smile at the corner of Zyoka's mouth, so many pirates came down, and the tickets sold were enough for her to upgrade the hull. Then, her body completely turned into a huge battleship. When all the pirates saw this huge battleship, their mouths widened in surprise. It's amazing, a battleship appeared inexplicably here. This battleship is too cool. It is 3 times larger than the marine warship. Floating on the sponge, not only does it have a kind of haki, the overlord of the sea, but the lines of the hull exude an elegant atmosphere. It's okay to be Mr. Zhang Shan, this ship is too haki. Everyone, get on board quickly. For a time, all the pirates jumped to the boat. There are no sailors on this ship, let's hurry up and set sail. But the next moment, the pirates on board exclaimed. Where's the sail? This ship has no sails, how can I drive it? For a time, all the pirates fell into despair. At this time, Zhang Shan and others have come to the door of justice. The wax wall he set up with Mr. Tu has completely angered Magellan. The poisonous giant. The trial of hell. Magellan was completely furious, and bright red venom emerged from his body, eventually forming the venom of the skeleton giant behind him. As long as it is slightly contaminated, death will spread like a plague in an instant. The wax wall couldn't stop it, it shattered in the rumbling sound, but when Magellan came to the door of justice, Zhang Shan had already left with Zhang Shan. An angry Magellan knew that his career as a warden was probably coming to an end. But the pirates on the boat cheered. Haha! We are free! Yet! Mr. Zhang Shan, do you have any beer here? We have to celebrate. Zhang Shan looked serious. Hurry up and make up your tickets. Don't think that my boat is so good. At this time, the pirates were smiling and rushing to pay Zhang Shan money. Lord Zhang Shan, if it wasn't for you, we couldn't leave here. This money is to honor your old age. Some pirates gave Zhang Shan directly to Bailey. Zhang Shan was stunned. Where did you get the money? We are pirates. When we escaped, we found the warehouse of the big prison in an instant. Everyone touched a lot of money, and of course it was more than enough to buy tickets. Yes, compared with death, 30,000 Bailey is not too kind, Mr. Zhongshan, you will be my rebirth parents in the future. Yes, yes. We will definitely go to Lily Road to support you when we have the opportunity in the future. For a time, Zhongshan fell into the compliments of everyone. But what makes Zhongshan even more happy is that he sold 100 million Bailey's tickets. Convert to member points. A full value of 10,000. Asterisk. Chapter 35 Buggy, pay back the money quickly. On this trip to Impel Down, Zhongshan made a lot of money. Even if you don't count the 300 million Bailey that Luffy hasn't cashed yet, he has already earned nearly 200 million Bailey. This is an extremely frightening number. After all the money was converted into membership points, Zhongshan had more than 16,000 points. With these membership points, it is enough to support me in the next war. Zhongshan thought to himself. The upcoming Summit War is the big event that will truly shake the world of pirates. Whether Whitebeard wins, or Marine wins, times will change. I will also make a name for myself as a convenience store in Lily Island in this war. Zhongshan clenched his fist tightly. At this time, all the pirates were shocked by the battleship transformed by the ship girl Zioka. This battleship is so far away that it doesn't even need sails, and the speed can be so fast. What's that smoking chimney? According to Mr. Zhongshan, this ship is driven by a steam turbine. The normal speed is 3 times that of the marine warship, and the speed of the full load can reach twice that of the marine warship. So powerful! If we had such a ship, wouldn't the world let us gallop? I have already asked Mr. Zhongshan, even if he is given 10 billion Bailey, he will not sell this boat, but it is said that there are other quite powerful boats in his convenience store. We can go and have a look at that time. Be sure to visit. It's just that there is almost no firepower on this ship. Some pirates said dissatisfied. But soon he was refuted. Che, what do you know? This is just a scooter for Lord Zhongshan, and it doesn't need firepower at all. After listening to these pirates, Zhongshan cried and laughed helplessly. A bunch of idiots. The reason why Xiao doesn't have strong firepower is that Laozi has no money. If these pirates know what Zhongshan is saying, they will definitely despise him. A businessman who has made nearly 200 million in just 1 or 2 days, can it be out of money? It's a liar. However, the fact is that no one knows how much money the convenience store needs to spend, and how much money Zhongshan needs to spend to show his terrifying abilities. However, in order to make more money, these expenses are also quite necessary. But after a short distance from Impel Down, they saw a warship approaching here, and the pirates became serious. No, this ship's firepower is no match for a warship at all, Mr. Zhongshan, let's run away. Yet, there will be more warships behind this warship, we can't beat it. On the other hand, Zhongshan was still extremely calm. It's the fisherman Jinbei and them. When he finished saying this, the pirates just remembered that just now, the fishman Jinbei and Crocodile and the clown Buggy went to snatch the marine warship. Now, they have come home victorious. The Murloc Jinbei and the clown Buggy stared at Zhongshan's ship when they saw Zhongshan's ship. This ship is really handsome. I wish I could have this ship. Even the 7 warlords of the sea can't avoid greed for Zioka. If it wasn't for Zhongshan's great strength in the big hell, they would have already taken action at this time. There are too many pirates on this ship. We happen to have 2 ships. Let some people go to the other ship. Eventually, a group of pirates, led by Buggy and Murlocs, boarded the marine battleship. As for the huge battleship that Zhongshan took, because the body was too large, it was pulling a rope and being dragged away by the Zioka. For a time, 2 ships with a large number of pirates sailed to the marine headquarters together. As for the clown Buggy, after everyone learned that he was a crew member of Roger, the Pirate King, he was enthusiastically sought after by the pirates and was named the captain of another ship. Zhang Shan glanced at the clown buggy calmly. It's really a lucky guy. The clown buggy was lucky enough to finally have the ability to become the pirate king. And right now, isn't little buggy a little too arrogant? Looks like it's necessary to beat this little buggy again. Standing directly on the bow, Zhang Shan looked at Buggy standing on the cannon and shouted, "Hey, Buggy, pay back the money." After hearing Zhang Shan's shout, Buggy, who was standing on the naval gun, almost carried his head into the sea. P.S. The account was inexplicably unable to log in, and then various displays showed that the user did not exist, which blinded me, and then after half an hour, I was inexplicably able to log in again, which scared me to rush over to update. By the way, ask for flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Coming to Naval Headquarters. It didn't take long to get from Impel down to Marine Headquarters. In the early morning, Zhang Shan and others had already seen the gate of Marine Headquarters. How can I open this door? Jinbei looked serious. Ace has already raised his fist and said, then give it a try twice. But then he was stopped by Zhang Shan. You can't open it. Right now, we can only wait for Whitebeard's arrival. Zhang Shan knew that, as Ace's strictest father, Whitebeard would not sit idly by. Everyone, for the next battle, take a good rest on this ship. In a while, we will subvert the order of this world. Zhang Shan looked at the door with a serious expression. Luffy was getting impatient already. How long will it take to see Ace? Don't be impatient. At this time, Zhang Shan had already opened the super convenience store system. Among the light blue light curtains and merchandise, Zhang Shan quickly found the ship coding option. Now that Marine's headquarters has set up a net, just waiting for Whitebeard to enter, but in the bay in front of Marine, the defense is the weakest. Whitebeard is relying on 3 ships to dive into the bay from the bottom of the sea, causing the Marine's external enclosure to fail, and we can also completely dive into the Marine headquarters marine fort in this way. Zhang Shan thoroughly ordered the coding options. As a result, Zhang Shan almost vomited blood when he saw the cost. 2,000 member points. This part-time job will kill people. Xiao Cha, I think no matter how much I make money, I can't afford to support you. Even though his heart aches, Zhang Shan still chooses to coat Zioka. After all, for now, running to Whitebeard's side may seem dangerous, but the most dangerous place is also the safest place. The coding of the convenience store system is extremely fast, and it is completely completed in the blink of an eye, and all the pirates who watch it are stunned. This coding speed is too fast. It's okay to be Mr. Zhang Shan, who has so many good things. The pirates are about to become Zhang Shan's brainless fans. In the future, everyone should look for treasures carefully, so that they can go to Lord Zhang Shan to exchange for more good things. In the exclamations of the pirates, the coded Zioka has sunk to the bottom of the sea. On the contrary, Zioka was a little depressed. Sir, it's really a waste of you to do this. It's good to add some money to improve the hull for me. Don't worry Zioka, when I earn more money, I will not only give you a complete makeover, but also buy you new clothes. Adults are the best. While the two were chatting, the door of Marine headquarters had been slowly opened. This was not an order from Marine headquarters, but Zhang Shan already knew that Whitebeard had come. Little T, full speed ahead. Yes, Mr. Store Manager. The coded small T carries the pirates across the seabed at high speed. As for the huge battleship, he was so big that Zhang Shan could only let himself enter the battlefield from the sea. At this time, the Marine headquarters, which was waiting for it, suddenly saw a faint shadow of a sail in the sea fog in the distance. They're here. A total of 47 ships. All the New World pirates under Whitebeard have come here. Everyone is ready. The atmosphere of naval headquarters was extremely dignified in an instant. At this moment, in the bay directly in front of the Marine headquarters, a bubble suddenly rose, followed by the sea water gushing upwards. Not good. Could it be? Before Marine could recover, Whitebeard's Moby Dick pirate ship washed up from the bottom of the sea, followed by 2 other ships. It turned out to break through our siege. All the Marines couldn't help swallowing. The sound of heavy footsteps and the sound of iron hoops hitting the deck resounded in this sea area, attracting everyone's attention. He came. The most powerful pirate in the world, Whitebeard. Whitebeard had already walked to the bow of the Moby Dick, his fists clenched tightly, and Shock Fruit's ability instantly exploded from his fists. The sea is not calm at this moment, and the undercurrent is surging. Zhang Shan and others at the bottom of the sea felt it more clearly, and the advancement of the Zioka received greater resistance. It seems that Whitebeard has already shot. Zhang Shan lowered his head and muttered to himself. The next moment, the sea water poured in the opposite direction, and the current hit the little T, rushing towards the naval headquarters at high speed. Luffy was agitated. Okay. That's it, we can save Ace. A huge tsunami has been caused around the marine headquarters, and the huge waves are about to submerge the naval headquarters. At this time, the Zioka also rushed out of the bay. Why is there still a boat? It's bigger than the Moby Dick. Asterisk. Chapter 37 The War Begins, add more for the first rewarder caution. The shock of the Marines lasted only a few seconds. The next moment, Zioka couldn't withstand the impact of the ocean undercurrent, and was blasted directly into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Marine Marshal Sengoku and Whitebeard both broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of ship was that just now? It just disappeared, I'm afraid, it's a bunch of idiots. At this time, Zhang Shan and others had completely flown into the sky, and even the white clouds were under their feet. The power of Whitebeard is really terrifying. Zhang Shan has a heart. Below, the shaking had formed a tsunami that was about to sweep across the naval headquarters. All Marines' lives are on the line. Right here, Marine Admiral Aokiji rose into the sky, and the terrifying cold air secreted along the surroundings, instantly freezing the huge waves into ice cubes. At the same time, naval headquarters, including the Bay Area, was instantly frozen. Seeing this, the Whitebeard pirates even shouted. This ice layer just gave us a foothold. Go ahead. Pirates flock to the naval headquarters, and the battle with Marine is imminent. At the same time, Marine Admirals Aokiji and Kizaru shot at the same time, but they couldn't reach Whitebeard at all, so they were shot by Whitebeard's squad leader Phoenix Margot and Diamond Joe's, blocking Marine Admiral's attack. Diamond Joe's shattered the ice surface, lifted a terrifying ice cube, and smashed it directly at the Marine headquarters. If this ice hit Marine, the headquarters would definitely disappear in an instant. Lava Akainu couldn't do it anymore, and with one punch, it melted the ice surface. The battle turned white-hot in the blink of an eye. Only Whitebeard and Marine Marshal Sengoku were still fighting. But at this moment, there were bursts of shouts from the sky. Zhang Shan, Luffy and others fell from the sky at high speed. Oh my god! Why did that battleship suddenly disappear? We'll fall to our death. I don't want to die like this. Ivan, the SE King, exclaimed. I don't want to die either. Luffy also exclaimed, but the next moment he returned to normal. Forget I'm a rubber man, I can't fall to death. Only Zhang Shan and Zioka remained calm. At this time, Zhang Shan was holding the big black umbrella, and the other hand wrapped around Zioka's waist, slowly falling from the air. I have to say, the quality of this big black umbrella is really amazing. As expected of an item from the system, it's good. Zhang Shan, who was in the air, probably took a while to float down. He could better overlook the entire battlefield from here. Even, because he was too far away from Luffy and others, he was not noticed at all. As for Luffy and others, they completely fell into the seawater that fell among the ice blocks that had been dug away. Zhang Shan knew that these people who came out of hell would not die so easily. Luffy. Ace shouted to the sky, and Garp the Fist, who was sitting beside him, looked very ugly. He, Garp the Fist, is Marine's hero, but the 2 grandchildren he raised have become pirates. Sengoku on the side was mocking. You really raised a good grandson. If you weren't my Marine's hero, you'd be dead long ago. The battle continues. Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral, famous Vice Admiral from all over the world, 7 warlords of the sea, have all gathered here. And the battle is still deadlocked. But at this moment, a huge roar suddenly came from the distance. A huge shadow came out of the fog, and Marine Bay was blocked, and a huge gap was directly punched by the demon descendant Little Ounce Jr. After that, with the huge physical advantage of the giant clan, Little Ounce rushed directly into Marine's encirclement. Ace! He roared wildly, and the giant Vice Admiral, who was in front of the outer periphery, was not his opponent, and was beheaded by him one after another. But he wouldn't stop at all, sinking deeper and deeper into Marine's encirclement. His goal is clear: save Ace. Ounce, back up, you will become Marine's target. After Ace died with all his strength, he still couldn't stop the simple-minded Little Ounce. He only knew that Ace was very good to him, so even if he died, he would save Ace. Whitebeard looked at Ozzy's back with a pained expression. Idiot! Don't die and the brave are not the same thing. Don't stop me, Dad. I want to save him. Save Ace as fast as you can. Whitebeard rubbed his head in a headache. You fool, I really can't do anything about you. Then he suddenly shouted to the back, you guys! Go and help him deal with the aftermath. But just as Ounce broke through the defense line one after another, Ounce encountered the most terrifying violence Kun, Bartholomew Kuma. P.S. It's said that there will be more today, and we will do what we say, and there will be updates in a while. Asterisk. Chapter 38, A World Sensational Advertisement. Ounce is no match for the 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma. The huge bear's paw kept shrinking in the bear's hands, and finally hit Ounce. Bear paw. Shock. Ounce's figure was so large that he couldn't dodge at all. With one blow, Ounce's body was severely injured, and his cherished straw hat was directly knocked to the ground. Ounce. Ace looked at Ounce covered in blood and fell into painful memories. In the Whitebeard Pirates, he has a very good relationship with Ounce. Ounce is a giant, very close to the sun. You're so close to the sun, isn't it hot? It's hot. Hey, this straw hat is for you. After Ounce put on his straw hat, he smiled happily. Sure enough, it's a lot cooler. The crew members around were even more envious. Ace itself is a fire. In order to make this straw hat for you, I burned 2 of them. The picture in my mind flashed again and again. It was raining heavily, and Ozzy was sitting outside alone. Ounce spoke, it's raining outside, go back quickly. Ozzy smiled stupidly. With this straw hat, I'm not afraid of rain. The screen flashed again, the sky was snowing heavily, and Ounce was still sitting outside alone. Ounce put it on, it's snowing, it's too cold. Ounce still squinted his eyes, his face filled with happiness. With the straw hat from Ace, I can't do it at all. Ounce is a silly, cute, and persistent giant. Even though he was severely injured, he still wanted to reach out and save Ace. Ace. The 7 warlords of the sea were ready to attack Ounce, but a sigh suddenly caught their attention. Hey! Zhongshan, who slowly floated down from the sky, landed directly on Ounce's head with Zyoka. Sure enough, he's an utterly stupid idiot. But I appreciate you, a kind and righteous idiot. Zhongshan patted Ounce's pair of demon horns lightly. Both Marine and the pirates were shocked by Zhongshan, who suddenly fell. Who is he? How come you've never seen him? It actually landed directly in the very center of the battlefield. He's going to die. This is a battlefield, and he still has a girl in his arms. God, how can there be such a person? As for 7 warlords of the sea Hancock, she doesn't care what Zhang Shan is doing at all, her head is full of Zhang Shan's figure with an umbrella. Lord Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan ignored everyone's attention, and instead looked for the footage of the video phone bug on his own. This battle was broadcast live all over the world by Marine. Everyone in the world is watching this battle. But at this moment, Zhang Shan's figure with a big black umbrella appeared on the camera, and he was extraordinary. People all over the world have stirred up. Who is this? How did he join this battle? But the next moment, they knew the identity of the handsome black-haired man in the image. Please allow me to introduce myself, my dear Zhang Shan, the owner of the super convenience store on Lily Island in Com Belt. In my convenience store, you can buy everything in the world. Whether you want wealth, fame, power, or the whole world. Finally, welcome everyone to come to my super convenience store to buy. I'm Zhang Shan, I'm in Lily Island, waiting for you. Zhang Shan is handsome and dashing, and through Marine's live broadcast, he made this super commercial all over the world. The reason why he spends a lot of membership points to come here. Isn't it just to catch up with this live broadcast all over the world and vigorously advertise the convenience store? Moreover, the commercials broadcast live all over the world are still broadcast by Marine for free, which is really cool. Of course, the huge tolls spent before coming here must not be included in the advertising costs. But Zhang Shan had no idea what a sensation his actions had caused to the whole world. Marine and Whitebeard are fighting to death, and he's popping a commercial here. The people of the world who saw this scene were almost petrified by thunder. Damn it! Where did this come from? I dare to mix it up. You are a businessman. Aren't you looking for death when you come here? I see this Zhang Shan, clearly wanting to fight. I think after this war, no matter who wins or loses, this idiot will leave an indelible mark in history. As for Zhang Shan, he calmly looked at Marine and the pirates with a shit-eating expression. Of course he didn't come here to court death, but to make money. Ace, let's do a business. P.S. Today's 5 shifts are much more powerful than before. Starting tomorrow, we will strive to ensure that there are basically 5 shifts per day. Also, if there is a third tipper, I'll add another chapter for him. After that, for every 1,000 rewards accumulated, a new chapter will be added. A total of 10,000 flowers have been accumulated, and a new chapter has been added. A total of 1,000 evaluation votes have been added, and a new chapter has been added. Accumulate 100 monthly passes every month, plus 1 chapter. Accumulated 5,000 collections, add a new chapter. If I'm in a good mood, I'll keep adding more. If I can find a female ticket, add more than 100,000 words. Note, don't doubt Zyoka's ability to code words. I have written 30,000 characters of daily code several times. At present, the cumulative number of code words has exceeded 7 million. So, brothers, if you have any rewards, flowers, evaluations, collections, and monthly passes, just throw them all over. If I throw a sister paper over, I will be more grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Devil Fruit Worth 4 Billion Baileys. In the world's attention, Zhang Shan made an arrogant advertisement, which suddenly changed the nature of the cruel war. After introducing the advertisement, I should also let you know the strength of my convenience store. Ace, give me 80 million Bailey, and I will save ounce. Zhang Shan held an umbrella and calmly said to Ace. Ace's pupils tightened. He was a prisoner who was about to be executed. He never thought that anyone would say such a thing to him. 80 million, come to sell ounce's life. UBD. Can ounce be measured by 80 million? If you can save him, I'll give as much as I can. Ace roared with all his might. Zhang Shan reluctantly scratched his ears. Saving ounce is worth 50 million. If I ask for an extra 30 million, I feel a little black-hearted. I didn't expect you to say more than that. Well, I can't understand the feelings between you, Zioka, go and pick up that straw hat. It's the store manager. Zioka quickly jumped off to pick up the straw hat and handed it to Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan put on the straw hat for Ounce calmly. Thank you. Only then did the seriously injured Ounce realize that there were two people standing on his head. Although I can't see who it is, the one who can put on the straw hat for himself must be his own. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth, and he patted Ounce's big head. You can't rush over, but after a while you can lie on the ground and use it as a bridge to let more comrades in the rear pass over. Ounce was puzzled. I'm going to save Ace. For a single-strand creature like him, nothing has a very good effect. Okay. Zhang Shan shook his head helplessly. If this big guy really rushes in, and he has to make sure he doesn't die, the asking price of 80 million will definitely be a loss. That being the case, Zhang Shan quickly spent 500 membership points to buy a white cloud bear bile pill. Biun Xiandan pill, from the world of swordsmen, Hung Shan sent elixir to cure wounds. After taking it, it will cause dizziness for half a day, and the effect is remarkable. Although this ammunition comes from the world of martial arts, but after the blessing of the system, the efficacy is destined to be extraordinary, otherwise it is impossible to spend 500 member points. Zhang Shan directly grabbed the big black umbrella and fell down, and said at the same time, "Open your mouth, I have a healing elixir here, which can relieve your injury." Ozzy with a stubborn head believed Zhang Shan, so he listened to his words, opened his big mouth. Zhang Shan casually tossed it, and the Biun bear gallbladder fell into his mouth. He snorted slightly, but felt that there was no smell at all. This medicine is really too small. It's just that after Biun Xiandan Wan fell, the wound on his body stopped bleeding, and Ounce's energy also recovered. It's really good medicine. Ace and Whitebeard, who were watching the battlefield, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. He really has 2 strokes. Fortunately that idiot Ounce didn't die. But Zhang Shan's actions have completely angered Marine. Kill them. Sengoku, who was standing on the execution platform, had roared. Don Quixote of 7 Warlords of the Sea walked down with a weird smile, and looked at Zhang Shan and little Ounce seriously. How dare a businessman be so arrogant? Your behavior has completely angered Marine. And no one can stop your death. Zhang Shan laughed wildly. No one in this world can make me die. Before he finished speaking, he saw that Don Quixote had already acted in advance. Wearing a pink feather coat, cropped pants, and pointy-toed shoes, his garb is very weird, but his speed is already as fast as Ultimate. He is the owner of String Fruit, the silk thread is invisible, and has extremely sharp cutting ability. Originally, little Ounce's right leg was cut off by him. But at this time, Zhang Shan was standing here. He methodically turned the ring, picking out items in the convenience store. The ability of String Fruit is very powerful, which makes Don Quixote rarely fail, but the ability of String Fruit also has natural restraint. That is OPOP fruit. This fruit is considered to be the ultimate devil fruit because it can carry out the eternal operation that gives human life eternal life, but the price is that the person with the ability will die. The value of this fruit far exceeds the existence of 4 billion Baileys that are wanted by all pirates. The original owner of Trafalgar Law is a newcomer who is comparable to Luffy. Even in a convenience store, a 3-minute experience card requires 1,000 membership points. After using the experience card, Zhang Shan calmly took out a tang knife with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Room, Slaughterhouse. Asterisk. Chapter 40 Don Quixote humiliated. Facing Don Quixote, who rarely loses, Zhang Shan used the OPOP fruit experience card specially designed to restrain him without hesitation. He pressed his palm to the ground and created a continuously rotating, hollow white typhoon-shaped uzumaki under the palm. Eventually, the uzumaki expanded during the rotation and spread into a specific semicircular space. In this space, Zhang Shan is the master. No creature can stop his knife. Die! The sword light flickered, and the marine soldiers who were still in the space were chopped into 6, 7, 8, and 9 pieces in an instant. There was no blood flowing out of their stumps and arms, and they did not die, but floated in this space. The transparent silk thread in Don Quixote's hand also broke in an instant, and was completely cut by Zhang Shan. At the same time, Tang's knife also slashed towards Don Quixote's body. "Where's that BD Luo?" Don Quixote was frightened by Zhang Shan's ability. OPOP fruit was originally an ability possessed by one of his subordinates, Luo, and he has always claimed that he treats Luo like his own younger brother. The purpose is to allow Luo to perform an ageless operation on himself. But right now, Zhang Shan has the ability of OPOP fruit, so is Luo already dead? The marines and pirates who observed all of this above were also stunned. This is the ability of Supernova Luo, how could it appear on him? Who is he? The Tang knife in Zhang Shan's hand did not stop because of the shock of the crowd, and kept cutting on Don Quixote's body. But Don Quixote is the 7 warlords of the sea after all, and the tip of the knife can only cut through his skin, but cannot completely hurt him. After 5 breaths, Tang Dao in Zhang Shan's hands finally stopped, and the white specific space disappeared. Boom! The broken limbs and broken arms floating in midair fell to the ground in an instant, and a vacuum field appeared on this dense battlefield. As for Don Quixote, he didn't fall down, but his clothes, trousers, and even his eyes and shoes were shattered into countless pieces at this moment and scattered into the air. His long blonde hair also disappeared, turning into a shiny bald head. That was when Zhang Shan showed his ability, and by the way, he gave him a layer of wax. There were numerous stab wounds on his body, although it was not fatal, but it was shocking to see it. Zhang Shan, on the other hand, stared at his lower body, and said maliciously, "Even the underwear and pants are pink, and they have a personality." Don Quixote's face was extremely ugly. The surrounding marines were also swallowing their saliva and backing away. Seeing this, Whitebeard, who was standing on the boat and dared not move, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! This war is broadcast live all over the world. It's so heartwarming for a Shishibukai to be so humiliated in front of the whole world." Marine Marshal Sengoku's face was even more ugly. After this incident, Don Quixote may be completely discredited. Who is this Zhang Shan? Why have I never heard of it before? What a powerful person, send me to investigate everything about him. The Marines were already shocked. At this time, people who saw this through the big screen were shocked and couldn't shut their mouths. We just thought this person was crazy, but at this moment, he showed his ability. His strength is even stronger than 7 warlords of the sea. He's really just a businessman? If it were a pirate, wouldn't he be able to traverse the sea long ago? With his strength, why only be a businessman? The focus of everyone in the world has already fallen on Zhang Shan. This is also the effect Zhang Shan wanted. He carefully looked for the camera again, and then arranged his clothes slightly, and said seriously, "In the super convenience store, you can buy everything. I am Zhang Shan. I am in Lily Island. Wait for you." He even threw a wink at the camera bug. When people around the world saw this close-up again, their jaws were about to fall to the ground. Another ad. This is fighting the 7 warlords of the sea. He is in the mood to continue the commercials. God, he's a lunatic. At this time, Zhang Shan's name has been firmly engraved in the hearts of people around the world. He used his own strength to prove that he was not a joke in the war, a fool who didn't know how to live or die. Don Quixote, who was fighting against him, was completely annoyed by Zhang Shan's actions. "BD, you dare to play with me? Courting death?" Zhang Shan turned his head and his expression became cold again. "Are you kidding? I'm afraid not." Only Zhang Shan himself knew that he really wanted to take Don Quixote's life in those few cuts just now. However, Don Quixote was the 7 warlords of the sea after all. Although he looked embarrassed, he finally avoided the key point. If Don Quixote is serious, the chances of him being able to kill Don Quixote are slim. Besides, there are other 7 warlords of the sea around here. Asterisk. Chapter 41, Auto-generated chapter title. 41st chapter Become a Joke Manager. Don Quixote suffered incomparable feel humiliated, like crazy to Zhongshan rushing. Moria, the shot. Ying Ying fruit ability person, Gecko Moria quack laughed. Do not forget that where there is a giant, I need his body to become my zombies. Shadow angle gun. Moria's shadow into a bat, became a black rifles, stabbing straight small Ounce throat. Ounce's body is too large, could not escape, but fortunately, Zhongshan had expected, soar, they put a knife to cut off the shadow angle gun, into a large number of black bat, hazy between the battlefield. Ounce small bow thanks, the next moment they can bear Danwan because clouds of drug seizures, dizziness mind, body straight forward eventually flew to the ground. Originally standing in front of the Ounce, Zhongshan rushed to escape, to see Ounce's body become a bridge leading to the execution stage. System of medicine is overbearing, the giant's such a big body can be effective. Zhongshan amazed. But this time people outside do not know the specific circumstances, only to see black bat dispersed, small Ounce then fell to the ground. Marine seeing know the truth, already cheered. Good Moria adults powerful, no losses 7 warlords of the sea, a strike will be completely beheaded the horrible giant. Moria adults long live. For a time, Marine morale. Even Moria himself ignorant, I really killed the little Ounce I do not know how. But when he saw Ounce lying on the ground motionless look, there is no difference with the dead, but suddenly laughing up. Haha. I know, this is just his battle bow crossbow, I bet with just a touch of shadow, and he would have no strength to resist, and so it seems, I was really lucky it. With small Ounce's body, I will be able to create the world's most powerful zombies. Seeing the scaffold of Ace, angry Yuan Deng, directed piercing howling. Ounce. Tears from his eyes disappointing flowing down, he thought Ounce was dead. Ounce this fall, too deceptive a. Even Zhongshan himself, did not think there will be such an effect. Still standing on the bow of Moby Whitebeard, their rage is a near life and Genzi his marine admiral, simple and crude. All the bodies of marching Ounce. Forward. Charge. Under this misunderstanding, but it is completely inspired fierce nature of Whitebeard pirates. Fighting once again into the white-hot stage. Marine Marshal Sengoku see this behind the scenes, revealing mouth slightly hint of a smile. You just really have to be scared of it, but your deal, failed too. Zhongshan, you are much better than this. People of all the world to see this behind the scenes, not a sigh of relief. What a super convenience store, what Zhongshan. I see, however is a liar. Also known as where to buy everything, hey. Now beaten face it. This business failed, later who would be willing to come to your store to buy something? Haha, he is so strong that nothing terrible. For a time, Zhongshan in the hearts of all people, once again become a clown. His mouth super convenience stores, also became a joke. Appearances can be shocked how? How can the strength of strong? Then tossed a businessman, but also churn out how many waves? He's caught in the battlefield that are deep, the next moment, I am afraid, will be dead. Everyone in the world are concerned about Zhongshan. And Zhongshan looked frantically rushed to the pirates who knows fainted Ounce will not be too much damage, simply give him added a safety net energy. Protective net energy, energy shield upgrade, the price is calculated in accordance with the coverage. Ounce figure is too big, he spent a full member of 1000 points. But when the benefits of energy safety net provided they are not high intensity attacks, energy safety net is invisible, you can make better Ounce play dead to go. As for those who say he is a joke, and that they continued to go. To restore the power giant's body, White Cloud's Dan1 of the drug cannot bear to let him dizzy for too long. That time, we know who is the real joke. Zhang Shan still with a smile, time to experience the card has expired, he is not fit to remain here. Small t respectful of the name of a large black umbrella Zhang Shan, which can resist the foot of ice water gives off cold. Your Honor, how we are going to do? I have to find someone. A little boy not yet well known. Asterisk. Chapter 42, The Future Marine Admiral. When the brutal war broke out, Zhang Shan chose to retreat. At present, in order to save little ounce, 2,500 points have been spent in the membership store, and the discount is 25 million Bailey. If he insists on fighting ahead, it is simply a money-burning behavior, which is not in his interest. Both Whitebeard and Sengoku's eyes fell on Zhang Shan. In this fierce battle, he was still holding a big black umbrella, as if he was taking a leisurely walk, and he was the only one in the entire battlefield who would do this. There may be marines around to shoot him, but these little people Zioka can easily deal with it. Zhang Shan went all the way, no one could stop him, and soon came to the outer edge of the bay. Sengoku the Buddha saw this behind the scenes and clenched his palm tightly. Damn it! This BD businessman wants to run after advertising. Send someone to stop him. Never let him go so easily. But he soon got a response from marines out of the bay. Marshal, no one can stop him outside. Damn! Sengoku was very angry at this. Whitebeard looked at Zhang Shan who was leaving and clenched his fists. Sure enough, he is a businessman. Only for profit, he has no backbone and dignity. Everyone misunderstood Zhang Shan. He was just looking for a marine boy. Soon, he spotted the pink-haired teenager in the melee. With glasses on his head and a winter melon face, he looked at the dead companions around him in horror. Is this war? Even Lord Vice Admiral couldn't resist, and finally sacrificed, and I, the weak, couldn't survive the war at all. Fear filled his heart. As a marine recruit, he has yet to adjust to marines' brutality. At this moment, a huge machete fell on his head, and he forgot to dodge in fear. But at this moment, a straight knife blocked the machete, and flew so many pirates. He raised his head in shock, and saw the man with the black umbrella who still looked extremely elegant even on the battlefield. Xiao Cha, I want to talk to him, don't let anyone approach here. Yes, store manager. Zioka held the tang knife in his hand and rushed around. And Zhang Shan waved his hand, and a set of antique tables and chairs appeared. There was a tea set on the table, and the water in the teapot was still steaming hot. Zhang Shan sat down on his own, then stretched out his hand and said, Kibi, sit down. A lot of sweat was oozing out of Kirby's forehead. He had been in a fight, and he had no idea what had just happened in the bay. He was even more curious about the identity of the mysterious man in front of him. This is a battlefield. You are drinking tea here. I must be dreaming. Kirby covered his head in pain. Am I dead? This is the legendary Mengpo soup that makes people forget everything. He looked around, the shouting was still the same, the war was still brutal, but no pirate could step within 20 steps of Zhang Shan and him. Zhang Shan still maintained his elegance, not paying attention to the surrounding war, as if he was enjoying the flowers. Kirby, you are not dead, you are still in this war. Why do you know my name? Kibi couldn't sit down after all, he was not as calm as Zhang Shan. Not only do I know your name, but I know you want to be Marine Admiral. Kirby bit his lip tightly and clenched his fist tightly. Right now, you don't have the courage to uphold justice. Nor do you have the strength to uphold justice. Kirby's head drooped even lower, looking cowardly. Even Zioka frowned. How can such a person become a Marine Admiral? Only Zhang Shan knows that this kind of cowardly behavior is a common problem for many recruits. If it weren't for this, he would have died here long ago. But the most important thing is that this war is the transformation of Kobo, a cowardly Marine soldier who becomes Marine's mainstay. Most importantly, Kirby met him. I know you've never been successful. You've lost badly in any battle. But it didn't kill your dream, you are still going for it. Maybe you will feel helpless at this time. But don't be afraid, I am by your side. I wish you will live to the end. If you still have dreams of becoming a Marine Admiral after the war, come and find me at my convenience store. Zhang Shan calmly arrived at a cup of tea and handed it to Kirby. This cup of tea is called courage. Drinking it will make you no longer cowardly. Kirby took the teacup and drank it. His courage, also because of Zhang Shan's words of encouragement, came back to him. For the dream, no longer be afraid. But when he finished drinking the tea, he found that the table and chairs in front of him had disappeared, only the back of Zhang Shan was gone. I still don't know what your name is. Zhang Shan turned his head slightly, leaving a profile that Kirby could never forget for the rest of his life. My name is Zhang Shan, and I'll be waiting for you in my convenience store. I'll help you become a Marine Admiral. Chapter 43 The Store Manager Who Goes and Returns. As Zhang Shan left with Zioka, Kobo gradually fell into a chaotic battlefield again. It's just that his expression is no longer painful, and his eyes are extremely firm. Trust me, I will be an admiral. At this time, Zioka was holding an umbrella for Zhang Shan and asked with a puzzled face. My lord came here from the much-anticipated battlefield just to see this unknown marine boy. Zhang Shan laughed, don't underestimate him, he will definitely become Marine Admiral. Xiao Cha said dissatisfiedly, even if he is a fool, with the help of the store manager, he can definitely become a Marine Admiral. Zhang Shan smiled and shook his head. And Zioka showed a sweet smile, the owner of the store did this, I am afraid that after training him into a Marine Admiral, we can fully demonstrate our strength. Zhang Shan smiled and said, you're only right about one point, and the other point is that I want to leave some acquaintances in Marine, so as to save the trouble of the government in the future. The store manager kills 3 birds with 1 stone. This meeting is quite meaningful. It's just that the adult gave him a cup of tea, which is too extravagant. It's better to leave it to Zioka to upgrade. At this time, the battlefield was slaughtered, but the eyes of the two seemed to be nothing else, and the eyes of others were more like a young couple in love. Zhang Shan pinched her nose dotingly. You wouldn't think that it was bought with membership points. Zioka pouted and said, isn't it? Zhang Shan said with a smile, it's just an ordinary cup of tea. The so-called courage is what he gave himself. What I did was to let the courage he had in his heart burst out ahead of time. Zioka's eyes widened in surprise, looking extremely cute. Ah, it turned out to be like this, the adults are amazing, a cup of ordinary tea can give him courage. Zhang Shan likes Zioka's sincere flattery, and his smile is even better. Okay, don't think about Kirby, let's go back to the bay, there's still a tough battle to fight there. At this time, the battlefield inside the bay has become extremely chaotic. The blockade outside the bay has been opened by the pirates' 2 gaps, a large number of pirates poured into the bay, and the battle strength is in a line. Luffy and others were also completely awake and came to the Whitebeard ship. Because Crocodile was out of Zhang Shan's control, he had already rushed onto Whitebeard's boat, ready to compete with Whitebeard, but was blocked by Luffy. Then he was stopped by Diamond Joes, the captain of the 3rd team of the Whitebeard pirates. When Zhang Shan returned to the battlefield again, he saw that Luffy and Whitebeard were already facing each other. Whitebeard was looking down at Luffy. Are you here to save your brother? Luffy looked up at him and said seriously, that's right. Do you know who your enemy is? Whitebeard's long knife pierced heavily on the deck, if you are like this, you will die. For a time, the war stopped again because of the confrontation between Whitebeard and Luffy. Luffy was silent for a few breaths, and then his expression turned hideous. It's long-winded, you don't have to decide this kind of thing. I know, you are quite the pirate king, right? The one who wants to become One Piece. It's me. When Luffy roared with all his strength, the pirates and marines on the battlefield were already frightened. No one has dared to be so arrogant in the face of Whitebeard. After Zhang Shan heard the voice, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As expected of Luffy, even if he has encountered the famous sea area for a long time, Whitebeard, who survived from the era of One Piece, is not afraid at all. Xiao Cha frowned slightly. The air there has solidified. It seems that Whitebeard is really angry. Do you want to help Luffy, sir? Zhang Shan shook his head with a smile, and said, Whitebeard is one of the 4 emperors in this world. He is very ruthless and won't care about Luffy. When he finished speaking, Whitebeard, who was dancing the knife, had already dropped the knife heavily on the deck, and then looked at Zhang Shan and laughed wildly. It's arrogant. If you dare to hold me back, I can't spare you, runny brat. I'll do what I want. Ace, let me save you. When Luffy finished speaking, he rushed into the battlefield with a grim look. At this time, Zhang Shan also came to the bow of the Moby Dick. The big black umbrella and the beautiful little T with an umbrella behind him once again attracted everyone's attention. What? He didn't even leave. Marine Marshal Sengoku suddenly had a bad premonition. He's on Whitebeard's boat. What the hell is he trying to do? PS say good 5, do what you say. Updates to follow. Asterisk. Chapter 44, Marine's Partner. Add more for the 3rd rewarder, NU11. Whitebeard looked at Zhang Shan, who was standing beside him, with a grim expression, his fists clenched. How dare you come here? In the face of Whitebeard's anger, Zhang Shan remained calm, which attracted everyone's attention. We are not enemies. Zhang Shan said calmly. He knew that Whitebeard at this time was also very embarrassed by this anxious battle. He had no confidence in Bai Sheng, and rescued Ace. Even he will practice with Buggy, who has little ability, so that many pirates think that Buggy is on an equal footing with Whitebeard. But you killed Little Ounce. You could have saved him. Zhang Shan spread his hands helplessly. Who said he was dead? Whitebeard stared angrily. What did you say? He just took my medicine and fainted temporarily. Don't you think he fell there and stepped on his body to get to the execution platform? Whitebeard's pupils tightened. He already believed Zhang Shan's words. Because no one has ever lied to him, Whitebeard. It was very dangerous for him to fall there. Zhang Shan smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I have already protected him, and he will not be in any danger. When Whitebeard heard this, his brows stretched a lot. You have caught Marine's attention, they will kill you, let's join forces. Zhang Shan shook his head. You know, the person Marine wants to kill the most is you. And I'm just a businessman, just trying to do something profitable. Whitebeard frowned. A businessman's face is hard to make a big deal. Pirates are the sons of the sea, they can wander freely in the sea, but you have lost yourself for money. Zhang Shan's expression became more serious. Whitebeard. Do you really think that being the most powerful pirate is amazing? The sound of this sentence was loud, causing the pirates' marines on the battlefield to stop fighting again. Everyone looked at Zhang Shan in surprise. What's going on today? How dare everyone face Whitebeard like this? My God, did that Zhang Shan really think that he could humiliate Shishibukai and face Whitebeard? Crazy. It's crazy. Zhang Shan continued calmly, the pirates will only serve the interests of themselves and their partners. The senseless sacrifice looks great, but in fact it is extremely selfish. This sentence made everyone stunned. Hearing these words, Marshal Sengoku's heart suddenly calmed down. These two fight, which he would like to see. Haha, Zhang Shan is right. Pirates are indeed selfish beings, the cancer of this society. You are willing to join me, Marine? Uphold justice. Marshal Sengoku's words were justified, and the camera phone bug's camera fell on Zhang Shan again. In Marine's eyes, a powerful person is either Marine or a pirate. Since Zhang Shan doesn't agree with pirates, that's his Marine's companion. If someone as powerful as Zhang Shan is absorbed into Marine, then the balance of war will also be weighted towards Marine. Even after hearing Zhang Shan's words, Marshal Sengoku already believed that Zhang Shan was his own. At the same time, people all over the world think the same. Although this Zhang Shan is a liar, if he joins Marine, it will greatly enhance Marine's strength. With Zhang Shan joining in, maybe Marine will really win. You said that the deal he just made with Ace was deliberately toying with Ace and Whitebeard in order to kill the giant Ounce. You mean Ounce was killed by him? It's very possible. Zhang Shan has been Marine's partner since the beginning. At this moment, people in the world have deduced a lot of evidence, and even righteously believe that Zhang Shan is defending justice. Even, they felt that with the addition of Zhang Shan, Marine was about to win and the war was about to end. But the next moment, they saw Zhang Shan's brows raised slightly through the big screen, and then pointed his finger at Marine Marshal Sengoku. Shut up! When people from all over the world saw this behind the scenes, they were instantly silent, and then there was an uproar. Isn't Zhang Shan Marine's own? Why even Marshal Sengoku scolds him? Perhaps this Zhang Shan is young and frivolous and refuses to accept discipline. After all, his strength is there, and he has the qualifications to shout at Marshal Sengoku. As long as he's still on our Marine's side, it doesn't matter how he scolds Sengoku. These peoples have abandoned their greatest Marine Marshal Sengoku for victory. In their opinion, as long as they can win, even if Sengoku is scolded a few times, so what? But what Zhang Shan said the next moment broke everyone's fantasy. You Marines will only oppress the people of the world with arrogance and hypocrisy under the guise of justice. This is even worse than pirates. P.S. I made a rule yesterday and I did it today. This is the 6th update today. The reward for the 3rd place in this book, NU11, will be added. The reward for the first 588 VIP points in this book is super awesome. Next, there is one more. Asterisk. Chapter 45 The Arrogance of the Store Manager. For the reward of a cumulative 1000 points plus update. The so-called Marine will only oppress the people of the world with arrogance and hypocrisy under the guise of justice. The so-called Marine will only maintain the status of the world government, treat the people as ants, and wantonly crush them. However, they continue to set up the government's lofty appearance and deceive the ignorant and confused people. The so-called Marine, who openly fought against pirates, set up the 7 warlords of the sea, and let them plunder and rule the people, and never do anything. Such a Marine is even worse than a pirate. Zhang Shan felt that scolding was not enough, and continued to add another sentence on the TV camera. Marshal Marine Sengoku's face was ashen when he was scolded, and the veins on his forehead burst out. This is live broadcast all over the world. Live broadcast all over the world. Marine's face is completely lost by his words. Sengoku wanted to crush Zhang Shan directly, but he knew that if he did, Marine would be passive in the war. In the end, he could only roar at Zhang Shan, "Ignorance boy! Do you want to be the enemy of the whole world?" The huge roar was deafening, and the people of the world who watched all this also recovered from their shock. Yes, he scolded the pirates. He scolded the Marine government. The 2 most powerful forces in the world were scolded by him. Will there still be a place for him in the world? Does he really want to be the enemy of the whole world, as Marshal Sengoku said? Too arrogant. Not only arrogant, but also arrogant. Not just arrogant, but too arrogant. For a time, the people of the world once again focused their attention on Zhang Shan. Marine and the pirates were even more depressed at this time. Meow, this is the battle between Marine and pirates. How can such a person suddenly jump out? Will Marine and pirate continue to fight, or Marine will fight pirate and Zhang Shan, or will pirate fight Zhang Shan and Marine? Or simply join forces with the marine pirates, kill this Zhang Shan first and continue fighting. Of course, the grievances of pirate marine have existed for too many years, and it is impossible to join forces. The fishman Jinbei saw Zhang Shan's figure, but his eyes suddenly became hot. His ideal is not to have a war, and he was imprisoned in the underwater prison because he was unwilling to stop the war. Now, I finally see the hope of ending the war in Lord Zhang Shan. In this war, after all, there are many peace messengers who do not want this war to happen. They all saw hope in Zhang Shan. As long as a third party joins, the balance will reach a certain balance, and no one will move rashly. But Zhang Shan's next sentence almost knocked the Murloc Jinbei Lei to the ground. I am Zhang Shan, the owner of the Lily Island convenience store in Combelt. I hope there is no war in the world. You can also buy peace in my convenience store. When Zhang Shan finished saying this, everyone knelt down. Although it's not the same as the previous two forced placements. But it's also placement of ads. This is the third time. I'm afraid no one will know about his convenience store from now on. Is his convenience store a sponsor of this war? As far as his advertising trend is concerned, this is more than just a sponsor, it is simply a title. People all over the world are embarrassed and about to vomit blood because of his advertisement. Everyone is thinking about the direction of this war, because this determines where the world will go. But the appearance of Zhang Shan has brought this solemn atmosphere to the side. But when the three sides faced off, Whitebeard's laughter broke the balance. Boy! So arrogant! Be my son! Under my banner, you can do whatever you want. At this time, Whitebeard, instead of blaming Zhang Shan for scolding him, made him his own son. One of the four emperors, Whitebeard, has a chest as broad as the ocean. But Zhang Shan shook his head, I will never be a pirate, I'm just the purest businessman. Businessmen have no future, only pirates can ignore the rules of this world. Create a new order. Zhang Shan shook his head again. Businessmen have no future. I will use my hands to fight for a future. Businessmen obey the order. I will use my hands to create a new order. The ultimate dream of a businessman is not for money, but for the benefit of the world. I hope that everyone in this world can eat and wear warm clothes and live a happy life. I hope that there will be no more oppression and plunder in this world, and that pirates will no longer look for treasures, because there are endless treasures around them. I hope that marine is not oppressed, because there are no more pirates, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. Marine, it will only be a symbol of the government's strength, not as high as it is now. Whitebeard laughed wildly, boy! Your world is too beautiful to exist. Zhang Shan's eyes are firm, it is precisely because there is none that we need to create. You pirates can only plunder, marine can only oppress, only we businessmen can know how to create a new future. When Zhang Shan's words fell, the people of the world were shaken. This. Is it not their ideal? PS Today's 7th update, for the reward of 1000 points. Any other flowers, collections, rewards, and evaluations, throw them all over. Small t can take it. Asterisk. Chapter 46 The Value of Ace. Zhang Shan's remarks are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. His position is not a pirate, nor a marine, but a businessman of the people. Only when the people are rich can he become richer. And doing business also needs a peaceful environment. He doesn't really want war. War will destroy the whole world in a short time, but it takes too long to create a world. So this is his ideal. We want peace too. Do you want to trust him? No. No matter how strong he is alone, we still have to trust Marine. Only the rule of Marine can keep the peace, he can't change anything. The people of the world are red-faced for this fight. They think Zhang Shan is a liar and no one will believe him. But Zhang Shan knew that he would use his actions to practice what he said. Whitebeard was serious about his words. It's arrogant enough, then try to do it, but for now, let's join forces to deal with Marine. Zhang Shan nodded slightly. I can help you save Ace, but pay me 550 million. His offer was exactly the price of Ace's bounty. Whitebeard raised his eyebrows when he heard Zhang Shan's words. Ace is priceless. Zhang Shan spread his hands calmly. You can think of paying 550 million to hire me to help you out. No one in this world has ever had such high commissions. I appear, naturally. Okay. If you can save Ace with your own hands, I will not only pay you the commission, but you will forever be my friend of the Whitebeard pirates and be protected by my Whitebeard. Whitebeard made a promise to Zhang Shan. When all the pirates heard that Zhang Shan was talking about business with Whitebeard at this time, they were astonished as if they were petrified. Dad! Don't trust him, we can save Ace. Yeah, Dad. You're the most powerful man in the world. We can definitely save Ace. Whitebeard stood on the bow, not speaking. Zhang Shan, on the other hand, looked at the hull behind. Otherwise, pay some deposit first. Zhang Shan knew that the famous pirate ship Moby Dick would eventually be sunk, and since the wealth inside fell into the sea, it might as well fall into his hands. Whitebeard stared into Zhang Shan's eyes seriously, and finally nodded. Go find it yourself. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Zhang Shan really went to the ship to search. The battle broke out again because of Zhang Shan's disappearance. Luffy continued to move forward with Jinbei, S.E. King Yvonne and others, but was finally stopped by the world's largest swordsman, Eagle Eye, and stopped. The clown Buggy, who is greedy for life and fears death but is extremely lucky, leads a group of prisoners to implement a great battle plan. It is not difficult for Zhang Shan to search for wealth on this ship. As long as he spends 10 membership points to scan the entire ship through the system, he can know the location of the money as quickly as possible. To Zhang Shan's surprise, the ship was worth more than 100 million Bailey's gold. Of course, Whitebeard's wealth is far more than that. He should have a place to bury the treasure. This gold is just some necessary fees to carry with him. Zhang Shan was rude and exchanged all of them for membership points. He used it up on Little Ounce not only to make up for it, but also a lot more. Now he has nearly 24,000 member points on him. This is enough for him to do a lot in this war. The accumulation of capital wealth is complete. Next. It's time for me to show my skills. He exchanged 1,000 member points for the energy protection ball from the space and handed it to Zyoka. I'm not by your side next, take care to protect yourself. Don't worry, Mr. Store Manager. I will. Zhang Shan returned to Whitebeard's bow again and said, before I shoot, I'll tell you one more important thing. They're going to execute Ace ahead of time. After he said this, he rushed directly into the battlefield, came to Luffy's side, and left Whitebeard standing there alone, his pupils locked. This is really important news. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his sword and roared, they are going to execute Ace ahead of time, everyone. Go ahead. At this moment, the pirates boiled again. And Zhang Shan, holding the tang knife, stood in front of Luffy, facing Hawkeye alone. The greatest swordsman in the world. The red-haired enemy and friend of the 4 emperors. You shouldn't be the 7 warlords of the sea, helping the tyrants. Zhang Shan slowly raised the tang knife and pointed at Hawkeye. Today, I'm going to take down the title of the greatest swordsman in the world. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Shushan Sword Immortal on the Battlefield. Eagle-eyed Mihor, with eagle-like eyes, always wears a top hat with white fluff, a burgundy patterned top and white trousers. He is called the greatest swordsman in the world. And the sword in his hand is called Black Sword Knight. Claimed to be the strongest black knife in the world. Today's Zhang Shan wants to challenge Mihor's swordsmanship. One is to fight for a way forward for Luffy, and the other is to prove that his swordsmanship is stronger than Hawkeye Mihal. The so-called, is to create momentum. The experience card he used was not Devil Fruit, but from the famous Xiangxia world. Sword Immortal Li Xiaoao experience card, valid for 3 minutes, requires 1500 membership points after use. You can get all the strength of Li Xiaoao, the 27 head of Shushan, and know all the swordsmanship and sword formation of Shushan. This card is from Xianjian Kixia. Biography World. This is Zhang Shan's first use of the Ancient Sword Fairy experience card in the East. Oriental Sword Immortal vs Pirate World's number 1 swordsman, who is stronger? Zhang Shan did not have a sword, so he used a tang knife instead of a sword. Hawkeye watched Zhang Shan silent. He felt an extremely strong sword intent in Zhang Shan, even stronger than his sword intent. He held the black knife across his chest, his eagle eyes fixed on Zhang Shan, and he did not dare to shoot. Want to spend it with me? I can't afford it. Tell you to shake. Zhang Shan was the first to take the shot, and all the true energy in his body was poured into the Tang Dao in his hand, and the sword intent to the sky broke through the sky in an instant, extremely domineering. Then, he stabbed the tang knife into the ground violently, shaking the mountain for a while, and the nearby pirate marine was unstable and fell to the ground. The ice on the ground cracked even more at this moment, and with a powerful impact in the crack, it went straight to Hawkeye. Hawkeye's pupils shrank. What a powerful sword! With just one sword, he won the respect of Hawkeye. The long sword was swung out, and the pale green sword chi collided with the invisible Shushan sword chi. The ice surface quickly exploded into a large uneven pit, but there was a pit inside. Thousands of sword marks. The marine pirates and others who were not far from the explosion were affected by the sword energy, their bodies were broken, and they were crying non-stop. Don't fight around me! Zhang Shan roared at the battlefield. He didn't want to harm these innocent marine pirates. Then he put away the Tang Dao in his hand, and the sword energy in his palm condensed and turned into a transparent giant sword. Break dome slash! Zhang Shan swung lightly, and the entire battlefield seemed to be cut into 2 sections by his sword. Hawkeye's face changed dramatically, and he swung 3 swords in succession before offsetting this sword energy. Moreover, his body involuntarily retreated 5 steps. Sengoku and Whitebeard, who were watching the battlefield, looked serious. This Zhang Shan is not only an OPOP fruit-capable person, but also possesses such terrifying swordsmanship. Even the greatest swordsman in the world, Eagle Eye, can only barely resist in his hands. It's a pity that this person can't be used by me marine. As for Whitebeard, because of Zhang Shan's shot, his heart was at peace. A very powerful junior. If he is given enough time, he can become the most powerful existence in this world. As for Hawkeye, who was fighting at this time, he didn't want to continue to be passive. With a flash, he came to Zhang Shan's back and slashed towards Zhang Shan's neck with a sword. But the next moment he swung his sword in the air, and Zhang Shan was nowhere to be seen. It's faster than me. Hawkeye has felt the boundless pressure. And Zhang Shan was already 10 feet away from him, and with a finger, Tang Dao was suspended in the air and slashed straight at Hawkeye. Shushan swordsmanship. Shushan swordsmanship is the most important stunt of Shushan. The sword is less bound by the human body, becomes more flexible, and moves faster. Eagle Eye was surrounded by sword shadows. In a short while, his clothes were chopped to shreds, there was a sword wound on his face, and blood dripped to the ground along his chin. He was dressed in rough clothes, and with a sword with all his strength, the boundless sword energy erupted, slashing the tang knife into the air and falling to the ground. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth. As expected of Hawkeye, it is indeed very strong. But you are still not my opponent. Zhang Shan slightly raised his fingers, and Tang Dao suspended beside him again, 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, and finally turned into an endless flying sword suspended around his body. When the marine pirates saw this scene, they couldn't help but step back, and Hawkeye gritted his teeth. What kind of trick is this? Shushan, 10,000 swords art. When Zhang Shan finished his words, the endless flying swords completely drowned Hawkeye. At the same time, the 3-minute experience time also disappeared. But when the sword chi dissipated, he saw that although Hawkeye was very embarrassed, he still raised the black knife in his hand to Zhang Shan. I'm not defeated yet. Chapter 48, Marine's Conspiracy. Shushan's most powerful Wanjianju can devour Hawkeye's body, but it cannot break his will. Even though the sword injury caused him heavy damage, even though his body was already exhausted, he still leaned on the black knife and never fell. You are stronger than me. But I will never admit defeat. Hawkeye held a knife and charged towards Zhang Shan step by step. He was already exhausted, otherwise he would be able to kill Zhang Shan in the blink of an eye. Zhang Shan shook his head helplessly. In 3 minutes, it didn't solve you. Then, please, leave this battlefield. Zhang Shan raised his palm slightly, and the pad of the bear's paw appeared in his palm. After the sword Immortal Li Xiaoao experience card expired, Zhang Shan used the meatball fruit experience card without hesitation. The ability of the Revolutionary Army Cotter Xiong is undoubtedly extremely powerful. When Luffy fell into the daughter country, it was Xiong who slapped him in the face, and now Zhang Shan has this ability too. Good things worth 1,000 member points, naturally not too bad. The black knife was already under Zhang Shan, but he raised his palm in an orderly manner, and the flesh pad in the palm released a white light. Hawkeye's pupils tightened, and a wave of doubts rose in his heart. This is... When Zhang Shan's palm fell on his sword, he was already shocked and unable to extricate himself. How could you? But there was a smile on the corner of Zhang Shan's mouth. Let's go. The next moment, Hawkeye was shot into the air by Zhang Shan, and finally disappeared completely. Zhang Shan looked at Hawkeye's shadowless eyes and was satisfied. He doesn't have half a month to come back here. Marine is missing such a strong man, and he will be able to deal with a lot in the future. After Marshal Sengoku and Garp the Fist saw Zhang Shan's appearance, they almost clenched their teeth in anger. What a despicable boy! It was originally a sword fight, but he used the power of devil fruit. No matter what, this kid's swordsmanship is stronger than Hawkeye, but if Hawkeye is there, it can be delayed for a long time. Speaking of which, Sengoku seemed to suddenly remember something, and his eyes widened in shock. Wait! How does he have 2 devil fruit abilities? When Marshal Marine and Garp realized this, they were completely stunned. People around the world have also discovered this problem through the lens. He actually ate 2 devil fruits, and he was a great swordsman, even stronger than Hawkeye. How can this make other people live? Does his convenience store really have good things? At this moment, many people were deeply curious about Zhang Shan. There was a feeling of bottomless feeling about him. After Zhang Shan shot Hawkeye, he found the camera phone bug again. When the world saw his figure occupying the camera again, a bad feeling came to mind. He doesn't want to advertise again. Very possible. I think he really won the overall naming rights of this war. But before Zhang Shan could speak, the big screens all over the world went black at this moment. Zhang Shan frowned as he looked at the broken camera phone bug in front of him. Marshal Sengoku stared at him, clenching his fists. Do you really think that this battlefield is a very random advertisement by you? Now, it is time to execute the plan at all costs. Send out the weapons of the world and drive all the pirates into the bay. Sengoku methodically issued a series of orders. On the battlefield outside the bay, a war weapon with a bear as the prototype has appeared. When you open your mouth and stretch out your hand, it is a laser beam. For a time, the pirates in the periphery suffered heavy casualties. Zhang Shan frowned. The camera phone bug doesn't work. It means that Marine and others will do anything to eliminate Whitebeard and others. These dark and despicable methods must not be exposed and seen by the people of the world, otherwise, it will seriously affect their Marine and the image of the government. It also means that Whitebeard and others will fall into an extremely huge crisis next. Zhang Shan looked at Luffy, who was fighting the owner of Smoke Fruit, Marine Commodore Smoker, and Whitebeard, who was standing on the bow to join the battle, wondering if he should tell them about Akainu's conspiracy. But at this moment, he saw the long knife in the hands of Squard, the pirate group under Whitebeard's pirate group, piercing Whitebeard's heart. This war. It's a conspiracy you and Marine directed together. And in the end, it will only be us. Asterisk. Chapter 49 The Framed Whitebeard. The Vortex Spider Squad is bewitched by Akainu, thinking that Marine and Whitebeard are teaming up to deal with them, the New World pirates. Everything here is just a trap. Of course, fundamentally speaking, except for Zhang Shan's appearance on the battlefield that disrupted Sengoku's plan, everything else was within his plan. Whitebeard is the most powerful man in this sea, however, he is old. Zhang Shan looked at Whitebeard's pierced body and shook his head helplessly. After all, Whitebeard survived from the Roger era, and he left many dark wounds when he was young, and he usually had to hang himself. Otherwise, with his former strength, he can completely avoid this knife. Of course, this also has something to do with him trusting his son too much. At this moment, Squard was standing in front of him and suddenly roared. You all listened carefully, we've been tricked. I never knew that Ace was the son of Roger, the Pirate King. Before I was adopted by you, the reason why I was alone was because the important partners who once fought alongside me all died at the hands of Roger. You know how much I hate Roger. If you want to save him, you should tell me beforehand, tell me the truth, and make him the new One Piece. Squard roared with all his strength. Also, in the bay is your most important Whitebeard pirate group, and we are on the outside, looking at these marines. Why only kill us, but not you? He pointed to the outside sharply. Those human weapons were frantically killing the pirates under the Whitebeard pirates, and there were icebergs outside blocking the escape routes of the pirates. Those New World pirates could only be passively slaughtered. You and Sengoku colluded, didn't you? We came here for Ace, for Whitebeard, but you betrayed us. The pirates in the periphery fell silent for a moment after hearing Squard's shout. Dad, is that really true? No. I don't want to believe Daddy would treat us like this. Dad. Tell us it's not true. In an instant, the 43 pirate leaders had lost their fighting spirit, and their pirates suffered heavy casualties. After venting, Squard opened his hands in relief. It's already a miracle to be stabbed with one blow. I've made up my mind, kill me. Whitebeard closed his eyes in pain. Sengoku's plan is better than ours. Then, he looked down at Squard and suddenly raised his huge palm. You know what you've done, Squard. It's a foolish son to fight against the old man. Whitebeard's hand fell sharply, and everyone closed their eyes. But the next moment, Whitebeard hugged Squard in his arms and looked at Squard sincerely. Even if you're a silly son, I still love you. Squard trembled and said, Stop joking, but you are going to give my life to. Before he could finish, Whitebeard cut him off. Who is the person who led your loyal and upright heart to darkness? Under Whitebeard's arms, Squard couldn't continue to remain calm. It's Marines rebels. Akainu. He said that as long as I kill you, my pirate group will survive. After hearing all the cause and effect, Whitebeard remained calm. Did Akainu say that? I can feel how much you hate Roger. But Squard, what a ridiculous idea to pay your debts. Ace, what did he do to you? You and Ace share weal and woe, no matter what difficulties you have, you and your companions have overcome time and time again. It doesn't matter whose child Ace is. We met on this vast sea. Not only the two of you, but all of them are my sons. It's not just Ace that's the most special, you're all my family. Whitebeard's words fell, and the knife in Squard's hand fell to the ground, tears welling up in his eyes. He already knew that he was being used by Akainu. Speaking of which, really, the sword is not old, Sengoku, you are playing around. Say I'm going to sell the heads of my sons. As pirates, it's up to you to decide what you want to believe. Whitebeard clenched his fists, and under Shock Fruit's circle, the icebergs that blocked the way out collapsed. Zhang Shan looked at Whitebeard's figure with solemn eyes. It's okay to be the most powerful man in this world. The hearts of the pirates were united again because of Whitebeard's words and the act of shattering the iceberg. I can't be the most powerful man forever. I can only maintain a young life into the future, and my mission is almost complete. Whoever wants to go with me, abandon life and follow me. All the pirates were furious and rushed into the bay in an instant, ready to rush to the execution platform. But Zhang Shan sighed helplessly. Pirates are stupid after all. Falling into Sengoku's trap again. He wanted to stop it, but he couldn't stop it. P.S. This plot is really super burning. Asterisk. Chapter 50 The Sword Array That Burns Money. Zhang Shan watched helplessly as the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates fell into the encirclement, but there was nothing he could do. He returned to Whitebeard's side and said seriously, "You have completely fallen into Sengoku's trap, and they are waiting for everyone to enter the bay." Whitebeard frowned tightly. Zhang Shan continued, "You didn't see that Marine who was fighting in the bay has retreated. The next moment, they will raise the surrounding wall." Before Zhang Shan could finish speaking, he felt a sudden turmoil under his feet, and then huge walls rose in all directions, finally forming a circular cage in this bay. When Whitebeard saw this scene, his face was extremely ugly. Zhang Shan explained, "Once the surrounding wall is formed, we are trapped beasts in a cage, and we can only let them slaughter arbitrarily." All the pirates became terrified by this huge surrounding wall. Is there really no way out? I don't want to die here just yet. How can I get out? These pirates slashed and bombarded the surrounding wall, but they were unable to leave any traces on the thick steel. At this time, a large number of artillery pieces were already under the trees on the upper side of the surrounding wall, and they were surrounded in all directions. Zhang Shan couldn't bear to see the pirates dying constantly. "For the sake of taking 100 million Baileys from your ship, I'll give you a hand." Zhang Shan twisted the ring in his hand and finally chose the Xiangxia option. In the end, he opened the option of the Immortal Execution Sword formation. Whoosh whoosh. Immediately following a few sounds, 4 swords flew out of Zhang Shan's body in a row, revolving around him continuously. These 4 swords are the Immortal Execution Sword, Immortal Killing Sword, Immortal Trapping Sword, and Immortal Absolute Sword of the Tongtian Cult Master. When the 4 swords meet, they will form the first killing formation of the Heavenly Dao. When the shells fall, they are instantly smashed into pieces by this sword formation in mid-air, and even the energy generated by the explosion is completely absorbed by the trapping fairy sword. Zhang Shan even shouted to the pirates, "Everyone gathers to me." Although this sword formation is powerful, it is not a one-time charge, but a time charge. The larger the coverage of the sword array, the more membership points are required. Just now Zhang Shan covered the entire bay, and it cost 100 membership points in just 2 or 3 seconds. It's not too scary. Fortunately, after shrinking to a certain range, the required consumption is much smaller, at least the energy consumption is affordable. When all the pirates gathered under the protection of Zhang Shan, they also became dependent on the generated heart. "Lord Zhang Shan, how should we go out next?" And Zhang Shan pointed to the place where Little Ounce fell. "Look there." All the pirates heard the sound and left, but suddenly there was a burst of cheers. It turned out to be the place where Little Ounce fell, pressing down on several rising steel walls, and because the giant's body was too heavy, no one could remove his body and let the steel walls rise again. Even if Little Ounce is dead, he is still fighting. "Let's go." The Marines looked at the position where Ounce fell, and looked at Ounce with embarrassment. "Even if we die, it won't let us worry about it." Marshal Sengoku's face was even more gloomy. Maybe it's that BD Zhongshan, who knew we were going to be surrounded and blocked him there on purpose. However, it's too late for them. Akainu, let's do it. Marine Admiral Lava Akainu walked to the front of the surrounding wall and stretched his arms into the air, fully displaying the abilities of Lava Fruit. Meteor Volcano. One after another, fist-shaped volcanic bullets shot straight into the sky and disappeared, but soon after, these volcanic bullets fell into the surrounding wall like a meteor shower. Although the pirates were sheltered by Zhongshan's sword array, the lava fell on the ice, causing the ice cubes under their feet to melt and become marines again. Not good. The marines were already wailing, and the demon fruit powers' faces changed even more. Once they come into contact with seawater, their abilities are completely lost. Get back to the boat. But at this moment, the volcanic bomb hit the hull of the Moby DK, and for a time, this famous warship in the sea was instantly turned into ashes. The members of the Whitebeard pirates looked depressed. Whitebeard bid farewell to this warship even more solemnly. "Goodbye, old man." Luffy couldn't bear this kind of sitting still, and said directly to the Murloc Jinbei, "Please do me a favor." The next moment, Luffy was thrown directly outside the surrounding wall by the Murloc Karate, hoping to open a passage. Zhongshan shook his head helplessly. "It's still so reckless." Just when the pirates felt helpless, Little Ounce shook his head and stood up again. What happened? The medicinal power of Bioun Xiandan pill has finally passed. Asterisk.